Chapter 1. The Neighbor's Wife, Li Ro. Free Brain Storage. Luo Tian, I am truly grateful for your kindness in lending me your bathroom. As the bathroom door swung open, a cloud of steam enveloped the room, and a pair of delicate, fair feet gracefully stepped onto the floor. Li Ro smiled, adorned in nothing but a single bath towel, her elongated, porcelain-like legs exposed to the air. At that moment, however, Luo Tian paid her no heed. A splitting headache assailed him, as though an electric drill were mercilessly grinding away at his brain. Ah, you beasts! Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes flew open. What met his gaze was neither the green tea girl Su Ling, who had betrayed him after 2.5 years of devotion in the apocalypse, nor the fierce neighbors brandishing axes, intent on cooking him for soup. You are, Li Ro? Gasping for breath, Luo Tian rose from the sofa, his traumatic experiences in the apocalypse rendering him instinctively wary of everyone. What was happening? Wasn't Li Ro the wife of Yulin, who lived next door? He distinctly remembered that Li Ro had been sold by her husband for the price of 3 bags of instant noodles 3 months into the icy apocalypse. That night, 5 men had come. Humiliated, Li Ro had seized the opportunity to leap from the 23rd floor as they charged towards her. But now she stood right before him. Could it be that I have perished as well? And this is heaven? Luo Tian surveyed the room, discovering that the furnishings were identical to those before the apocalypse. All the items he had burned for warmth remained intact. The temperature was pleasantly comfortable, devoid of the frigid -70 degrees. Gazing at the calendar on the wall, he noted it was May 1st, 2055. I have been reborn. A jolt of disbelief coursed through Luo Tian, swiftly replaced by a spark of exhilaration in his eyes. Excellent. This time, I shall not play the saint. I will not harbor an ounce of pity for those wretches. I shall ensure they perish in agony 100 times more intense than my own. He clenched his teeth, vowing silently. Gifted with a second chance, Luo Tian resolved to show no kindness to anyone. Before his demise, the vile faces of Su Ling and the malicious neighbors were still vividly etched in his mind. Why? Luo Tian collapsed to the ground. A cold dagger plunged deeply into his chest. In his final moments, he beheld his goddess, Su Ling, greedily seizing the supplies that rightfully belonged to him, loudly declaring, I killed him, let me choose the food first. This woman, for whom he had devoted 2.5 years without even holding hands, had deceived Luo Tian into opening the door, leading to his demise. Fine, you have the greatest credit, you choose first. Don't waste his parts. In such cold weather, I truly yearn for a pot of hot soup. With axes raised, the bearded neighbors stormed in, their faces twisted into chilling, beast-like grins, having long since cast aside the humanity of the civilized world. They raised their axes toward him. Are you all right? At that moment, Li Ro, startled by his appearance, clutched her chest and asked worriedly. Luo Tian's reddened eyes were indeed somewhat terrifying. Phew! He exhaled a long breath of stale air. Quickly regaining his composure, he smiled faintly, Fine just had a nightmare. Now, he had ample time to prepare for revenge, stockpile sufficient supplies, and construct an impregnable safe haven for the apocalypse. Before the end times arrived, he must tread carefully to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Though Li Ro had not directly participated in his murder, Luo Tian knew well that the knowledge of his family's surplus provisions had leaked after Li Ro had been sent by her husband to borrow food from him, thus exposing them. Although Li Ro had been sold by her husband and subsequently met her end. However, you promised to keep your mouth shut, and yet the information still slipped out. You too must bear the consequences. Luo Tian scrutinized the neighbor's wife before him, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Previously, when faced with this mature temptress, he would blush and feel shy merely at the thought of her. But now, all that occupied his mind were 5 words. Go to the supermarket and stock up? Well then, I shall take my leave, Li Ro said as she turned to head for the door. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she toppled to the side. Expecting pain, she was instead caught in an embrace. Thank you. Li Ro's words were cut short as her beautiful eyes widened, sensing a chill in her body. Panicking, Ro quickly wriggled free from Luo Tian's grasp, hastily retrieving the towel from the floor and rewrapping herself. You shameless scoundrel! How could you take advantage of this?" Ro exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she accused him of her fall. Having been neighbors with Luo Tian for several years, she believed she knew his character well. Otherwise, she would not have dared to frolic in bubbles, seeking to borrow his bathroom during a water outage. Ro thought that even in a drunken stupor, Luo Tian would never dare to lay a hand on her. What she did not realize was that Luo Tian was no longer the man he once was. He had returned as a vengeful spirit from the brutal apocalypse. His heart was as cold as a fish knife used for slaughtering fish for a decade. "Madam, no need for thanks, it was merely a trifling act," Luo Tian replied indifferently. The chill in his demeanor left Ro momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had become someone else entirely. "I don't care, I want him." "Madam, you wouldn't want this matter to become public knowledge, would you?" Before she could finish, Luo Tian pulled out his phone, displaying the album before her eyes. In the image, the towel lay discarded on the floor, and Ro's eyes were shut. Should anyone else see this, they would surely assume she had some scandalous secret with Luo Tian. Ultimately, Ro fled in disarray, not even pausing to retrieve her discarded clothes from a bathroom. Swish! The black stockings left on the washing machine vanished in an instant. This spatial ability was something he had only just discovered. "It seems I too have the privileges of a reborn individual. A personal space for storing supplies." Luo Tian concentrated, his consciousness sinking into an endless expanse of white. This space appeared infinite, vast beyond imagination. He felt that he could even fit the earth inside if he wished. However, such thoughts were somewhat fanciful. After experimentation, Luo Tian discovered there were limitations to storing objects in this space. He could only store items he physically touched, and these items must exist independently. For instance, he could not simply toss an entire building into the space. Nonetheless, this is quite a splendid start. A smirk crept across Luo Tian's lips. In this city, there was a massive Walmart warehouse. If the supplies contained within could be stored in his space, they would suffice for a lifetime. Moreover, due to its proximity to the sea, there existed a harbor. There lay countless containers destined for export, brimming with food and daily necessities, truly a colossal treasure trove. Before the apocalypse, he must seize the opportunity to collect everything. However, "I'm feeling a bit hungry." Luo Tian licked his lips. Having endured nearly a year in the apocalypse, subsisting on meager, dry bread and cold biscuits, he now yearned for a warm, hearty meal. Chapter 2. The Indulgence of a State Banquet-Level Hotel. Stepping outside, he was greeted by brilliant sunshine. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the shops and stalls along the roadside exuded tantalizing aromas, enticing people to pause and indulge in culinary delights and wares. In just a month, all of this will cease to exist, Luo Tian thought coldly to himself. In a month's time, solar flares would erupt, and the sun would undergo a catastrophic change, nearly extinguishing. The frigid apocalypse would descend, bringing temperatures of -70 degrees outside. No living being would be found, only the cold corpses of the fallen. Hailing a taxi, Luo Tian made his way toward the city center. He had reserved a table at the largest state banquet-level hotel in the city, a venue so extravagant it could host foreign dignitaries. Ordinary individuals could not enter, as the hotel imposed a consumption threshold one needed to spend a minimum of 100,000 yuan to gain entry. Previously, Luo Tian would never have considered dining in such a place. However, with his rebirth, money held little significance for him. His aim was to savor the experiences he had previously missed out on. After all, after a month, there would be no opportunity to indulge. Bang! Closing the car door, Luo Tian stepped onto the roadside. The five-star hotel stood directly across from him. Yet, at that moment, as he gazed at the nearby provincial lottery center, a memory sparked within him. "I recall watching a winning video from my past life. Someone won 1 million here, from scratch off." Luo Tian's brow furrowed as he contemplated. The winning date seemed to coincide with today. While he could indulge lavishly at the five-star hotel, it did not imply his wallet was sufficiently plump. Apart from the high-end property worth 3 to 4 million left to him by his parents, he currently had only around 300,000 remaining. Originally, there was over 500,000, but due to the incessant indulgence in the whims of Su Ling, that green tea flower, a significant portion was squandered. From time to time, extravagant meals were arranged for her and her close friends, accompanied by numerous luxury handbags and high-end cosmetics. What a wasteful extravagance! Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish. That amounted to 200,000. Just imagine how much food and vital supplies for survival in a post-apocalyptic world could be procured with those savings. Even if he were to ignite it in flames, it could serve to warm his hands. It was truly nonsensical to fawn over a green tea. What was most infuriating was that after all this time, not even a fleeting touch had been granted. Had it been a small streamer, she would have likely descended upon him in an instant. My current funds are limited to stockpile sufficient resources. I would require at least several million in startup capital. Engaging a top-tier security company to construct a safe house would demand astronomical sums, no less than tens of millions. After a brief contemplation, Luo Tian strode into the lottery center. 1 million was not to be scoffed at. He intended to utilize it first, and, after dining, ponder how to manage the remaining funds. Before long, Luo Tian emerged leisurely from the establishment, 1 million more gracing his card's balance. Though he was uncertain which scratch-off ticket bore the grand prize, he distinctly recalled the date of the winning announcement and the attire of the fortunate winner. Just moments ago, that lucky individual had been hesitating to purchase the ticket that could transform his life, only to be abruptly intercepted by Luo Tian. Woo woo woo. A flashing ambulance screeched to a halt outside the lottery center. What's the situation with this patient? It appears they fainted from the excitement of winning the lottery. Did they hit the jackpot? It seems the grand prize was snatched away. As the doctors carried out a fainted young man on a stretcher, they continued their discourse, swiftly loading him into the ambulance for transport. Rest assured, I shall take care of this 1 million. Luo Tian withdrew his gaze and proceeded toward the 5-star hotel across the street. In his possession, this money could yield the utmost value. Otherwise, in a month's time, it would merely be discarded as worthless paper. Good day, sir. How many in your party? Upon arrival at the entrance, a stunning woman clad in a qipao and black stockings greeted him. I have a reservation under the name Luo. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Mr. Luo, please follow me. The kippa-clad beauty bowed respectfully. In the serene and opulent private dining area, Luo Tian settled into a plush chair, observing the waitress in her elegant black stockings and qipao as she meticulously arranged the dishes before him. Sir, this is your order dish. 3 flowers competing for beauty, spring color in full bloom, and ginseng emperor's nourishing soup. Truly, it was a 5-star establishment. Each dish was exquisitely crafted, a veritable work of art. Though the portions were rather scant, consuming only these will surely leave me unsatisfied. Thankfully, I ordered additional dishes, Luo Tian mused, feeling quite clever for having ordered plenty. This is your order of braised sea cucumber in abalone sauce, imperial crab with pearls, codfish rolls, and 9 transformation intestines. The waitress beamed, bending low with a gracious smile, the delightful scene revealing to Luo Tian the meaning of culinary allure. The 100,000 was well spent. Once all the dishes were presented, Luo Tian immediately began to devour them with fervor. Indeed, the price dictated. The experience. Dining was an entirely different affair. Delicious. After enduring nearly a year of the icy apocalypse, savoring such exquisite cuisine nearly brought him to tears. His voracious consumption astonished the 2 waitresses, who exchanged wide-eyed glances, pondering if he were a reincarnated glutton from another life. Their fleeting thoughts vanished in the face of such a spectacle. However, Luo Tian paid little mind to their perceptions. One must understand that in the wake of the icy apocalypse, people would fight tooth and nail over a mere packet of instant noodles. At that juncture, all notions of civility and dignity were rendered meaningless. After an hour of indulgence, Luo Tian contentedly rubbed his rounded belly and departed amid the waitress' warm smiles. Having relished a splendid feast, he now prepared to seek out a large supermarket, intent on acquiring the first wave of supplies to store within his space. This endeavor was essential for better familiarizing himself with his spatial abilities while conducting a test for resource storage. After all, his goal was to empty the Walmart warehouse and the entire dock of supplies before the onset of the apocalypse. Any misstep at that critical moment would be disastrous. Having endured the brutalities of the apocalypse, he could not afford even the slightest mishap. Chapter 3. The frenzied hoarding of supplies at the nearby dock. A colossal shipment of goods is set to be dispatched to the beautiful nation by the end of the month. This information was fortuitously overheard by Luo Tian from a few merchants of that very nation while he was at the hotel. The gigantic cargo ship is scheduled to transport this consignment. Valued at over 10 billion, which includes imported and exported foodstuffs and various essential supplies. It is said that there are hundreds of tons of mineral water alone, filling dozens of containers. This shipment is an opportunity one must seize. Luo Tian brimmed with confidence. These supplies seemed tailor-made for his storage space, perfect for stockpiling in preparation for the impending apocalypse. The vast array of goods would arrive in the beautiful nation before the onset of the cataclysm, ultimately saving countless lives during the dire times ahead. Thus, Luo Tian felt no moral qualms about claiming them. In fact, it was rather exhilarating. The fate of the beautiful nation's inhabitants was of no concern to him. He would welcome their demise. Coincidentally, the day before the apocalypse, a solar flare is predicted to incapacitate all electronic devices worldwide for an entire day. Luo Tian pondered. Even satellites in orbit would be rendered inoperative. This presents an unparalleled opportunity to discreetly relocate thousands of tons of supplies from the dock. Naturally, the Walmart superstore in the suburbs must not be overlooked either. Suddenly, an affected voice interrupted his thoughts. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Recognizing the speaker as Su Ling, the green tea girl who had betrayed him in his previous life, using her trust to orchestrate his demise. Not only had she caused his death, but she had also brought in those vile neighbors to torment him, all while planning to feast on his flesh. An overwhelming surge of murderous intent surged within him. He longed to rid the world of this repugnant creature at that very moment. Luo Tian, you are quite terrifying. Su Ling feigned innocence, her tone laced with a touch of vulnerability that in times past. Had Luo Tian dared to address her in such a manner, she would have undoubtedly erupted in outrage. However, the circumstances were different now. She had seemingly discerned that the once subservient Luo Tian was, in fact, a hidden heir of considerable wealth. How else could he afford to dine at the opulent hotel before them? It was well known that numerous diplomats frequented such establishments, places reserved for the elite. Humph, what do you want? Luo Tian suppressed his murderous desires and spoke with a veneer of indifference. Now was not the moment for vengeance. Allowing her to perish before the apocalypse would be far too lenient. He must ensure Su Ling experiences the brutal realities of the icy end times, suffering in despair, coldness, and helplessness until her eventual demise. After all, he possessed a spatial storage and ample time for preparation. In due course, he would construct a sturdy refuge, stocked with limitless supplies, and he could then exact whatever revenge he desired. Hearing his question, Su Ling quickly dismissed her discomfort. She paid no mind to his sudden aloofness. Instead, she had realized Luo Tian was a wealthy individual and was now consumed with thoughts of how to entice him into spending his riches on her. Everything else was inconsequential. Luo Tian, I just saw you dining inside. Su Ling pointed toward the hotel's lavish entrance, her gaze brimming with anticipation, her voice tinged with eagerness. She resembled a predator who had discovered a suitable prey. Luo Tian regarded her hopeful expression with cold detachment, feeling no inclination to engage. What if he had spent 100,000 at a state banquet-level hotel? Did she truly believe he would part with another cent? Luo Tian, I've been waiting for you outside for ages. My legs are exhausted from standing. Shouldn't you be a gentleman and treat me to a cup of milk tea? Su Ling pouted. Feigning complaint, she deliberately showcased her fair legs, pressing her hands on them as if attempting to seduce him with her charm. First, milk tea, followed by shopping, and perhaps a lavish dinner that evening. While she appeared to be complaining, her heart was already dancing with glee. Today, she would ensure he spent at least 100,000 on her. What she did not realize was that the current Luo Tian was no longer the lovesick fool of the past. The sight of Su Ling filled him with revulsion. She had claimed to be inexperienced in romance, yet he had learned just before his demise that she had cycled through countless boyfriends. A wealthy second-generation scion had even mocked her for being a mere side piece in their circle, available for a few thousand for a night. What others deemed a cheap tryst, she pretended to be the epitome of purity. It was utterly nauseating. I have matters to attend to and cannot spare the time right now. Perhaps we can arrange for another occasion. Luo Tian declined, leaving a hint of ambiguity to linger. After all, he would never become her personal ATM. All right, we can postpone for now, Su Ling exclaimed, her excitement nearly causing her to leap in joy. Her mind raced with fantasies of extravagant shopping sprees and indulgent dining at five-star establishments. However, unbeknownst to her, in a month, the frigid apocalypse would descend upon them. Would she still be able to enjoy herself then? The mere question of survival would be a daunting challenge. With that, Luo Tian lost interest in Su Ling and made his way to the nearest large supermarket. Upon entering, he pushed a shopping cart and remarked with a smirk, "I must stock up on food. It would bring me peace of mind." In no time, he began to accumulate his first wave of supplies, 95 boxes of compressed biscuits. A substantial order of canned meats and sausages filling half the cart, and a generous stack of instant noodles and hot pots hastily crammed into the cart. Soon, his cart resembled a small mountain of goods. Not nearly enough, he declared, unsatisfied with a single cart that he fetched two more and filled them to the brim. His conspicuous actions stunned fellow shoppers, even leaving a nearby child gaping in disbelief. The supermarket staff, astonished, rushed to assist him, pushing carts alongside him to gather supplies. "Sir, our supermarket offers complimentary delivery services," a cheerful manager announced, personally assisting with the checkout process and enlisting employees to load the goods onto his vehicle. To them, Luo Tian was a prized customer, and they were determined to provide exemplary service. Accepting their hospitality, Luo Tian instructed them to deliver the goods to his underground storage unit in his residential complex. At the checkout, faced with a bill exceeding 10,000, he paid without hesitation that in the apocalypse, such provisions would be worth at least 100 times more, and even wealth would not guarantee access. It could easily spark a bloody scramble for survival. With the manager's enthusiastic invitation, Luo Tian hopped aboard the supermarket's courtesy vehicle, heading home to delve deeper into understanding his spatial abilities. Chapter 4. Shyness in the elevator. Upon returning to the community, he encountered numerous residents along the way, many of whom could not suppress their astonishment. Luo Tian, however, paid them no heed, unconcerned about the potential rumors of his stockpiling. Before the apocalypse, his safe haven had been meticulously crafted. As long as he refrained from opening the door, no one would gain entry, recalling the past when these very individuals had invaded his home. Wielding axes against him, a deep-seated hatred arose within him. Should they dare to come knocking this time, it would conveniently facilitate his plans for revenge. "All right, place the items here," Luo Tian instructed as he opened his storage unit. The employees moved swiftly, aware that the substantial volume of goods he purchased would earn them a significant commission. "Is that not Luo Tian? Quite the haul you've got." An elderly lady approached, her hands clasped behind her back. Eyeing the mountains of snacks with a glimmer of opportunism, Luo Tian turned to see it was Wang De Ma from the neighborhood committee, a woman notorious for her meddlesome nature and penchant for taking advantage of others. With a modicum of power, she often attempted to dictate how others should conduct themselves, as if she held authority beyond her station. Once the apocalypse struck, she had shamelessly begged for food from him. While during the chaos, she had rallied others against him without a thought for the help he had previously extended. "Excuse me, ma'am, please refrain from touching others' belongings," one of the supermarket employees exclaimed, noticing Wang De Ma stealthily pilfering a hefty bag of snacks from the cart. "Stealing? I'm merely borrowing. Do you understand the concept of borrowing?" Wang De Ma retorted, her temper flaring as she was caught red-handed. "The youth of today have no respect for their elders. I am physically limited and have nothing to eat at home. Is it a crime to borrow a bit of food in an emergency? I can pay you back. Must you let an old woman starve?" Truly, the neighborhood committee's representative showcases an impressive talent for creating chaos. She deftly positions herself as a member of a marginalized group, launching moralistic attacks upon others. The young employees, inexperienced in such confrontations, found themselves bewildered by her tirade, retreating several steps in fear of her collapsing theatrically to the ground, which could potentially cost them a year's salary. As the commotion escalated, Luo Tian, irritated by her incessant buzzing, strode over and seized the snack bag from her grasp, indifferent to her wails of protest. Very well, very well." Faced with the futility of her sob story, Aunt Wang abandoned her act and threatened, "Luo Tian, you better watch yourself. Don't let anything fall into my hands in the future." Her heart brimmed with indignation. As a member of the neighborhood committee, she was certain her position would prove advantageous in the future, and she relished the prospect of making his life difficult should the need arise. "If you don't leave, I'll call the police and accuse you of theft," Luo Tian coldly countered, his words grounded in reality. Several surveillance cameras had been installed around the warehouse, and Aunt Wang's earlier antics were undoubtedly recorded. Even if the police could not arrest her, a stern reprimand was inevitable, a scenario that would undoubtedly embarrass her, given her penchant for bossing others around in the neighborhood. You. Aunt Wang's bravado faltered as she glanced at the camera mounted on the wall. Cursing under her breath as she departed, Luo Tian paid her no mind. In his previous life, he had provided her with ample sustenance, allowing her to weather her hardships without his assistance this time. She would likely struggle to survive in the impending apocalypse. There was no point in squabbling with someone on the verge of collapse. Once the troublesome presence was gone, the remaining items were swiftly relocated. After bidding farewell to the supermarket employees, Luo Tian lowered the warehouse door and began experimenting with his personal space. The results were promising. Indeed, the space was infinite, and the process of storing and retrieving items was remarkably efficient. He could even transport entire shelves filled with food directly into his space. One crucial discovery he made was that time within the space flowed at a constant rate. For instance, a bowl of self-heating rice remained at the same temperature regardless of how long it was stored inside. This indicated that he could preserve tons of fresh vegetables and fruits without concern for their shelf life. Perhaps I could pre-order some barbecue, hamburgers, and banquet dishes, placing them all in my space, so that when the apocalypse arrives, I can enjoy warm meals every day. Luo Tian clapped his hands in approval of his brilliant idea. Unfortunately, the space could not accommodate living creatures. Nonetheless, with its boundless capacity and formidable item retrieval capabilities, he was already quite satisfied. As long as he amassed sufficient supplies, he was confident that he would thrive 1,000 times better than others in the forthcoming apocalypse. After securing all the supplies from the supermarket into his space, Luo Tian departed for home. While waiting for the elevator, he fortuitously encountered Li Ro, who had likely just finished work. She wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, her long legs encased in black stockings, complemented by black high heels that added to her stature. Perhaps due to the embarrassment of their earlier encounter, she dared not meet his gaze, instead retreating to a corner of the elevator and lowering her head. However, the crowded elevator soon pushed her unavoidably closer to Luo Tian, their bodies nearly touching. What a coincidence! Luo Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was tempted to jest. Is this a test for the officials? Why you? Don't move. Li Ro's face flushed crimson, and she quietly warned him, her discomfort palpable as she found herself unable to shift in the cramped space. Their proximity allowed her to look directly into his eyes. An awkward situation that felt particularly unsettling for her, especially given the issues she had faced with her husband since their marriage. Observing her bashful demeanor and her efforts to maintain composure, Luo Tian merely smiled faintly. He knew that once the apocalypse struck, Li Ro's family would soon face dire food shortages. At that point, Yulin would likely send his wife to Luo Tian's home in search of sustenance. In his previous life, she had successfully borrowed quite a bit of food, and this time a smile crept across Luo Tian's lips. Chapter 5. Exploiting the bank loan. Upon returning home, Luo Tian felt somewhat fatigued. However, rather than resting immediately, he began contemplating his preparations for the upcoming month. First and foremost was the issue of food. This was relatively easy to resolve. He could order a substantial supply from night markets or hotels over the next few days. The perfect opportunity to act would be the night before the solar flare heralding the apocalypse. Qinshui City is situated near a vast port, which sees a constant influx and outflow of countless goods. With containers piled mountain high, alongside the port, there's also a sizable Walmart warehouse. Under the cover of darkness, he would simply need to gather all the supplies into his space, with the resources from the port and Walmart. Food would not be a concern. Nodding to himself, he acknowledged that this problem was resolved. The next issue to address was security. He had to devise a plan to fortify his home into an impenetrable safe haven, thereby avoiding the tragedies of his previous life. Luo Tian quickly formulated a solution. The renovation he envisioned would surpass the capabilities of ordinary construction firms. Fortunately, a renowned security company in Qinshui City specialized in providing security measures and constructing fortified shelters. Their safe houses utilized special alloy materials, resilient enough to withstand conventional artillery fire, except for a nuclear blast. Wealthy individuals and celebrities were among their regular clientele. However, a secure shelter alone would not suffice. The issue of heating must also be prioritized. When the extreme cold of the apocalypse arrives, outside temperatures could plummet to -70 degrees Celsius, with snow accumulating to depths of 10 meters. Without adequate heat sources, survival would be impossible. Luo Tian contemplated whether to choose a fireplace or a kong, one originating from distant Europe and the other a common heating facility in northern China. Each possessing its own advantages and disadvantages. Children make choices, adults take everything, he declared, smacking his thigh. There was no need to be indecisive. He could commission the security company to customize a fireplace, retaining its aesthetic appeal while incorporating the practicality of a kong. With minor modifications, he could ensure the entire room radiated warmth. The house would undoubtedly undergo a comprehensive renovation, reinforcing insulation and thermal barriers to effectively thwart the intrusion of frigid air. Next on his list was medication. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. This was another critical resource that he did not wish to find himself in a situation where ample food and a sturdy shelter were rendered useless by illness due to a lack of medical treatment. No one could predict how long the extreme cold would last, so he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Conventional pharmacies would not suffice for the quantity of supplies he required. He would need to explore alternative channels. Fortunately, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Luo Tian had acquired a lead on a black market, which would also exist prior to the calamity. With sufficient funds, he could procure any amount of medicine. Not only that, but the proprietor also offered various illegal weapons, such as crossbows. Bows were legal, but crossbows were not. This was because using a bow required extensive practice, whereas anyone, even a child, could operate a crossbow with the same lethality as an adult. Thus, the issues of medication and weaponry were resolved. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. The importance of weapons in the apocalypse was self-evident. Merely possessing food would render one a mere storehouse for others. Without the means to retaliate from a fortified shelter, one would remain perpetually vulnerable. It was imperative to wield fearsome weapons, compelling other survivors to weigh the consequences of their actions carefully. What Luo Tian truly desired was to acquire firearms. In foreign countries, particularly the United States, such items were easily obtainable, with many households possessing several for self-defense. However, in his own country, acquiring them proved exceedingly difficult. Even in the black market, the owner would not part with them regardless of the price offered. Traveling abroad was also not an option, as even in the U.S., one could not purchase from a gun shop without a permit. Yet, time was on his side. He was confident he would find a solution. For now, procuring bows and crossbows, along with several thousand arrows, would suffice for self-defense. Cold weapons, such as crowbars and knives, also needed to be prepared. Finally, after resolving all these matters, he felt utterly exhausted. Luo Tian stifled a yawn. Deciding it was time for a much-needed rest after a long day of toil, the following morning, he awoke early, and after completing his morning rituals, he began the search for a grand hotel to reserve a banquet. His requirements were substantial, and a regular small hotel would likely be overwhelmed. "Hello, this is Honda Grand Restaurant. How may I assist you?" A sweet voice chimed. "I would like to book 1,000 banquet tables. And I need them within 2 days," Luo Tian stated, outlining his request. "Are you joking? 1,000 tables?" The voice responded, clearly taken aback. "Preparing such a vast number will not only require considerable time, but will also cost over $1 million. After all, this is a 5-star establishment. I am certain that I need you to commence preparations today," Luo Tian asserted firmly. The receptionist, lacking the authority, ultimately summoned the manager of the restaurant. After Luo Tian transferred a deposit of 400,000 on the spot, they assured him with excitement that the order would be fulfilled within 2 days. Upon glancing at his bank balance, he realized he had just over 800,000 remaining. "That's insufficient," he sighed. Contemplating how to acquire additional funds, the payment for the banquet would come from the 1 million he had won from a scratch-off lottery ticket. Now, he needed to procure drugs from the black market, acquire weapons, and enlist a top-tier security company to construct a safe house. That a mere 800,000 would not suffice. Luo Tian pulled out his phone and downloaded several lending apps. Through a series of clever maneuvers, he managed to secure an additional 1 million, setting all repayment dates for 2 months later. "How delightful it is to take advantage of the system," he exclaimed with satisfaction. The apocalyptic winter would arrive in a month, and he doubted there would be a day to worry about repayment. Next, he turned his attention to his own property, the house left to him by his parents, located within the second ring of Qingshui City. had initially cost over $3 million. However, with the continuous rise in property prices, it was now estimated to be worth around $6 million. A mortgage with the bank would undoubtedly yield funds. Another opportunity to exploit. He thought triumphantly as he took the property deed and left his home. While in the neighborhood, he encountered a neighbor dressed in black stockings, seemingly on her way to work. However, upon spotting him, she blushed and hastily quickened her pace to escape. Luo Tian paid her no mind. He had more pressing matters at hand. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and directed the driver toward the bank. "Where to, handsome?" the driver inquired with a slight accent. Luo Tian initially intended to visit a top security company in Qingshui City to discuss the construction of a safe house. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting a change in plans. The 500,000 in his account could cover the deposit for a safe house, yet it would not suffice for the most premium options. That simply would not do. For Luo Tian, who had been reborn, safety was paramount. He had no desire to relive the agonizing experience of being dismembered. Dongli Park, he instructed calmly as he settled into the vehicle. "All right, please fasten your seatbelt." The driver's expression brightened. This fare would earn him a considerable sum. Dongli Park was not particularly close, and the area, dotted with abandoned factories, boasted minimal traffic, making for an easy journey. Indeed, Luo Tian's true aim was to acquire the vast wealth stolen by the robbers. Although the heist had garnered little media attention in his previous life, he had overheard details from gossiping elderly women in his community. One resident, eager to impress others, had recounted the tale in vivid detail. Completely disregarding her nephew's request for confidentiality, she claimed that during the interrogation of the robbers, it was revealed they had hidden the money in abandoned factories near Dongli Park immediately after the heist. They planned to return later to retrieve it once the heat had died down, but unfortunately for them, they were apprehended before they could do so. Moreover, everyone believed that the wealthy man's briefcases contained cash. It was only when the police discovered the 2 briefcases in the factory that they learned one was filled with gold bars. This was a fact unknown even to the robbers, as the cases had been specially designed to weigh the same, leaving only the wealthy man privy to the truth. Due to the staggering sums involved, the wealthy man was sentenced to life imprisonment and ultimately froze to death in jail after the onset of the apocalypse. This situation afforded Luo Tian ample opportunity. As long as he could seize one of the boxes containing gold and leave the box with cash untouched, no one would suspect him in connection to the bank heist. Furthermore, gold could be sold discreetly on the black market without drawing attention, as everyone believed only cash had been stolen. The wealthy man, wishing to minimize his own culpability, would not dare disclose the loss of a box of gold to the authorities. Uncertain when the robbers might return to the factory or check on their hidden treasure, Luo Tian was resolute that they would not return on the very day of the heist. Therefore, he had to act swiftly to secure the gold. Once he obtained the gold, he could easily liquidate it on the black market, resolving his subsequent financial dilemmas. Although this plan carried inherent risks, he had endured far more brutal and bloody trials during the apocalyptic winter and was unafraid of such minor dangers. After all, fortune favors the bold. Luo Tian did not rush to enter the factory. To ensure his safety, he began to survey the surroundings. Upon arriving at the park, he discovered that this secluded area lacked even a single surveillance camera, which was fortuitous for the forthcoming operation. Occasionally, he encountered individuals out for leisurely strolls, yet he did not appear out of place. After an hour had passed, Luo Tian commenced his actions, confirming that the vicinity was clear. He turned and slipped into a narrow path leading to the abandoned factory, remaining ever vigilant for any unforeseen occurrences. Fortunately, the derelict factory was unoccupied. Drawing from information from his previous life, Luo Tian easily located 2 hefty suitcases in a concealed room within the factory. Beside the suitcases lay a large black plastic bag. Could this be the over 100 pounds of gold? At that moment, Luo Tian's breath quickened. He steadied himself before opening one of the large cases. A row of gold bars lay neatly arranged before him, their heavy presence radiating a dazzling golden glow. It was a sight that delivered a powerful visual impact. My goodness, this must be worth at least 30 to 40 million. Right? Based on current market rates, 1 gram of gold is worth at least 600. Luo Tian swallowed hard. It was the first time in his life he had seen such a fortune. This was far more gratifying to behold than the long string of digits in his mobile account. The key point was that these gold bars were unnumbered, completely unmarked, originally intended for the convenience of the wealthy. But now this directly benefited him. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, These gold bars alone would suffice to grant him financial freedom, allowing him to live the latter part of his life as a carefree rich heir. Indulging in pleasures. Unfortunately, a month later, neither money nor gold would hold any value compared to a single pack of instant noodles. Without further ado, he directly stashed them into his spatial storage. Such is the advantage of having space. For others, discreetly transporting such a substantial amount of gold would be a daunting task, but for him, it was a simple affair. Even if the police came knocking, they would never uncover a single gold bar. As for the suitcase filled with U.S. dollars, Luo Tian chose not to tamper with it. Banknotes are all numbered. Once they enter the market, they can easily be traced, and being entirely in U.S. dollars renders them practically useless. A mere few million in cash pales in comparison to a suitcase valued at tens of millions in gold. What could be contained within that black bag? After securing the gold, Luo Tian's gaze shifted to the nearby black bag. Curiosity prompted him to open it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside were 3 handguns, their sleek black surfaces emanating a chilling gleam, lying silently within the bag. The robbers had carelessly discarded the firearms here. It was an unexpected windfall, simply splendid, Luo Tian exclaimed in delight. His initial goal had solely been the gold, yet he had stumbled upon an unforeseen boon. Now he need not worry about acquiring firearms. Grasping the cold metal of the gun, a profound sense of security surged within him. With this formidable weapon, his safety in the forthcoming apocalypse would be greatly assured that it was far more effective than a bow or crossbow. With just one bullet, it could easily claim a life. The intimidation factor against other survivors was vastly superior to that of a bow. This would become his trump card. There were also plenty of bullets, 30 magazines. Totaling around 450 rounds, Luo Tian conducted another inspection of the bag, retrieving a total of 30 magazines. The handguns appeared to be Glocks, although he could not discern the specific model. They utilized 9mm ammunition, with each handgun capable of holding 15 rounds. With a swift motion, he stored all the handgun magazines into his spatial storage. Not lingering any longer, Luo Tian cautiously departed the area. Erasing all traces of his presence, the layers of plastic bags covering his hands and shoes were also tucked away into his spatial storage. To avoid leaving any DNA evidence, he even wrapped his head tightly in black stockings. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of surveillance, who could possibly know he had been there? 10 minutes later, Luo Tian found himself discreetly seated in a taxi. He could consider selling the gold on the black market and subsequently approach a security company regarding safety housing. Luo Tian mused with satisfaction. The thought of no longer needing to fret over firearms and finances brought him immense joy. With just over 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, securing a safe house had to be prioritized. Ideally, construction should commence tomorrow and be completed within the next 20 days. With the excess funds, he could also order an additional stock of food. Everything from barbecues to hamburgers to hot pot ingredients, he wanted it all. Chapter 7. Black Market Transaction Welcome. The server politely bowed in greeting at the Black Swan bar. On the surface, it appeared to be a luxurious and refined establishment, yet beneath its facade lay a hub for underground transactions. The bar's owner possessed considerable influence. As long as the money was right, one could procure many items unavailable in the mainstream market. Here, no one questioned the legality of goods, nor did they inquire about the intended use of certain illicit items. They merely provided a platform for transactions. Due to its solid reputation, incidents of betrayal were rare. Of course, Luo Tian felt secure coming here because he possessed a formidable equalizer. Good day, what drink would you like? The bartender inquired with a cheerful smile. When will the moon be bright? Luo Tian unexpectedly replied. The bartender paused, momentarily taken aback. Before responding, look up and see for yourself. Withered vines and old trees, crows at dusk. The other continued, put on a pair of long johns before heading home. Luo Tian retorted, nearly choking on his words. Damn it, who came up with this ridiculous code? Even elementary school students wouldn't concoct something so childish. Had he not heard it firsthand in the apocalypse, he would have never dared to recite it with such conviction. Right this way, please. The bartender's demeanor shifted to one of greater respect as he gestured for Luo Tian to follow. Luo Tian trailed behind him into a secluded room, soundproof to the extent that the music from the bustling dance floor was inaudible. Seated before a display case filled with various rare collectibles was a man sporting a slick hairstyle. In the corner of the room, 2 indifferent-looking henchmen stood ready for action. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Wunan remarked, puffing on his cigar. his legs casually draped over the table as he exhaled clouds of smoke. He was the overseer of this black market, and all transactions passed through his hands. "That I'm here to make a deal," Luo Tian stated, avoiding a direct answer. Instead, he placed the heavy suitcase onto the table with a resounding thud, emanating an aura of coldness that caught Wu Nan's attention. "What do you have? If it's too cheap, I'm not interested," Wu Nan nonchalantly replied, shaking off the initial surprise at the suitcase's size and weight. Most items traded here were of dubious origin, and values in the millions were commonplace. With a click, Luo Tian opened the suitcase, and a glimmer of gold spilled out. Wu Nan cast a casual glance. But then his entire body jolted, nearly toppling from his chair. Good heavens, he had forgotten the last time he felt such exhilaration. Even when he last acquired a genuine masterpiece, it had not compared to this. "Did you rob a bank vault?" Wu Nan exclaimed, his cigar burning his fingers as he disregarded the pain. "A whole suitcase of gold bars, 24K pure gold, estimated at over 100 pounds, worth at least 30 million. The black market had seen its share of gold transactions, many worth over $1 million, but he had never encountered such a substantial amount in one go. The gleaming, golden spectacle even sparked thoughts of betrayal. Though he managed to suppress them, someone capable of producing this quantity of gold cannot be trifled with. "Don't concern yourself with that," Luo Tian said, closing the suitcase with a cool demeanor. "Less talk means less mistakes." He added, aware that few items traded in the black market had legitimate origins. He merely needed to maintain an air of aloofness. "Well, it seems I've underestimated you this time." Wu Nan finally perked up, calling over 2 associates to begin measuring the gold with professional equipment. "If this deal went through, the profits would be substantial. The gold content in this suitcase is 99.6, weighing 135.3 pounds. Based on market prices, it's approximately valued at 40 million. Wu Nan tapped his fingers on the table, scrutinizing Luo Tian's expression. Despite Wu Nan's observations, Luo Tian remained impeccably calm, betraying no hint of excitement, which left Wu Nan somewhat perplexed. With his keen perception, he sensed that Luo Tian was not a seasoned trader in this environment, yet he exuded a subtle aura of danger that Wu Nan had only ever encountered in the most desperate of individuals. Unbeknownst to Wu Nan, Luo Tian had witnessed far too much brutality during the apocalypse, instilling a sense of caution in Wu Nan. Had an ordinary person possessed so much gold, they would have already been eliminated. "What's your price?" Luo Tian inquired, aware that Wu Nan would not offer a market price. After all, this was the black market. "I can offer you 30 million, and the money will be transferred immediately." Wu Nan held up 3 fingers, speaking earnestly. "That's too low. Add at least 500,000 more," Luo Tian replied, shaking his head to indicate the price was insufficient. "This is 40 million worth of gold. After processing, you would net a cool 10 million. Although gold is inherently a means of acquiring wealth without effort, losing 10 million is of little consequence to him. However, he is reluctant to allow the other party to profit excessively while he plays the role of the fool. After years of conducting business, you are the first to dare raise the price so brazenly in front of me." Wu Nan narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike. He questioned whether the other party was merely naive, audaciously attempting to inflate the price by 5 million without considering the implications of their location. This was the very heart of their black market. Could one truly consume so much and still expect to leave with their riches intact? What? The black market has a stellar reputation and has never engaged in deception. Absurd. They would devour you down to the bones, leaving your remains to be sealed in concrete and cast into the sea. Who would ever know? Upon hearing this, the 2 henchmen standing in the corner began to stir restlessly, flexing their muscular arms adorned with wolf tattoos as they slowly approached Luo Tian, their gazes akin to that of wolves eyeing a lamb for slaughter. But Luo Tian, seemingly oblivious to the 2 thugs closing in, casually adjusted his garments, revealing a glimpse of a black metallic object concealed at his waist. Instantly, Wu Nan's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Ah, my dear brother. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" Wu Nan stood, pushing aside the 2 bewildered henchmen, his face adorned with a sincere smile. "That I shall not take advantage of you. Let us meet halfway." An additional 250,000. Wu Nan raised 2 fingers, indicating that this price was rather reasonable. Although they would still profit handsomely, it was at least not as outrageous as before. "Very well," Luo Tian replied without further ado, nodding in agreement. After all, they needed to maintain good relations and had considerable expenses to manage. 3,250,000. I require to see the funds immediately." Wu Nan readily acquiesced to Luo Tian's request, instructing someone to facilitate the transaction promptly. The funds will be transferred shortly, he assured. Moments later, Luo Tian received a text message confirming the transaction. You have received a transfer of 32,500,000 yuan to your bank account ending in 0786. Your current balance is 34,350,086 yuan. Wow, that's a substantial amount. Luo Tian struggled to contain his excitement, suppressing a smile. After verifying the transaction, he nodded at Wu Nan and pushed the box forward. Suddenly, Luo Tian remembered he needed a batch of crossbows. I also require 3 compound bows and 3 crossbows, along with 1,000 arrows. A trivial matter. Consider them a gift, no charge, Wu Nan, gleefully toying with a hefty gold bar in his hand, waved dismissively at the request. In the grand scheme of a deal worth several tens of millions, a few bows were insignificant, merely a token gesture to foster goodwill for future endeavors. After providing his shipping address, Luo Tian took his leave. Observing his retreating figure, one of the henchmen beside Wu Nan could not contain his curiosity. Brother Nan, why not take down this kid? We could have easily pocketed 40 million. At this, Wu Nan smacked the back of the man's head. What do you mean take down? He glared, fear evident in his voice. Do you have any idea what he has strapped to his waist? A handgun. Do you think you can handle such a desperate individual? I've told you time and again to keep your wits about you. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you'd be on your way to meet the Grim Reaper. Upon hearing this, both burly henchmen broke out in a cold sweat, relieved they had not acted impulsively. They felt fortunate to have narrowly escaped a deadly encounter and vowed to offer thanks to the deities for their reprieve. Meanwhile, Luo Tian remained unaware of the events at the bar. After a 30-minute drive, he arrived at the Grand Hall of the Shield Security Group. The Shield Security Group is a premier security firm in the country, offering a wide range of services, including personal protection and shelter facility renovations. If anyone possesses the capability to construct a Doomsday safe haven, it would undoubtedly be them. You must be Mr. Luo. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Xiao, the head of this company. As Luo Tian stepped into the hall, a burly man wearing sunglasses approached, extending a warm greeting. During his journey, Luo Tian had made a preliminary phone call. Although appointments were typically required, upon learning of a deal worth over 100 million, the company promptly sent Xiao Xiao to personally greet him. The company's protocols are secondary. Our primary mission is to alleviate our clients' concerns, Xiao Xiao said, his face beaming with a radiant smile as he invited Luo Tian to his office. Chapter 8. Constructing a Doomsday-level safe haven. Mr. Luo, I understand from our phone conversation that you wish to create a robust Doomsday safe haven. Correct? Xiao Xiao poured 2 cups of Tiguanyin tea, cheerfully handing one to Luo Tian. A Doomsday-level safe haven represents an enormous order. Previously, we undertook a similar project for a wealthy Doomsday enthusiast in the country, with costs exceeding 9 figures. This was the largest order ever received by the Shield Group. For the average person, the notion of a Doomsday safe haven might seem far-fetched. However, for Xiao Xiao, who frequently provides security solutions for the affluent and celebrities, such requests are commonplace. Wealthy individuals, particularly the extremely wealthy, harbor a profound fear of mortality. In his eyes, Luo Tian likely had crossed someone and was concerned about potential retribution, hence the need for a safe haven. A Doomsday-level safe haven indicates a need for long-term residence. Indeed, though my requirements may be somewhat unique, I need you to comprehensively renovate a unit in my residential complex. All walls must be reinforced and replaced, leaving no cracks, including the windows and doors, which must be bank vault-level security doors. Luo Tian took a sip of his tea. If he were to exact revenge on those beasts, he would undoubtedly need to remain in the complex, witnessing their agonizing demise. As long as his safe haven was sufficiently fortified, he would be entirely secure. He had considered whether those individuals might attempt to breach the load-bearing walls if they found themselves unable to break through the doors and walls after the apocalypse struck. However, there was no need for concern. Not only was there a thick layer of snow 4 to 5 meters deep outside, but the frigid temperature of -70°C would also hinder any high-intensity demolition efforts. In normal conditions, one could strike a hammer dozens of times, but in such extreme cold and with a lack of sustenance, they would quickly tire after a few blows. As for explosives, they were not easily accessible to the average person. Moreover, a building with over 20 floors would have exceptionally sturdy load-bearing walls. Upon hearing his request, Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat puzzled. Most wealthy clients typically requested to construct a new safe haven or dig a large hole to build an underground shelter. This was the first time he had encountered a renovation on such a high floor. However, he did not dwell on it. If the client had a request, they would do their utmost to accommodate it. After all, who would turn down money? Mr. Luo, here is a list of our available project services. Please feel free to browse at your leisure. Zhao Xiao gestured toward the large LCD screen in the office, which immediately displayed a detailed list of services along with corresponding prices. This was undoubtedly convenient. True to its reputation as a top-tier security firm, Luo Tian even spotted a service for constructing a safe haven 80 meters underground, designed to withstand mushroom clouds. However, the construction period was too lengthy. He had no time to waste. With less than a month remaining, he filtered out the incompatible projects and began to meticulously select the services he required. First and foremost, he needed to replace the house's main door, walls, and even the floor and ceiling. He opted for a heavy-duty bank-level security door, equipped with triple locks, impervious even to small explosives. The windows would be replaced with domestically produced, top-tier bulletproof glass, allegedly the same type used in the vehicles of foreign presidents, impervious even to sniper fire. As for the walls and flooring, he selected a cutting-edge military-grade alloy, a material utilized in aerospace and aircraft carriers, boasting strength several times that of tempered steel while weighing only 1/5 of the original. Integrating it into the walls would not compromise structural integrity. Only the Shield Security Group possessed the capability to procure such military-grade materials in bulk. Additionally, Luo Tian requested a custom fireplace, along with insulation and ventilation systems for the room. After addressing these requirements, he contemplated a rather extreme issue to prevent potential damage to the load-bearing walls on the lower levels. Luo Tian decided to carve out a small room and install a state-of-the-art safety pod within it. This pod utilized advanced shock absorption and energy-absorbing technology, ensuring that regardless of the destruction, the building endured. The safety pod would guarantee the occupant's security. Upon completing his selections, the total came to an astonishing 245 million. However, that was of little concern. He only needed to pay a 10% deposit. The remaining balance could be settled within 3 months. But by then, the extreme cold apocalypse would have already arrived. Who would care if he paid the remaining balance? With these renovation services, the dwelling would transform from an ordinary residence into an impregnable Doomsday fortress. Oh, what is this AI intelligence service? Luo Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired as he was about to press the end button after making his selection. His gaze suddenly caught sight of something intriguing. This is truly a remarkable item, Zhao Xiao declared with an air of mystery. Noticing Luo Tian's evident curiosity, he proceeded to elaborate in detail. This feature was a product of collaboration between their company and the most formidable intelligence conglomerate in the country, resulting in a super AI system capable of conducting 24-hour surveillance and analysis of the room. It required the use of high-tech wristbands and ankle bands. Once the AI detected a potential threat to the owner from others within the premises, it would immediately activate the protective mechanism of the wristband and ankle band, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity to incapacitate the assailant, rendering them unable to attack, whether one intended to poison discreetly or conceal the weapon. The AI would monitor and analyze in real time, swiftly neutralizing any threats. The electronic wristbands employed long-range wireless charging technology, alleviating any concerns regarding battery life, and they could not be forcibly removed by the wearer. This feature was highly sought after by many elite tycoons, especially in light of several recent assassination incidents abroad. The perpetrators were often women maintained by wealthy individuals, one of whom was even the 10th richest person in the United States. Zhao Xiao lowered his voice to explain that this function had just been developed but had successfully passed hundreds of thousands of safety tests. Numerous affluent individuals had expressed their intent to order a set from the company in a couple of months. Should Luo Tian desire it, he would become the company's first customer to experience the AI intelligence. That sounds promising, Luo Tian mused, feeling somewhat tempted. This feature seemed tailor-made for him. After all, in his previous life, he had met his demise due to betrayal within his own home, stabbed in the back by someone he thought he could trust. Now, with this system in place, such incidents could be averted. In the frigid apocalypse, he need not worry about external threats, but the dangers lurking within his own room were not something he could always monitor. After all, during the bleak winter of the end times, one would feel quite lonely holed up in a safe house, wouldn't they? It was only natural to seek the company of a few lovely companions to pass the time. At that point, the loyalty of these companions would be perfectly managed by the AI intelligence, eliminating any concerns about potential threats. However, He wondered how reliable it truly was, as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. After all, without first-hand experience, one could not simply take someone's word for it. What if it was all just false advertising? Zhao Xiao, understanding his apprehension, clapped his hands and summoned a secretary clad in black stockings and high heels. He retrieved a set of electronic wristbands from a cabinet and promptly placed them on her wrist and thigh. This was a simplified version of the AI system, yet it included all necessary safety features. Zhao Xiao explained that he had designated Luo Tian as the individual to be protected within the system.at as signal. The secretary positioned herself behind Luo Tian and lifted a heavy vase. Beep, beep, beep. On the LCD screen, Zhao Xiao's threat level was 0, while the secretary's threat level began to rise. Just before the vase could come crashing down, the AI activated the electronic wristbands, releasing a powerful electric current that incapacitated her. With a loud crash, the expensive vase shattered into pieces, and the secretary's body went limp, collapsing into Luo Tian's embrace. As she began to regain her strength, Zhao Xiao prompted her to simulate various scenarios involving drugging, ambushing, and other threats, providing Luo Tian with a first-hand demonstration of the AI system's impeccable reliability. The unfortunate secretary had become an unwilling test subject for their experiment. After the demonstration concluded, she lay on the ground, rendered incapacitated from the repeated electrical shocks. This was with Zhao Xiao having already reduced the power of the wristbands by half. Otherwise, she would have been long gone. I'll take it, Luo Tian declared. Thoroughly satisfied, and without hesitation, he added the service to his order. With these measures in place, he could enjoy life in the impending apocalypse without worry. After all, certain household chores still required the attention of dedicated maids. Didn't they? At that moment, the price surged by 10 million. The original price for the wristband set was 100,000, but since he was the first customer, Zhao Xiao decided to offer him a complimentary set. Opening a row of safes, he looked at Luo Tian and asked, "How many would you like?" Most individuals would find that a few would suffice, as one's energy was always limited, so he assumed Luo Tian's needs wouldn't be excessive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Tian replied decisively, "Give me 10." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiao nearly collided with the safe in disbelief. "Are you planning to open an impromptu establishment at home?" he exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. 1 wristband and 1 ankle band cost 100,000. 10 would amount to 1 million. However, since he had already promised to provide them as gifts, Zhao Xiao could not go back on his word. Fortunately, the magnitude of this transaction was substantial. Otherwise, he would have incurred a loss. "I also need to purchase a batch of special medicines. Do you have any reliable channels?" Luo Tian seemed to recall something and inquired. Initially, he had intended to procure the medications through the black market, but that route was fraught with danger and easy to be monitored. Obtaining a relatively secure channel through Zhao Xiao would be ideal. After all, such a large security company would likely stock various emergency medications for the numerous celebrities and wealthy clients they serve. "Well, I do have a channel." Zhao Xiao's tone conveyed a hint of hesitation. Since Luo Tian did not intend to purchase the medicines from a hospital, it implied either a high demand or difficulties in obtaining the drugs, possibly brushing against legal boundaries. However, given that Luo Tian was a significant client, having already placed an order worth 200 million, Zhao Xiao felt compelled to assist. "I usually wouldn't help others in this regard, but since it's you, Luo bro, I will definitely lend a hand." Zhao Xiao rummaged through the cabinet and produced a business card, handing it to Luo Tian. "As long as the money is sufficient, I can procure most medications for you. Just mention that I referred you." Taking the card, Luo Tian glanced at it. Qinshui City Central Hospital, Deputy Director Sure. "Wow, the Deputy Director of the top hospital in Qinshui City. This channel is quite solid," Luo Tian thought to himself, satisfied as he tucked the card into his pocket. Subsequently, the two signed a contract regarding the safe house. He paid a deposit of 26 million, and the Shield Security Company would complete the transformation of his room within 20 days. The remaining balance would be settled within 3 months, with a swift motion. Luo Tian signed the contract without a second glance, confident that in a month's time, it would merely be a piece of scrap paper they asked for the remaining payment. He doubted he would have the chance to settle that. At Luo Tian's request, Zhao Xiao patted his chest, promising to commence the renovations the following day. Upon leaving the Shield Company, Luo Tian dialed the number on the business card for the deputy director. "Hello, who is this?" An elderly voice responded, "I am referred by Boss Zhao. I would like to purchase a batch of special medicines from Deputy Director Sure." Luo Tian stated his purpose that, "Oh, Zhao Xiao, is it? All right." Deputy Director Shi's voice paused momentarily before inquiring, "How much do you need?" "I require 3 million worth," Luo Tian replied, not intending to spend all his money, reserving about half for food supplies, as there was still some time before the apocalypse. Upon hearing the sum, there was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a sweet, feminine voice saying, "Why did the director stop? Continue. Get lost. Don't interrupt me while I conduct business." After a flurry of commotion, Luo Tian and the deputy director resumed discussing the specific details, including the required medications and other medical supplies. Ultimately, they agreed on a purchase of 10 boxes of special medicines and a substantial quantity of bandages, disinfectants, and other medical materials for 3 million, successfully completing the transaction. With the issues of the safe house, medicines, and even weapons essentially resolved, Luo Tian felt a sense of relief. Whistling, he returned home to treat himself with a takeout meal. Mate 1, activate. However, before the delivery arrived, the police arrived first. "Hello, we are from the Qinshui City Public Security Bureau, seeking to inquire about a situation." A male officer presented his credentials. Beside him stood a tall, attractive female officer clad in a form-fitting short skirt. Upon seeing the two at his door, Luo Tian's back broke into a cold sweat, fearing his cover had been blown. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. His actions had been so discreet that even with the assistance of a dormant detective, they shouldn't have found him so swiftly. It seemed they were likely here regarding the bank robbery incident that had occurred earlier in the day, looking for eyewitnesses. "Luo Tian, is it? Where were you around 9:30 this morning? And what were you doing?" Yin Shu interjected, her tone somewhat brusque, almost as if she regarded Luo Tian as a suspect. "Please mind your tone. I am not a suspect," he replied. Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He was familiar with a certain female police officer named Yin Shu, who not only enjoyed great renown in the police circle, but also had an abundance of admirers, including various affluent second-generation heirs. Her family background, rumored to be quite profound, was located far away in the capital. Furthermore, she was the national champion in police combat, boasting formidable combat skills that in a notorious case, she single-handedly subdued 5 armed drug dealers, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach her. However, due to the excessive force used in that operation, resulting in the death of a drug dealer, her family utilized connections to transfer her from the Criminal Investigation Unit to the Civil Police. After the apocalypse struck, she found herself trapped in the residential complex where Luo Tian lived, having volunteered to care for a colleague's child. Numerous villains attempting to raid for food were met with her ruthless resistance. Ultimately, due to a lack of resources and her strict adherence to moral boundaries, she refrained from robbing other residents, leading to her being cornered by a group of rogues at home. In a desperate bid to avoid disgrace, she chose to leap from the building. "Apologies, that's just her temperament. She can be quite explosive." The male officer hastily apologized, feeling exasperated by Yin Shu's behavior. Given her formidable background, he dared not say much more. "It's all right. Come in," Luo Tian replied, not wishing to complicate matters further. As expected, they had come regarding the bank robbery case. He was one of the many witnesses, thus required to provide a statement. However, Luo Tian's role was merely that of a bystander. And their conversation did not last long. "If there are any updates, please do not hesitate to contact us." The male officer extended his hand for a brief shake before preparing to leave. At that moment, Yin Shu, sitting on the sofa, let out a yawn and stretched, her S-shaped silhouette becoming irresistibly alluring as she momentarily forgot to maintain her image. Before Luo Tian could react, his collar was violently yanked upwards. "What are you staring at?" Yin Shu snapped coldly. She had little patience for lecherous individuals, especially those who dared to take advantage of her. Previous suitors who had attempted to flirt with her had all received severe beatings, leaving them thoroughly chastened. Clenching her iron fist, capable of knocking out a burly man, she contemplated giving Luo Tian a memorable lesson, one that could potentially cause a mild concussion. Stop this at once." The male officer, witnessing the imminent confrontation, quickly intervened. He was well aware of Yin Shu's prowess. An ordinary person would not withstand a blow from her, and those with weaker constitutions could even faint from such an impact. Moreover, an officer assaulting a civilian was a grave matter. His intervention proved effective, as Yin Shu's fist halted just a centimeter from Luo Tian's cheek. "Officer, attacking a civilian could lead to your dismissal," Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by her menacing glare. He brushed aside her hand that clutched his collar and casually tidied his disheveled attire. Behave yourself. I will remember you, Yin Shu warned icily. Amidst the male officer's continuous apologies, the two swiftly departed from Luo Tian's residence. On the way, the male officer expressed his frustration. Sister Yin, for the love of all that is holy, please temper your temper. How could you dare to lay a hand on an innocent civilian? He was acutely aware that had that punch landed, he too would face repercussions. Innocent civilian. Yin Shu scoffed. That fellow has nothing to do with those words. Having previously been a member of the Criminal Investigation Unit and faced countless criminals and drug dealers, she easily sensed the unusual aura surrounding Luo Tian. Although he attempted to conceal it, the fleeting hint of murderous intent amidst his calm demeanor was unmistakable. This was not the behavior of an ordinary person. It resembled that of a seasoned butcher or a desperate outlaw. Their presence starkly different from that of regular individuals. Yin Shu even suspected a connection between him and the bank robbery case. The male officer dismissed her theory, attributing it to her periodic bouts of irritability. Damn, that was quite the strength, Luo Tian grumbled, seated on the sofa, rubbing his sore neck. In just a brief moment, his neck had turned red, a testament to her considerable force. Heh, Yin Shu. I hope I never cross paths with you again in this apocalyptic world. Otherwise, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson. Chapter 10. A midnight encounter with Li Ro. As dusk fell, Luo Tian arrived at a bustling night market street, with over 3 million in his bank account. He intended to procure a substantial supply of barbecue to stock up in the frigid apocalypse. Savoring barbecued delicacies in the warmth and comfort of a secure shelter would indeed be a delightful experience. What would you like to eat, handsome? The barbecue shop owner, donned in a white apron, greeted him with a cheerful smile. It was still early, and Luo Tian was the first customer of the evening. I would like 1,000 portions of barbecue, he replied, his tone casual as he picked up a menu from the table. The shop owner's expression froze in disbelief. How much? 1,000 portions. 1,000 portions. Luo Tian reiterated, adding 1,000 skewers of grilled gluten, 1,000 grilled sausages, 1,000 lamb skewers, 1,000 beef skewers, 1,000 chicken skewers, 1,000 enoki mushrooms. A long list of orders spilled forth. Ordinarily, such a large order would bring joy to the owner. But instead, his face turned as dark as charcoal. Who is this idiot trying to make a fool of me just as I open shop? Get out of here. Ordering 1,000 portions would cost at least tens of thousands. Furthermore, considering that Luo Tian was alone, it was inconceivable for him to consume such a quantity. It seemed evident that he was a rival sent to cause trouble. Ding! A notification chimed. 10,000 yuan deposited to his Alipay account. Luo Tian knew that nothing speaks louder than money. After placing his order, he promptly scanned the QR code on the table, sending the payment of 10,000 yuan, before the shop owner could finish his sentence. The sound of money arriving silenced him. In disbelief, he checked his phone and confirmed the transaction was genuine. Father, I was wrong. The owner's demeanor changed dramatically, swiftly pulling a chair for Luo Tian and wiping his sleeves nervously. I'll prepare it right away. Please take a seat. The shop owner realized that Luo Tian's expenditure for a single meal equated to 10 days of profits for his establishment. How could he not be thrilled? Regretting his earlier outburst, he wished he could slap himself twice for almost upsetting such a significant customer. Son, stop worrying about your multiplication tables. Go inside and call your mother out. We have a big order to fill. The owner shouted to his son, who was perplexed by the sudden appearance of a grandfather figure. With haste, the owner began selecting ingredients from the freezer, realizing that they would be grilling until the wee hours of the morning. Luo Tian did not linger, instructing the owner to prepare the first batch for him to pick up later, as the stock of a single shop would not suffice. Ding! 10,000 yuan deposited to Alipay. Ding! 10,000 yuan deposited to Alipay. Ding! 10,000 yuan deposited to Alipay. That night, every barbecue shop on the street found itself fully booked, with a total order nearing 100,000 portions. Even if he consumed 100 portions a day, it would last him 3 years. This peculiar situation led to an odd phenomenon. Although every shop was open and bustling, whenever a customer entered, the owners would uniformly declare that they were out of stock. This left many weary office workers, eager to enjoy a hearty meal, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired on this street. How could I forget hot pot? Luo Tian mused as he approached a Haidaleo outlet. In the frigid environment, indulging in a steaming hot pot would be utterly exhilarating. While he couldn't order thousands of hot pots like the barbecue, he could certainly purchase ready-made soup bases. I'd like 10,000 portions of hot pot soup base. Please. Faced with such an enormous order, the Haidaleo manager was incredulous. initially thinking Luo Tian was jesting. Yet, maintaining his professionalism, the manager's smile never faltered. Once Luo Tian promptly completed the transaction, the manager's grin widened as he called for staff to begin preparing the goods, generously offering him an additional 500 portions. Multiple large boxes of hot pot bases were gradually loaded into Luo Tian's newly purchased Porsche, which he then discreetly stored in his space once out of sight. Having only needed to pay the down payment, he had spent a mere 100,000 on the car worth over $1 million financing. Not a chance. After securing the hot pot bases, Luo Tian drove to the largest agricultural market in the area. With the soup bases acquired, it was essential to gather the raw materials. Stepping into a sizable butcher shop, he began feverishly purchasing supplies, starting with 100 tons of pork, 100 tons of chicken, 100 tons of beef, 100 tons of fish and meat. The proprietor was utterly astounded by such an overwhelming order. His stock was insufficient. With a deposit of 1 million arriving, he hastily began dialing suppliers, urging them to prepare the goods overnight. After securing the meat, Luo Tian proceeded to procure vegetables. 100 tons of cabbage, 100 tons of potatoes, 100 tons of carrots. Following this flurry of activity, the vegetable shop owner was grinning from ear to ear, elated at the prospect of newfound wealth. It was as if the god of wealth had arrived. Using the same strategy, Luo Tian went on to order an assortment of fruits as well. Consequently, the proprietors of various meat, fish, and vegetable shops found themselves in a flurry of activity, tasked with delivering their goods to a large cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city, a place Luo Tian had rented for several thousand yuan. Once all the supplies were gathered, he planned to store them within his space. After all, keeping them in his space ensured their freshness indefinitely. Once these arrangements were complete, Luo Tian drove his Porsche back to the barbecue restaurant. Instructing the owner to serve him 100 prepared skewers, he settled down to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, patrons lining the street at the night market gazed enviously at him, their mouths watering as they watched him feast. When they approached to place orders, they were met with the disappointing news that there was no stock available. How is it that when we order, there's nothing, but he can eat to his heart's content? They lamented, I can't take it anymore. I must speak to that handsome fellow and see if he can spare me a few skewers. The onlookers swallowed hard, lured by the tantalizing aroma, their mouths watering profusely. While their stomachs grumbled audibly, some children even rolled on the ground, crying out for barbecue, only to be awkwardly pulled up and chastised by their embarrassed parents. Luo Tian relished his meal, thoroughly enjoying every bite. While numerous individuals attempted to purchase skewers from him, only to be met with refusal, "Oh, you really think I would be bothered by your trivial money?" He scoffed as the clock struck midnight. All the barbecue shops finally completed their orders. The skewers stored in thermal boxes were discreetly transported into his space, one trip after another. Just as he bought a cold drink from a vending machine and was about to enjoy it, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Luo Tian. He turned to find it was his neighbor, Mrs. Li Ro. She appeared somewhat fatigued, clearly having been working overtime at her company. Her graceful figure still drew the attention of many passers-by, her long legs encased in high heels, suggesting she had walked quite a distance and was now weary. Beside her was a man pushing an electric cart, her husband, Yulin. Luo Tian. Upon seeing Luo Tian, Yulin's pent-up anger erupted. I ask at you who has been seducing my wife. Chapter 11. Our innocence. Though Luo Tian and Yulin were neighbors, they had rarely exchanged words. That why Yulin had always looked down on him, deeming him a mere inexperienced youth, and would never greet him even when they crossed paths. The only connection was through Yulin's wife, who shared a decent rapport with Luo Tian. What is going on? Luo Tian furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Ro. Had she spoken ill of him to Yulin? Dear, please stop. Nothing has happened between us. Li Ro, noticing Luo Tian's annoyance, quickly interjected, attempting to silence her husband. Yulin had a long history of being unreasonable when angered, often creating chaos without justification. It was all because of those gossiping male residents in the elevator that day. They had been so eager to speculate about her that they had fabricated stories of impropriety between her and Luo Tian. As night fell, the streets were bustling with people. Why Yulin's loud proclamation attracted a crowd. What is this? I heard someone was caught colluding with another's wife. Really? That sounds like quite the spectacle. Too bad there's no barbecue to enjoy while watching. Wait, this woman is actually quite beautiful. I'd trade a decade off my life for a chance. Hearing the whispers of the crowd was pure torment for the bashful Li Ro, as her pale face flushed crimson. At that moment, Luo Tian began to piece together what had occurred. It was likely that the close proximity between them in the elevator had been exaggerated by the other residents, leading to Yulin's current outburst. Luo Tian scoffed derisively at why Yulin was no saint either. In a previous life, he had shamelessly sent his wife to borrow food from Luo Tian, and later, instead of expressing gratitude for his help, he and his thuggish companions had stormed into Luo Tian's home to steal food, even demanding a limb from him due to their neighborly ties. As for Li Ro, she had been sold to someone else for 3 bags of instant noodles, which ultimately drove her to suicide. For such a despicable individual, Luo Tian had no obligation to treat him with any respect. Unless you have evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Be wary of the consequences. Luo Tian spoke coolly, completely indifferent to the crowd gathered around them. Is this the victim? He's rather handsome. Much like our esteemed readers, someone quipped. That's the male lead. The bald man beside him is the true victim. Oh, that makes sense. If I were in her shoes, I'd stray too. As the spectators engaged in fervent discussions, some even began recording the unfolding scene on their phones. You dare threaten me? You little brat. I'll make you regret it. Yulin was infuriated by the crowd's low regard for him compared to Luo Tian. Ignoring Li Ro's pleas, he raised his fist, intent on confronting Luo Tian. Get lost. Luo Tian cast a cold glance at him. Meeting his icy gaze, Yulin felt a sudden chill. Was this boy showing unexpected backbone? Should a confrontation occur, Yulin knew he stood no chance. Not only had his physique deteriorated over the years, but he also had to look up at Luo Tian. At that moment, Yulin experienced a strange sensation. It seemed as if Luo Tian was genuinely capable of inflicting harm before the onlookers. He found himself paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in a heap. How could a seemingly naive young man possess such a ruthless demeanor? I can't believe I was intimidated to the ground by a mere glance. Yulin thought, humiliated. Hearing the crowd's jeers, Li Ro, as Yulin's wife, felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. She never anticipated her husband would be so weak. It was utterly embarrassing. She contemplated divorce on the spot. For you, a physically incapacitated man who can't fulfill marital duties, I extend my sympathy. Though there's nothing between Li Ro and me, she is welcome to seek me out if she ever needs anything. Luo Tian looked down at Yulin, who was now seated on the ground, his face shifting from pale to flushed, and pierced the deepest wound in his heart. He was a broken man. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, elevating the intensity of their discussions. Everyone regarded the disgraced Yulin with pity. Fuming with rage, Yulin rose from the ground, eyes blazing, wishing he could obliterate Luo Tian. But he dared not. He could only bury his overwhelming hatred deep within his heart. Luo Tian, I will find a way to make you pay. Yulin's fists clenched tightly, but he lacked the courage to confront Luo Tian. Seeing the latter's composed demeanor, Luo Tian lost interest in further wasting time there and promptly drove away in his Porsche, inciting another wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. The following day, Luo Tian was awakened early by a phone call from Zhao Xiao. Hello, Luo, it's me. Zhao Xiao informed him that 2 large trucks from their company had arrived, along with design experts and construction teams. But they were all blocked at the community entrance. The security guard had initially opened the gate, but suddenly a community committee member appeared, insisting that without Luo Tian present, they could not enter. All right, I'll be right down. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. This Wang Dama is starting to cause trouble again. He chuckled coldly, hastily freshened up, and made his way to the community entrance. I've said it before. Unless Luo Tian is here, I cannot verify your identities. For the safety of the residents, you cannot enter. Wang Dama declared arrogantly, hands on her hips, while the security guard beside her wore a pained expression, attempting to reason with her. Outside, Zhao Xiao looked equally troubled. Wang Dama, since when does the community committee have the authority to prevent construction teams from entering? Luo Tian approached, smirking as he understood her intent to deliberately obstruct the construction team to vex him. Oh, I'm merely considering the other residents' welfare. These people were hired by you, so let them in. Aunt Wang, upon seeing Luo Tian in person, ceased her incessant meddling and stepped aside with a smug expression. Just you wait. You've crossed paths with me. If I catch another opportunity, I shall make it my mission to vex you further. Boss Zhao, everything is in order. Luo Tian, uninterested in the petty demeanor of his adversary, thought to himself that when the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, he would possess ample means to make the other party regret their actions. Zhao Xiao nodded, directing the convoy into the residential complex. At that moment, The delivery team from the restaurant also arrived, their substantial fleet immediately attracting the attention of numerous onlookers among the residents. Goodness, is Luo Tian getting married? Ordering this many banquet tables. Surely, that must be several hundred. How spectacular. How wealthy. The crowd murmured in AW, but it was undeniable. Anyone capable of spending millions to book such a multitude of banquet tables was indeed formidable. Puffed. Aunt Wang could not help but chuckle. What a wasteful extravagance. What is the point of ordering so much food if it all ends up being wasted? Chapter 12. Irreverent shooting lessons indeed. The youth of today show no respect for food. Aunt Wang's words garnered the agreement of others present. Clearly, everyone believed that Luo Tian's lavish ordering of banquet tables would ultimately result in squander. Unbeknownst to them, when the apocalypse struck, those very tables would transform into the delectable feasts they yearned for. Luo Tian, indifferent to their foolishness, chose not to engage in further explanations and resolutely remained silent. Amidst the ongoing discussions, the restaurant staff busily transported the banquet provisions into the underground storage facility. Despite the large quantity, numbering well over 1,000 tables, the spaciousness of Luo Tian's storage area was more than adequate to accommodate them. The ingredients he ordered were all of the highest quality, featuring abalone, lobsters, caviar, black truffles, and more. The manager in charge of the delivery generously offered Luo Tian a VIP card, inviting him to contact them directly for future orders, given the substantial sum of this transaction. Even major companies seldom placed orders of such magnitude for their annual gatherings. Once the restaurant staff departed, Luo Tian discreetly made his way to the underground storage, where he stored the neatly arranged food into his own space. With Shield Company undertaking renovations at his residence, he found himself temporarily without a place to stay. After notifying Zhao Xiao to ensure the quality of the construction, he sought refuge in a 5-star hotel. Booking a presidential suite for 20 days, this maneuver delighted the hotel's female manager, who flirtatiously approached him, offering her assistance should he require anything during his stay. However, Luo Tian found her lacking in comparison to his charming neighbor, and the card bearing her phone number was unceremoniously discarded into the trash. Subsequently, he sought out a professional shooting club, spending several thousand to hire the most accomplished female coach to instruct him on the use of a compound bow. Although Luo Tian intended to refine his marksmanship, the absence of a dedicated shooting range in Qingshui City forced him to make do. Initially, he assumed that a higher price would guarantee superior instruction. But he was mistaken. The female coach often took advantage of her role, frequently claiming it was too hot to continue, leading to frequent interruptions. 2 days swiftly passed, and Luo Tian had yet to master even the correct way to draw the compound bow. This was unacceptable. He had come to learn archery, not to engage in frivolities. Without hesitation, he dismissed her amidst her forlorn gaze and replaced her with a more experienced young man. This time, the lessons proved reliable. Within a mere day, Luo Tian could successfully draw the compound bow and release arrows. Although his accuracy was initially low, he had ample opportunity to practice in the days that followed. Luo Tian resided in the hotel's presidential suite at night, dedicating his days to honing his archery skills at the shooting club. Through his persistent efforts, he gradually made progress with the compound bow, achieving an accuracy rate exceeding 80 within a range of 20 meters. And nearly perfect accuracy within 10 meters. Thus, he decided to take a day off to relax. While enjoying the Avengers 12, he suddenly realized that although he lacked for food supplies in the apocalypse, he seemed to be missing some forms of entertainment. Without internet access, popular films, television series, and AAA games could not be downloaded. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance. With over 800,000 remaining on his bank card, Luo Tian promptly ordered a batch of Sony consoles, a Nintendo Switch, and several high-performance computer setups, including a 34-inch ultra-wide monitor, CPU starting from i20, and graphics cards like MTX 9080. He also procured numerous high-performance gaming laptops and began downloading resources. First, he initiated the download of games. Luo Tian opened Steam and began to purchase and download frantically, including titles such as Give Me My Love 13, The Heir of the Forest, Dying Light 8, The Resurrection of Harlan, Call of Duty 40, The Battle of Cybertron, I'm Surrounded by Beautiful Women 6, and Genshin Impact 2, single-player version. For anime, he acquired Rick and Morty Season 10, The Undead King Season 8, Goblin Slayer Season 5, Soul Land Episodes 1-1000, and Wu Yoshi Season 7. Additionally, The hundreds of terabytes of hard drives he purchased could not remain empty. They were filled with cinematic masterpieces featuring various esteemed actors from Asia, Sakura Country, and the West, as well as epic tales of humanity versus beasts. Time slipped away quietly, and soon the day of the safe house inspection arrived. Chapter 13. Inspection of the safe house. 2 weeks passed swiftly. Luo Tian received a call from Zhao Xiao while at the hotel, informing him that the safe house was complete and awaiting his inspection. Thus, Luo Tian hopped into his Porsche and promptly returned to the residential complex. Under Zhao Xiao's guidance, the two began touring the newly renovated rooms. The Shield Security Company truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier firm in the country. Upon entering the room, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. The quality of the safe house was beyond reproach. Not only had they completely renovated the interior, reinforcing the walls with 300mm military-grade alloy plates, but the room also appeared even more aesthetically pleasing than before. The original LCD television had been replaced with an enormous screen exceeding 100 inches, now integrated with a cutting-edge AI brain, the only one of its kind globally. In the living room, a splendid fireplace took center stage. Observing Luo Tian's satisfied expression, Zhao Xiao exhaled with relief and patiently began to elaborate on the various modifications made. Let us start with the ventilation system, which is world-class. It not only purifies the air, but also filters out all harmful gases. As per your specifications, the room's heating has been upgraded as well. Together with the fireplace, it ensures that the temperature remains constant and cozy 24/7. After detailing these improvements, Zhao Xiao proceeded to introduce the most critical aspect of the renovation, and here is the state-of-the-art Super AI brain. This is the Plus version, which, in addition to the functions I demonstrated to you, possesses many practical features for you to explore at your leisure. However, I must inform you that as the highest authority, you will need to activate it via voice command. Zhao Xiao smiled at him. Anything I say can be done, right? Luo Tian responded with enthusiasm, expressing his eagerness by stating, AI brain, activate. Instantly, the colossal LCD screen illuminated, and a loading bar began to scroll. 5, 15, 55, 94, 99, 100. Welcome, Master. The AI brain greets you. A mechanical female voice chimed, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. Trained on billions of data points, it could almost perfectly comprehend every word spoken to it. Now, let us take a look at the secret service you requested. Under Zhao Xiao's guidance, Luo Tian commanded the AI to display the surveillance system. Immediately, the massive screen filled with a stunning array of over 90 neatly arranged surveillance windows. Nearly 100 mini cameras had been strategically placed throughout the entire building, enabling him to monitor any activity outside at all times. Zhao Xiao lowered his voice and explained, moreover, these cameras utilize the most advanced technology from our company, capable of penetrating dozens of thick concrete walls within a 200-meter radius. Recharging wirelessly through the room's power supply, you need not worry about battery life. This level of sophisticated secret service was only made possible due to the high price you paid, a nearly 300 million transaction. The world of the affluent is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After witnessing this, Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction, fully convinced that his hefty expenditure was well worth it. It exceeded his expectations entirely. As he stepped onto the balcony, he discovered that the previously massive floor-to-ceiling windows had been transformed. Zhao Xiao elaborated. The windows are made of bulletproof and explosion-proof materials, boasting a sturdiness surpassing even those 300mm titanium alloy plates within the walls. They also allow for ample light while providing an unobstructed view of the surrounding environment. Following in the footsteps of Zhao Xiao, Luo Tian arrived at a small room resembling a server chamber. Within it resided the servers of the AI brain, whose computational speed could rival the world's most advanced supercomputers. Moreover, it could serve as a storage disk, boasting a storage capacity exceeding 100,000 terabytes. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Had he known earlier, he would not have purchased those hard drives. If he simply opened his mouth, the AI brain would effortlessly download all the cinematic masterpieces featuring his teachers directly onto the server. After listening to Zhao Xiao's introduction, Luo Tian felt immensely satisfied with this safe house. It was equipped not only with the most advanced AI brain capable of monitoring the safety of its occupant around the clock, but also with a vast database that could provide precise answers to any inquiries. The entire room was constructed from military-grade alloy materials. Not even a fully armed private squad could breach it from the outside. Even if the entire building were to be blasted apart, the room would remain unscathed. not to mention the presence of a special buffer protection chamber. Your company's strength is indeed remarkable. I am thoroughly pleased with this service, Luo Tian said with a smile. Zhao Xiao, upon hearing the affirmation, wore a beaming expression. He then produced a document from his pocket and stated, "If there are no further questions, you may sign here. The final payment is due within 3 months." Luo Tian cheerfully signed, patting his chest in assurance. Absolutely. However, inwardly he chuckled, thinking that he might never have the chance to make that final payment. Reflecting on how he had spent just over 20 million to create a Doomsday safe house valued at nearly 300 million. A sense of indescribable exhilaration surged within him. Reclining on the sofa in the living room, Luo Tian admired his almost perfect safe house on the enormous LCD screen. The AI brain remained in standby mode. AI brain. Download the global map for offline storage and monitor all information regarding temperature changes in real time, Luo Tian commanded. The AI brain promptly began executing the task, initiating a comprehensive network message monitoring while simultaneously downloading the map to the server. Although snow accumulation was expected to reach a depth of 5 meters, with the roads thickly coated in ice, should the need arise to venture outside, he could still discern direction by referencing notable landmarks. Downloading the map was merely a precaution. Tomorrow marked the day the apocalypse would descend. If memory served, solar flares would erupt this afternoon, generating electromagnetic pulses that would incapacitate global communications, including satellites, for an entire night. This would provide him with an excellent opportunity to act. Luo Tian had been fixated on that massive Walmart warehouse covering over 1 million square meters within Qingshui City, along with the coastal dock that exported goods worth billions daily. During the solar flare, a solar eclipse would occur, plunging the day into darkness akin to night. This would offer him perfect cover for his endeavors. At 5:05 p.m., Luo Tian set out. As he stepped out of the apartment building, several residents in the community spotted him and began to murmur, "Isn't that Luo Tian? It seems we haven't seen him in quite some time. That guy has been acting mysteriously lately. He booked a whole bunch of banquets and reinforced his apartment. Could it be that he's lost his mind? Is he preparing for the end of the world?" The residents, seeing him walk away, engaged in even more fervent discussions. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, not the gradual descent of the sun, but an abrupt transition from day to night. What on earth? Why is it getting dark? The residents curiously looked up, only to be astonished. Holy cow! The sun has been devoured. However, they quickly realized something was amiss. Wait, that's a solar eclipse. How strange, the news didn't mention anything about a total solar eclipse today. The residents expressed their bewilderment, many pulling out their phones to record the event. Soon, they were shocked to discover that their phones had no signal whatsoever. The upper left corner displayed no signal. Moreover, the videos they captured were nothing but static. It was as if they were experiencing severe magnetic interference. The children continued to frolic, unaware that they were on the brink of the most terrifying catastrophe in history. Just as Luo Tian exited the community, he collided with a woman at the corner. "Ouch!" Li Ro exclaimed, rubbing her head in pain, feeling as if her delicate nose had nearly been flattened. Looking up, she realized the person who had bumped into her was none other than her neighbor, Luo Tian. Initially angry and ready to scold, her ire quickly dissipated, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Why did she keep having these accidental encounters with Luo Tian? First in the living room, then in the elevator, and now this. As she walked, the sky had inexplicably darkened, causing her to lose sight of her surroundings and collide with Luo Tian. Yet, she felt relieved it wasn't someone else. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. For some unknown reason, a thought suddenly emerged in Li Ro's mind. She glanced at Luo Tian standing before her, seemingly unaware of her presence. His gaze was fixed upon the heavens. Silent. Yet, in the darkness, Li Ro felt she could clearly see the fervent look in Luo Tian's eyes. The harbinger of the impending icy apocalypse had arrived. Everything was indeed real. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Despite having experienced a previous life, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. What was there to panic about? In his past life, when the solar flares erupted, he had been just like the ignorant masses, believing it to be a mere natural phenomenon that he had prepared nothing. This time, however, armed with an infinite space, he could clear out the Walmart warehouse and dock of all their supplies, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about resources during the apocalypse. Luo Tian composed himself, entered his parked Porsche, started the engine, and drove towards the Walmart warehouse. Is he really leaving just like that? Li Ro, who had been completely ignored, stared in disbelief as Luo Tian's car gradually vanished from sight. She looked down, pondering the situation, and realized the goods he possessed were indeed genuine. Why did he have no reaction whatsoever? 20 minutes later, the car came to a stop outside the warehouse. Luo Tian lowered his hat's brim and walked through the entrance. "Who are you?" A burly security guard, clad in a uniform, stormed out from the duty room, visibly enraged. Walmart was a well-known enterprise in the United States, and the Qingshui City warehouse was a significant one for them. So they were wary of allowing outsiders to oversee security. Why was he pursuing him? Luo Tian sighed softly. Was it really impossible to pretend he hadn't seen anything? Overseeing everything would only lead to trouble. Bang! A deep hole appeared in the forehead of the blond man, who then collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his face frozen in terror. Until his last breath, the blond man couldn't fathom why an ordinary person would possess a gun in a place like this. At such close range, there was no chance if he had left nothing behind. Regardless, after the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, this place would undoubtedly be buried under layers of snow, and no one would venture into the outskirts to seek supplies. Luo Tian had not been careless. Instead, he had meticulously organized everything in his space. Food in one area, materials in another, and beverages yet in another. This way, it would be exceedingly convenient for him to locate the corresponding items when needed. After exploring for quite some time, he discovered a considerable amount of additional supplies, such as cooking condiments, fitness equipment, and various men's and women's clothing, including an array of black silk lace from Balenciaga. What surprised Luo Tian the most was that he found a collection of professional-grade polar cold weather gear developed by the United States, the latest model from 2055. It could effortlessly withstand temperatures plunging to -100 degrees. This was likely the newest winter gear ordered for the polar research teams, but now, it fortuitously fell into his hands that it was simply marvelous. Luo Tian was captivated, his face lit up with excitement. In the face of the impending extreme cold apocalypse, these pieces of equipment were the pinnacle of warmth, unparalleled. Without hesitation, he swiftly stored the batch of polar cold weather gear along with tents and sleeping bags into his space. Additionally, he stumbled upon a fleet of snowmobiles in an environment where heavy snow had blocked the roads. These vehicles would be essential for swift movement outside. Luo Tian gleefully took them all, after an hour of diligent searching. He had completely cleared out the entirety of the massive Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1 million square feet. Gazing at the empty warehouse, a sense of indescribable pride and satisfaction swelled within him. Now, even if he faced the harshest and most frigid apocalyptic conditions, he was confident he could continue to live comfortably. Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Extreme Cold Apocalypse. Having gathered his supplies, Luo Tian prepared to leave. However, as he passed by the warehouse's duty room, he heard a cacophony of voices emanating from within. The voices belonged to Americans, and given Luo Tian's proficiency in English, he easily understood their conversation. "Last night, I hooked up with a college girl at the bar. She had just turned 18 and was wild, crying as I had my way with her. Why didn't you call me for this? Ha ha ha. I forced myself on her. Her boyfriend was as thin as a stick, and I beat him up right in front of her. FCK. Next time, I'll do the same. After all, the men here are soft, and the women are easy." This was followed by the clinking of bottles and boisterous laughter. Luo Tian's initial intent to leave faltered. Damn it, these brutes seem to be living it up. With a swift kick, he shattered the door to splinters. Taking advantage of the fact that the group of Americans had not yet reacted, he raised his pistol and squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, blood flowed profusely as several Americans fell to the floor, their eyes wide open in death, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. Consider this a gift, Luo Tian sneered as he holstered his weapon. In less than 10 hours, before dawn, the extreme cold apocalypse would descend. To die before that moment could be seen as a fortunate release. Leaving the Walmart warehouse, Luo Tian immediately drove towards the dock. The temperature was dropping. Luo Tian frowned slightly, a sense of crisis deepening within him. Compared to when he first arrived, he could now feel a chill in the wind seeping through the car window. The sky was overcast. By tomorrow morning, people would be horrified to discover that the warm sun of yesteryear was no longer visible. Arriving at the dock, Luo Tian stepped out of the car and surveyed the scene, where enormous containers were arranged in a colorful display. These containers housed not only millions of tons of grains but also countless packaged foods, along with numerous exported snacks and beverages. There were even several luxury cars imported from overseas, BMWs, Mercedes, Rolls-Royces, totaling in the hundreds. Luo Tian was not picky. He collected every visible container into his space, due to the astonishing amount of supplies stored at the dock. He worked tirelessly for 4 to 5 hours before emptying all the containers. Even the nearby cargo ships, each capable of carrying 100,000 tons, had been cleared out. It was undeniable that just the supplies from the dock would suffice for Luo Tian to live 100 lifetimes. With these resources, even if the extreme cold apocalypse lasted for decades, he would have no worries. With that sturdy safe house, he was assured he would live comfortably until the very end. The temperature was dropping alarmingly fast. Luo Tian exhaled, realizing that even in the summer heat, his breath was visible in white puffs. That it wouldn't be long before snow began to fall. That it was already past midnight, aside from a few night owls. Many had long since drifted into slumber, leaving few aware of the sudden drop in temperature. However, Luo Tian knew he could not remain outside any longer, while he could continue to gather more supplies. He had experienced the terror of the extreme cold apocalypse firsthand. His life was paramount. With a hum, Luo Tian suppressed the chill creeping into his bones and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to shoot forward like an arrow. The icy night wind sent shivers across his arms. He sped towards his residential complex. In just half an hour, he arrived in under 15 minutes. With a resounding thud, he closed the security door, comparable to a bank vault, locking it with 3 heavy locks, and finally securing the robust alloy bolt. With a sigh of relief, Luo Tian collapsed onto the sofa, grateful to have returned home before the snow began to fall. Welcome, Master. According to monitoring, the global temperature has plummeted rapidly over the past 5 hours. The current outdoor temperature is 2°C, while the indoor temperature is 26.5°C. The AI brain displayed a temperature curve on the screen, clearly illustrating the dramatic drop. That a temperature of 2°C was akin to that of a winter day in the southern regions. Yet it was still June. Time to start preparing. Luo Tian rose from the sofa, first checking all doors and windows to ensure they were tightly closed. Then, he headed into the bathroom for a soothing hot shower before changing into comfortable silk pajamas. The fireplace was already lit, radiating warmth. Observing the cozy scene around him, a wave of reassurance washed over him. The reason he opted for the fireplace was that after the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, heating devices like air conditioners and heaters would be nothing more than piles of scrap metal. At 3 in the morning, Luo Tian was wide awake. Despite immersing himself in nearly every mainstream video game on the massive 100-inch LCD screen on the wall, he still felt distracted. Only he understood that a terrifying cold wave was about to engulf the globe. Master, a severe meteorological fluctuation has been detected. The butler suddenly issued a warning. Here it comes. Luo Tian's mind snapped to attention as he dropped the controller and rushed to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. His expression grave as he gazed outside. The silent night sky bore a hint of chill, with tiny snowflakes quietly drifting down. Suddenly, the sky turned tumultuous, and the snow intensified into a violent flurry. The howling winds mixed with the snowstorm nearly drowned out all other sounds as the heavy snow poured down, enveloping the entire world in a blanket of silver white. Amidst the blizzard, visibility shrank to nothing. The entire city was engulfed in a heavy snowfall, the sky thick with swirling snowflakes. Watching this extraordinary weather unfold, Luo Tian clenched his fists, unable to suppress a slight tightening of his grip. This is the power of nature. In the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, humanity appeared as insignificant as a mere ant. Luo Tian returned to the living room and pulled a chair to sit in front of the fireplace. Crackle, crackle. Gazing at the flames dancing before him, he began to relax, releasing the tension that had built up within him. AI brain. What are the current indoor and outdoor temperatures? Luo Tian inquired, noticing that calling it the AI brain was rather cumbersome. He added, from now on, you shall be called Butler. It's simply too troublesome otherwise. Understood, Master, the butler replied. The current outdoor temperature is -35°C, while the indoor temperature is 29.5°C. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors was astonishing. Within a mere half hour, the outdoor temperature had plunged to -30 degrees and was still on the decline. Luo Tian felt a sense of reassurance as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Finding that outside was nearly blanketed in snow, that a thick layer had accumulated on the balcony. Checking his phone, he noticed that the signal had improved somewhat. 3G network. Online, he discovered that news of the sudden temperature drop and heavy snowfall had surged to the top of trending topics. With countless netizens fervently engaging in discussions, the comments were rife with complaints. This winter has arrived far too quickly. If I'm not mistaken, it's only June. What a nightmare. It's snowing heavily outside. The temperature is already minus 20 or 30 degrees. Given the situation, it seemed the snowfall would be substantial, rendering the roads impassable. Many southern netizens lamented, winter has come so abruptly, and we Haven Tea even had time to buy winter coats. All we have are short sleeves and autumn jackets. Yay, I don't have to go to work. Damn it, boys, log on. We're pulling an all-nighter tonight. With snow like this, there's no way we're going to school tomorrow. Many people are reveling in the grand snowfall. Tomorrow promises another day of respite. How splendid. Numerous individuals are exuberantly sharing their joy on social media, even venturing out into the snow at night to frolic. Luo Tian couldn't help but shake his head, promptly shutting off his phone, choosing not to witness this final celebration. Chapter 16. The external temperature was frigid, while the indoor fireplace blazed brightly. The cold wind howled, and the snow outside continued to fall relentlessly. Luo Tian, however, reclined comfortably on his sofa, a plate with half-eaten gourmet steak and a bottle of 20-year-old Lafite resting on the coffee table. This served as a late-night snack to satiate his mild hunger. Meanwhile, the outdoor temperature continued its descent, plummeting below minus 50 degrees. A cautionary note emerged. It is inadvisable to venture outside. Remain indoors until the cold wave subsides and ensure adequate supplies are stocked. The current indoor temperature stood at a cozy 27.5 C. The intelligent assistant promptly issued this reminder. Has it really reached minus 50 degrees? Luo Tian mused, propping his legs on the coffee table. With a languid yawn, he remarked, at this rate of cooling, I estimate the temperature will plummet to minus 70 degrees by dawn. No worries at all. He felt no concern, as the temperature inside the safe house was a comfortable 27.5 C. The optimal comfort range for the human body hovers around 26 C. Thus, not only was he warm, but moving about might even induce a slight perspiration. The space was stocked with wood procured from the dock and countless piles of fuel, sufficient to sustain the fireplace's continuous burn for several centuries. Ding! The phone sitting beside him was now inundated with notifications. Picking it up, Luo Tian discovered it was a flurry of messages from various groups he had joined, class groups, colleague groups, neighborhood owner groups. Opening one, he found a chorus of complaints about the bitter cold. Oh no, it's so cold tonight. I was awoken from my slumber by the chill, lamented one. I'm bundled in 5 layers of clothing and under 2 thick blankets. Yet I still shiver. Another exclaimed, the air conditioning is utterly useless. It's broken from the extreme cold. Damn it, I didn't buy winter clothes. However, many boasted of their winter supplies, showcasing their down jackets and numerous thick quilts. After a brief glance, Luo Tian closed his phone, feeling a bit drowsy. He rubbed his tired eyes and ambled toward the master bedroom. It was already 3:30 in the morning, for someone who typically stayed up until 1. This was rather taxing. Housekeeper, activate sleep mode, he mumbled, then collapsed onto his soft, plush mattress. This mattress, found in a Walmart warehouse, was favored by many female celebrities. Its comfort and softness were unparalleled, making Luo Tian feel as though he were lying on a cloud. Swiftly drifting into slumber. As he fell asleep, the room's lights were automatically dimmed by the housekeeper, leaving only a few night lights casting a gentle glow that wouldn't disturb his rest. The curtains silently drew closed, blocking out external light and deepening the ambience of tranquility, enhancing his sleep quality. It could be said that this was an exceptionally intelligent room. Night fell, and Luo Tian slept soundly. The following day he awoke close to noon, stretching languidly. Wow, that was a refreshing sleep, he exclaimed. Like many, Luo Tian's first action was not to rise, but to check his phone, discovering several missed calls from Su Ling. That green tea girl. His phone hadn't been on silent the night before, so ordinarily he would have been awakened by the ringing. However, connected to the housekeeper, it had assessed that he was still asleep and automatically silenced the calls. Luo Tian rose and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the snow continued to fall in abundance. He could no longer see the street or the grassy verges. Even the entrances of several buildings were half buried in snow. The sky was a dull gray, obscuring the sun, and all he could discern were vague outlines of the city and buildings. It was eerily quiet outside, devoid of the usual clamor. Good afternoon, Master. You enjoyed a sleep duration of 8 hours and 45 minutes last night. Your average heart rate was 63 beats per minute, and your sleep quality was excellent. Indeed, it's been ages since I've slept so soundly. This mattress is simply divine. Luo Tian remarked, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, he retrieved a steak drizzled with truffle sauce, paired with fresh seasonal vegetables and a fine French champagne, before taking up his knife and fork to dine.to pass the time and gather information from the outside world. He switched on the television. The temperature drop had only just begun. Although the chill was severe, it hadn't yet incapacitated the power facilities, allowing some appliances to function normally, even if a power outage occurred later. Luo Tian had already stocked various backup power sources and generators, not to mention ample gasoline. The entertainment channel featured a performance by a popular star, Baya, a top idol in the country with millions of fans. Regardless of age, from elderly men to young university students, all were enraptured by her. What's more, Luo Tian knew she resided in the same community and even the same building as him. No wonder so many were smitten by her beauty. He admired her as she donned a miniskirt, showcasing her dazzling long legs, her golden hair flowing with vitality, and her slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Despite being a recorded performance, one could see the audience below practically captivated, their eyes wide with admiration. The most alluring aspect was her lilting voice, enchanting yet pure. Baya's stunning figure and exceptional vocal talent were the reasons for her meteoric rise. Anyone who heard her would be irresistibly drawn in. Rumor had it that her agency had even insured her voice for millions. After a moment of appreciation, Luo Tian changed the channel to the news. The anchors, no longer elegantly reading their scripts, were bundled in thick down jackets, completely swaddled against the cold. The female anchor addressed the camera, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. As you can see, a sudden wave of intense cold swept in last night. Reports indicate that this cold front has a vast reach, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, potentially affecting all countries. Experts suggest that this drop in temperature will not last long. Please remain calm and stay indoors, ensuring warmth. The specific cause is under investigation, and unless absolutely necessary, do not venture outside. The authorities will manage the situation appropriately. Please do not believe or spread rumors and refrain from hoarding supplies. Trust us, this cold wave will soon pass. Chapter 17. Without comparisons, there can be no harm. Watching the host's very formal statements, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Whoever believes that is foolish. Seize the last opportunity to head to the supermarket and stock up on supplies. That is the smartest course of action. As if the cold wave would pass in a few days? Quite improbable. It could take decades to dissipate. Anyone who heeded the experts' advice to stay indoors and stock supplies would be waiting for their demise. The quicker one believes, the quicker one perishes. But it mattered little to him. Luo Tian shook his head. His sanctuary had cost 300 million to construct, with an incredibly robust temperature control system and the fireplace's relentless burn. Regardless of how fiercely the cold wind howled outside, the indoors remained a veritable spring. Thus, he had no cause for concern. Ding! Suddenly, his phone chimed. Luo Tian picked it up, finding a message from Su Ling. Luo Tian. What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? You just hung up on me, boo-hoo. It's impossible to go outside with all this snow, and I don't have much food at home. Could you lend me some? We're in the same unit and the closest to each other. Certainly, Su Ling's residence is rented. She could not possibly afford a house worth several million. Upon reading the other party's message, Luo Tian could not help but reveal a disdainful smile. That insipid green tea. Outside, the snow was heavy, yet with sufficient clothing, one could barely manage to dash to the supermarket outside the community. To expect something for nothing without taking action oneself was utterly preposterous. In his previous life, it was due to his softness of heart that he allowed this green tea into his abode, which ultimately led to his demise at the hands of a group. Su Ling even clamored to carve up his flesh for soup. What a revolting and tea-like woman she was, regarding such a green tea. Luo Tian merely wished to toy with her before her miserable end, making her acutely aware of the vast chasm between them. It promised to be an amusing endeavor. Without hesitation, Luo Tian activated his camera, capturing a photograph of the half-eaten premium steak and champagne, then edited a post for his social media, viewable only by Su Ling, captioning it, "Alas, it's quite chilly. I can only afford to have a simple steak to satiate my hunger." Through the reflection in the glass, one could even discern the silk of his pajamas. Meanwhile, Su Ling, bundled in thick clothing, huddled under the covers, shivering from the cold. The air conditioning unit had long since frozen and ceased to operate. With the indoor temperature plummeting to 0 degrees, any exposed skin felt as frigid as the snow outside. What is this? Su Ling, clutching her phone, awaited a reply, when suddenly, she noticed a notification of an update on social media. Upon clicking it, she beheld Luo Tian's photograph. My goodness. Su Ling's eyes widened in shock. Here she was, nearly freezing to death indoors, while he comfortably dined on steak and champagne in his pajamas. How warm could his home possibly be? Moreover, that appeared to be the limited edition champagne from Princess Louis, worth over 10,000 yuan a bottle. How infuriating. Luo Tian truly knew how to indulge himself. She recognized the champagne's price at a glance. This simply would not do. She had to persuade Luo Tian to send some over. I too wish to savor steak and champagne. Su Ling gritted her teeth and rapidly typed a message. Despite residing in the same building, while she was freezing to death, Luo Tian basked in warmth and luxury. This thought ignited a fierce jealousy within her. Woe is me. Dear Luo Tian, I am so hungry. I too wish to taste the flavor of steak. Upon reading this message, Luo Tian could not help but chuckle coldly as he set down his phone. He easily deduced her intentions, realizing she was merely feigning distress to elicit a delivery from him. Had it been in his previous life, he might have truly succumbed to her whims as a sycophant. Alas, times had changed. You wish to eat? By all means, he mused. Perhaps you could consider the wisdom of the ancients. As the saying goes, one can quench their thirst by gazing at plums. You might just gaze at steak to stave off your hunger. Luo Tian leisurely typed a response. Upon receiving the message, Su Ling clenched her teeth in frustration. What does he mean by this? If he doesn't wish to give, he should say so outright instead of lecturing me on ancient wisdom. She was a delicate girl. And now she was starving. Was this truly how one ought to treat her? Su Ling, seething with anger, began sending voice messages. Luo Tian, are you not a man? I am starving here without food. How can you display such an attitude? If you bring me some food, I might just be moved enough to agree to be your girlfriend. You like me, don't you? Following this, Su Ling forced a smile. Enduring the biting cold as she lowered her collar slightly for a selfie, gazing at her own still attractive visage in the photo, she felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly clicked send. Although she was at a disadvantage, the thought of Luo Tian's immediate change in attitude upon seeing her photo, followed by a warm delivery of food, filled her with pride. If selling a bit of allure could procure food, then it was hardly a loss, especially considering he was quite the handsome man. Ding! The phone signaled a new message. Luo Tian opened it, only to find Su Ling had sent a selfie. Chuckling, he observed her pale, frostbitten face forced into a grotesque smile. He could not contain his laughter. As for other aspects, he had no desire to look further than an eyesore. He could not help but grimace in disdain. Speaking of which, he recalled that he still had photos of Li Ro on his phone. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he searched through his album. Sure enough, he found it. The picture taken on the first day of his rebirth. The enchanting visage captured in that image was leagues more beautiful than Su Ling's thought. The disparity between the two was stark and undeniable. Never mind. Luo Tian closed the photo. The room was warm, with a fireplace crackling and an abundance of gourmet steak and champagne to indulge in. As he relaxed, he glanced at the figure of the neighbor's wife, who was rather unappealing. He then opened the selfie of the green tea once more. Truly ugly, so unattractive. Without comparison, there is no injury that if memory serves. In a few days, it seemed the food at Li Ro's home would run out. A smile crept across Luo Tian's lips. Chapter 18. The neighboring Li Ro. Su Ling, staring at her phone which had not received a reply for quite some time, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Humph, Luo Tian must be spellbound. He might even be contemplating something mischievous regarding her photo. After all, she was quite confident in her allure. She thought smugly. In order to maintain her haughty goddess image, she wouldn't take the initiative to contact him, preferring to wait for Luo Tian to come seeking her. Little did she know, Luo Tian's attention had already been drawn to the neighbor's wife. Suddenly, a flurry of messages in the group chat caught his interest. Upon opening it, he discovered that Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee was lecturing everyone extensively. Everyone, stay at home obediently. Don't go out and cause trouble for us and the authorities, especially those hoarding supplies. Behave yourselves. The snowstorm will soon pass. It's merely a slight drop in temperature. Just endure a few more days. Anyone who disobeys will face the consequences if anyone causes a surge in prices by hoarding supplies. I'll report your names once the snowstorm is over. Her words carried weight and cunningly linked the neighborhood committee with the authorities. Many timid residents were persuaded to comply. However, some voiced their dissent. Aunt Wang, with such heavy snow outside, it's unlikely to cease any time soon. None of us wish to venture out now, but what if we run out of food? Indeed, are we to starve if we don't buy? Others certainly will. Seeing dissenters, Aunt Wong immediately intensified her tone. Our neighborhood committee will find a way to help everyone through this, but don't worry. If you run out and cause unnecessary trouble, it will lead to price hikes, and you'll have to pay the price later. Anyone caught sneaking out to buy supplies will be reported. Observing Aunt Wong's lengthy tirade, one would think she was a person of great import. Commanding others. In truth, she was merely a neighborhood committee member with little power. Luo Tian, glancing at the messages on his phone, couldn't he help but scoff. Though the snow was falling heavily, it was merely the first day of an impending cold apocalypse. The snow accumulation outside was not yet substantial. It was the golden opportunity to venture out. Furthermore, there should still be unsold stock in the supermarkets. Braving the snow could yield the last remnants of supplies. Delaying further would mean there would be nothing left to purchase. Aunt Wong's unilateral decision-making and her threats immediately caused many who were clinging to hope to obediently stay home and refrain from shopping. The outcome of their compliance was, as one might expect, not difficult to predict. Suddenly, Aunt Wong tagged Luo Tian in the group, directing her ire at him. Luo Tian, I recall you hoarding quite a bit of food not long ago. Given the current snowstorm situation, you mustn't set a bad example. Stay put at home and don't venture out, or I won't show you any mercy. Upon reading her message, Luo Tian found himself momentarily dumbfounded. This foolish old woman. I haven't even spoken in the group, yet you seek to provoke me. Surely, she still harbored resentment from the last incident in the underground warehouse when she attempted to pilfer his snacks and was caught in the act. However, Aunt Wong's moment of triumph was short-lived, for Luo Tian's retort soon followed. Aunt Wong, with such heavy snow outside, none can predict when it will cease. What if it lasts for several weeks? What will those with empty cupboards do? Can you take responsibility for them? His words instantly garnered the support of many residents. Aunt Wong, Luo Tian is right. I completely agree. What if we run out of food? Can we come to your house? Aunt Wong, stop playing dumb and reply. With someone leading the charge, the residents no longer felt anxious, but Aunt Wong began to panic. The mounting number of dissenters made her anxious. If this continued, her carefully constructed authoritative image would crumble. All of this was Luo Tian's fault. Aunt Wong clenched her fists, her heart swelling with resentment towards Luo Tian for his public rebuttal in the group chat. Is there nothing you can discuss privately? By airing it for all the homeowners to see, where am I to hide my face? This is a direct affront to my dignity as a member of the neighborhood committee. She fumed. Rest assured, I can confidently assert on behalf of the committee that food supplies will unquestionably remain intact. The snow disaster will soon pass. Trust in the committee, trust in the authorities. Luo Tian. Refrain from spreading insidious rumors in this situation. Your actions are illegal, and I've taken screenshots. She typed furiously, her teeth clenched in anger as she sent the message. Once it was dispatched, she seethed. This Luo Tian is truly a despicable creature. Daring to disregard the committee's authority, that I must ensure he faces consequences for this insolence. I recall Aunt Lin's nephew works within the system. Luo Tian. You will soon learn the repercussions of crossing me. Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Aunt Wong's threat. How laughable that she thought screenshots would intimidate him. Go ahead, report me to the higher-ups and see if anyone comes to apprehend me. What a ridiculous notion. Even in such dire times, she flaunts her minuscule authority, trying to assert dominance over everyone. Truly, she must be out of her mind. Oh dear, Aunt Wong, please don't say such things. I am but a timid soul, incapable of withstanding such intimidation. Even if you force me out into that thick snow, I would refuse to budge. You need not concern yourselves with me. Let events unfold as they may. Luo Tian had stockpiled supplies for generations. Only a fool would brave such heavy snow and frigid temperatures of -70 degrees to fight over a few packets of instant noodles at the supermarket. Unfortunately, those homeowners who believed Aunt Wong's assurances that the snow disaster would soon be over were in for a rude awakening. Luo Tian shook his head slightly. In this unforgiving world of relentless cold, countless souls would succumb to freezing or starvation. Yet, these tragedies bore no weight on his conscience. Had those wretched neighbors perished in the bitter cold during his previous life, he would have rejoiced, perhaps even celebrated with a grand feast. Ding! His phone received another message. Annoyed, Luo Tian contemplated ignoring it, muttering, could it be that green tea? Su Ling again. I can't be bothered to respond. A casual glance revealed that the sender was not Su Ling, but rather someone noted as With great tolerance, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Had he misremembered? Surely, the food supplies at her home couldn't have diminished so quickly? Chapter 19. A private chat with Li Ro outside. Snow swirled violently, the cold wind howling. How could it be so abnormal in June? Li Ro stood by the window, her delicate brows furrowed, bundled in a thick down jacket, clearly indicating the frigid temperature that necessitated full winter attire even indoors to stay warm. She had to don 2 additional layers. Yet, her primary concern was not the weather, but the dwindling food supplies at home. She had just checked the kitchen, which held only a few strands of noodles and some vegetables purchased yesterday. Initially, there were 2 buckets of instant noodles and several sausages meant for nights when she returned late from work. But this morning, she discovered that her husband had devoured them all, that Yulin had been unemployed for several months, spending his days in a haze of video games, and perhaps out of hunger. He had consumed both buckets of noodles and all the sausages, now blissfully asleep in their room. Gazing at the side room where Yulin resided alone, Li Ro's teeth clenched in frustration. He finished all those snacks. Can't he see the dire situation we are in? Our food reserves are critically low, and the blizzard has blocked all routes. Meanwhile, Aunt Wong from the neighborhood committee keeps shouting that homeowners mustn't venture out to stock up on supplies, threatening to report anyone who does as a disruptor of social stability. Li Ro had initially contemplated braving the snow to purchase some essentials, but Aunt Wong's threats had left her as a dutiful housewife. Utterly intimidated by the heavy mantle of accusation, the charge of disrupting social stability could lead to being summoned by the police for a chat. Thus, standing by the window, staring at the relentless snowfall, Li Ro began to despair. But what would happen if she did not gather supplies and the snow continued for days? Torn between indecision, she found herself at a loss that Yulin was utterly unreliable. She had implored him just the other day to buy a large bag of rice, yet he remained holed up at home, engrossed in his games, ignoring her pleas. Had he simply purchased the rice, she wouldn't be so helpless now. Reflecting upon this, Li Ro's disappointment in Yulin deepened. What was I thinking when I chose him? She sighed, likely due to her youthful naivety, mistaking his kindness for genuine affection, leading her to agree to be with him. Since Yulin's infidelity had led to health issues, they had resorted to sleeping in separate rooms, while she tirelessly worked late into the night. Sacrificing her social life, he had spiraled into a state of decline, often losing his temper, particularly during the recent altercation with Luo Tian, where he had displayed a complete lack of masculine responsibility. The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she became. What am I to do? Li Ro's beautiful face betrayed a hint of melancholy in her current predicament. She sought someone to consult, but found herself unsure of whom to turn to. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through her contacts, when one name caught her eye. Luo Tian? It seemed. He was her only option for advice. Li Ro hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, Yulin had clashed with Luo Tian previously. Yet, in this situation, the only person she could rely on was him. She had witnessed Luo Tian's remarks in the group chat. He had been remarkably impressive, managing to provoke Aunt Wong, who usually flaunted her authority and made others avoid her. To the point of utter exasperation, she couldn't help but laugh at the thought. After some internal deliberation, Li Ro clicked on his profile. With great tolerance. Are you there? Luo Tian chuckled at the message. Typically, it was boys who nervously reached out to their crushes, uncertain of whether the girl was available. Yet, in this case, the roles seemed reversed. Li Ro was the one initiating contact. Nevertheless, he could surmise her intentions. After half a minute, the 2.5-year trainee responded with a simple question mark, embodying a cool demeanor. Li Ro bit her lip, a flicker of joy crossing her features as she realized he had replied. After organizing her thoughts, she removed her gloves, revealing her delicate, pale fingers, and began typing. With great tolerance. Our food supplies are running low, and with the snow's uncertain duration, I wanted to go out to buy some food. However, Aunt Wong in the group 1T allow anyone to venture out. I was wondering. What do you think? Are you considering going out? If so, we could go together. After hitting send, Li Ro quickly put her frozen fingers back into her gloves. Oh no, he wouldn't think my intentions are impure, would he? She fretted, her face warming from the cold, and perhaps something else entirely. It felt like preparing for a date. No, this was a special circumstance. It didn't count. She shook her head, reminding herself of the need for special considerations in extraordinary times. Observing the chat interface, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Under normal circumstances, he should have advised her to stock up immediately. Go out and buy everything possible, spending every last penny to secure a lifetime's worth of food. Thus, he replied, 2.5-year trainee. As for that, I have no plans to go out. Its June. And I doubt the snow disaster will last long. I'm too lazy to brave the blizzard. After sending the message, Luo Tian wore an inexplicable smile. Was there anything wrong with his response? Not at all. He genuinely had no intention of going out, nor did he feel inclined to do so. Other thoughts remained unspoken. What a farce. If he shared his true feelings and Li Ro took his advice to go buy a bunch of food, how could he ever seek revenge for her revealing his family's food situation in his past life? Upon reading his reply, Li Ro, who had been trembling beneath her blanket, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, it was summer. How long could the snow possibly last? Besides, with Aunt Wang's incessant nagging, if she ventured out and was discovered, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. If Luo Tian was so calm, why should she be anxious? Li Ro was unaware that Luo Tian had already stockpiled enough food in his space to last for several lifetimes, rendering any need to venture out for supplies utterly unnecessary. His situation was in stark contrast to her severe food shortage. Just as Luo Tian closed the chat window, he noticed someone mentioning him in the community owners group. Upon entering, he discovered it was none other than Aunt Wang. To ensure that the path leading outside remained clear and not frozen over by the heavy snowfall, which could hinder residents' ability to commute to work, a portion of the community was being called upon to bring tools and clear the roads. Luo Tian, Yu Dahai, Wang Ping. The individuals I have named must immediately go outside and shovel the snow. Chapter 20. Confronting Aunt Wang. The snow outside had accumulated to a considerable depth, estimated to be over a meter. An adult could barely have their head above the snow, let alone contend with the incessant snowfall. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible to clear the snow, as the rate of snowfall exceeded any efforts to shovel. Even if a path were cleared, it would inevitably be covered again within a few hours, essentially a futile endeavor. Luo Tian picked up his phone and resolutely declined. Given the intensity of this snowfall, going out to shovel would be akin to losing one's sanity. This statement resonated with many disgruntled residents who shared his sentiments. Indeed, with such heavy snow and frigid temperatures, one would simply freeze into an icicle if they ventured out. Perhaps we should wait until the snow ceases before attempting to clear it. Aunt Wang did not anticipate her retaliatory plan to falter so swiftly. Observing the supportive replies from others, her expression shifted from smugness to fury as she bellowed in the group. What is wrong with you people? Why do you all heed Luo Tian's words? Am I part of the residence committee, or is he? She then redirected her ire at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, my request for you to shovel the snow is for the greater good of everyone. It pertains to the interests of all unit owners. Can you not suppress your selfishness for once? Is it so difficult to contribute to the community? Luo Tian could not help but chuckle at her audacity. She was truly calculating, attempting to leverage the interests of the entire building to pressure him. Should he refuse to go out and shovel, even if the other residents recognized Aunt Wang's deliberate maneuvering against him, they would still harbor resentment towards him for not contributing. Refusing to assist the community makes you selfish. This was the nature of humanity. However, Luo Tian was not about to fall into her trap. He replied in the group, Aunt Wang, speaking of serving the community as a member of the residence committee, should you not set an example and embody the spirit of the organization by leading the effort to shovel snow? Without your seemingly trivial leadership, even if others went out, they would struggle to unite and work together effectively. Anyone can throw accusations that I am merely an ordinary resident. You are a committee member that I end this situation. Who should take the lead in serving the community? I believe that point is quite clear. The group fell silent. All eyes turned to see how Aunt Wang would respond. Luo Tian's sharp tongue had indeed struck a chord. Aunt Wang was so enraged, she felt like throwing her phone. She had initially believed she could easily manipulate the situation, using the community's interests to exert pressure. Surely, Luo Tian would comply to avoid inciting the residents' ire. She envisioned them shoveling for hours, inevitably leading to colds and fevers. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Tian had countered her strategy, leveraging his position as a committee member to throw her into the spotlight. After much deliberation, Aunt Wang found herself at a loss for words. Enraged, Aunt Wang resorted to issuing commands in the group. Luo Tian, I am ordering you, in my capacity as a committee member, to gather your tools and go shovel the snow immediately. Should you refuse, it would be considered disobeying an organizational command, and once the snow subsides, you may find yourself in legal trouble. I warn you, the consequences will be yours to bear. Do not make me repeat myself. Once again, Aunt Wang wielded her committee status. Although many residents felt disgruntled, they hesitated to oppose her. The snowfall had only just begun, and societal order remained intact. Everyone believed the snowstorm would eventually pass. Moreover, Aunt Wang's son had a notorious reputation, often mingling with unsavory characters, making it unwise for most to provoke her. Consequently, those who had been named fell silent, choosing to play the part of the ostrich. Yet, deep down, they hoped Luo Tian would continue to confront Aunt Wang. As no one wished to brave the cold outdoors, Luo Tian couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. Aunt Wang must truly be deluded. Having mistaken her committee position for a position of significant authority, he silently scorned the silent residents. Aware of their fears, but knew they could never compel him to yield, he tore off the mask of civility. Aunt Wang, you seem to be quite invested in this role. Since when did the Residents Committee possess such power? If you have the capability, why not call the police on me right now? I assure you, I will not be shoveling any snow today. As for consequences, do keep in mind, I am not one to be trifled with. The blatant mockery left no room for niceties. Other residents, witnessing this exchange, were taken aback, erupting into applause, hailing him as a hero. They would never dare to speak so boldly. The group remained quiet for several minutes, with neither Aunt Wang nor anyone else uttering a word. Just when it seemed the matter would dissolve, a shift occurred. Luo Tian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Kneel and apologize to my mother immediately, or I swear I will come over and deal with you myself. Show me your face on video while you kneel. The message sent a chilling silence through the group. Wang Fu was Aunt Wang's son, a man without a legitimate job, often associating with a rough crowd in KTVs and bars, and had connections to a formidable figure in the underworld, rumored to have committed murder. This was why many residents feared Aunt Wang's wrath, knowing her son could easily summon trouble, while the other owners were affluent. Most were respectable professionals or business people, and when faced with a group of thugs, they would be inclined to back down. However, Luo Tian remained unperturbed, secured within his fortified sanctuary, equipped with several firearms and crossbows. He felt invincible. What can you do to me? You are nothing but a coward. If you have the guts, come at me. You want me to kneel? I'll be damned. After unleashing his fury, Luo Tian felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. This feeling of liberation was intoxicating. With power came confidence. Damn it, Luo Tian is getting bold. I will make him pay today. Wang Fu slammed his phone onto the bed and stormed into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, marching towards the security door with fierce determination. Hey, DeFu, just teach him a lesson. Don't get carried away and actually stab him. You could end up in prison. Although Aunt Wang wished for Luo Tian to be thoroughly beaten, she felt a pang of fear as her son brandished the knife. She worried that in a moment of rage, her son might jeopardize their future together. Don't worry, Mom. I know my limits. Wang Fu replied impatiently, slamming the door behind him. Though he spoke with bravado, a simmering anger brewed within him. He was determined to make that fool bleed. Chapter 21. Annihilation. Goodness, it's freezing. As Wang Fu stepped outside, the biting cold wind caused him to shudder violently, making it difficult to maintain his grip on the knife. He hurriedly tightened his coat, but the fierce demeanor he had earlier was now replaced with trembling uncertainty as he entered the elevator. Since today marked the second day of the extreme cold apocalypse, power and water had not yet been cut off, and the elevator was still operational. Before long, a resident in the group sent out a message. Did you guys see? I just saw Wang Fu with a knife getting into the elevator. He wouldn't be. Seriously? Luo Tian is finished. What if he ends up dead? Yikes, I've heard Wang Fu is ruthless. Doesn't he hold back? Upon reading the messages, the residents were convinced that Luo Tian had crossed a dangerous line, that he had not only offended Wang Fu's mother, but had also verbally attacked him, which could lead to severe repercussions. Many residents began advising Luo Tian to apologize profusely via video before it was too late. Those who mingled with the underworld were not to be trifled with. Ha! Luo Tian has really stepped into it. He's in for a rough ride. Su Ling chuckled upon seeing the messages, unable to contain her glee. How delightful. You flaunt your arrogance before me, enticing me with steak, and now you want to even bring me food. Looks like you're about to get a taste of your own medicine. It may be a lesson well learned. Perhaps at that moment, this goddess might show a hint of concern, causing Luo Tian to be moved to the point of tears, obediently presenting the food. However, Li Ro, curled up on the sofa, wore a troubled expression. Among the neighbors, Luo Tian was the one she knew best. Upon hearing other residents mention that Wang Fu had come with a knife to cause trouble, her heart suddenly sank. Why has it escalated to the use of a knife? Could there be a fatality? Although Li Ro wished to intervene, she was merely a vulnerable woman, and the call to the police was futile. As for persuading Luo Tian to back down, many residents in the group had already taken delight in his misfortune, yet Luo Tian had not responded at all. Steward, pull up the surveillance of Wang Fu. Luo Tian said with an air of indifference. It should be noted that, thanks to the services of the Shield Security Company, every corridor in the building, including the elevator interiors, was equipped with concealed pinhole cameras. Any disturbance was firmly within his grasp. According to the surveillance, Wang Fu was currently inside the elevator on the 20th floor, expected to arrive in half a minute. He was armed with a deadly weapon. Posing a significant threat, it was advised that the master treat this matter with utmost caution and absolutely refrain from opening the door. Without needing the steward's warning, Luo Tian would never open the door to him. With such an impregnable fortress, only a fool would invite confrontation. It is time for you to make your entrance, Luo Tian said, retrieving a finely crafted crossbow from his space and leisurely loading an arrow. This was a hunting weapon. Even a ferocious wild boar would fall to the ground with a single shot, let alone a fragile human body. After 2 weeks of practice, he had become quite adept at using the crossbow. He opened a pre-installed shooting hole at the top of the security door, climbed onto a stool, and awaited his adversary from a high vantage point. As Wang Fu exited the elevator, he stormed toward the door, brandishing a kitchen knife, exclaiming, "Luo Tian, get out here, you son of a bitch." He hurled a torrent of curses, raising the knife to strike violently against the security door. Typically, security doors are made of metal. But this door was different. Its thickness rivaled that of a bank vault, impervious even to small explosives. Attempting to hack at it with a kitchen knife was akin to throwing stones at Aunt Wang was trembling with rage. Feeling utterly defeated, the chicken had been slaughtered, and the eggs were shattered. Even if he were rushed to the best hospital in the country with a top-notch professional team, there would be no hope for recovery. If a finger were merely severed, it could be reattached with prompt medical attention. But if it were mangled beyond recognition, even the most divine intervention would be of no avail. "Son, my dear son, you may never," she lamented, "become a man again. There is still one left. I'll try to put it back, though I cannot guarantee its functionality." Tears streamed down Aunt Wang's face as she voiced this harsh reality. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Wang Fu's mind. I cannot become," he stammered, his voice trembling. For someone like him, who often boasted of seeking a virtuous wife, the thought was more terrifying than the sky itself collapsing. Overwhelmed by the dreadful news, he could bear it no longer. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Defu, what's wrong? Defu, don't scare me." Aunt Wang shook him anxiously. Suddenly, I saw Wang Fu clutching his abdomen, racing back to his home, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. A resident from the same floor as Aunt Wang broke the news in the group chat. Yet others expressed disbelief. "How could that be? Are you sure it's not Luo Tian's blood?" "Yes, I suspect it's all from Luo Tian after he was attacked. Wang Fu is likely just covered in it." "What? Someone else dead?" "Is that true?" The messages flooded in, each one speculating the outcome, with the majority leaning toward the idea that Luo Tian had been harmed. Yunana, her expression complex, exited the group chat. Once Aunt Wang had finished stitching up, she packed her medical kit and, in a daze, began mopping up the now frozen blood. Perhaps I should find another man. A thought flickered in her mind. She held little affection for Wang Fu, viewing him merely as a means to an end, a partner with a spacious home. Yunana, you better not be harboring any ill intentions. Even if my son is rendered incapable, you are still his wife for life. I warn you to keep your thoughts pure. Aunt Wang scolded, her eyes reddened. Yunana, a princess whom Wang Fu had met at a KTV, had always been looked down upon by Aunt Wang. "Mother, I'm only concerned about Defu's injury. You've wronged me," Yunana replied with a smile. Seeing her relent, Aunt Wang ignored her, her thoughts turning to Luo Tian, the true perpetrator. He possessed a deadly crossbow. And although Aunt Wang was furious, wanting to flay him alive, she dared not confront him directly, instead resorting to vicious curses. Once the snow disaster passed, she vowed to leverage her connections to ensure he was imprisoned for life. Let him perish within those walls. Aunt Wang, her breath labored with fury, pulled out her phone and furiously typed in the group chat, "Luo Tian, do you have no conscience? Defu only wanted to teach you a small lesson. And yet you resorted to such brutality. Do you deserve to be called a human being?" The moment her words hit the chat, chaos erupted among the homeowners. Aunt Wang's statement confirmed the rumors. Had Luo Tian truly attacked Wang Fu? The residents were taken aback. For Li Ro, living next door, this news was no surprise. In fact, she exhaled a breath of relief. She had heard Wang Fu's agonizing scream, akin to a mournful wail. Though she was uncertain how Luo Tian had managed it, a sense of inexplicable safety washed over her. Rising from the sofa, she embraced her ample thighs, swathed in layers of flesh, and pulled the blanket snugly around her. Luo Tian is remarkable. He could defeat even a thug like Wang Fu. If it were my husband, she sighed, realizing that she might have been the one to suffer. What? Wang Fu was actually injured. Isn't he supposed to be tough? How could he be so weak? Su Ling remarked with disappointment as she read the messages in the chat. She had been prepared to feign sympathy for Luo Tian, hoping to bask in his gratitude, only to find the outcome entirely contrary to her expectations. She deleted the pre-written comforting words from her chat box. The feast she had anticipated had vanished. Su Ling sighed heavily, wishing fervently that it had been Luo Tian who had been wounded. Chapter 23. Why not just borrow some food from Luo Tian? Ever since Aunt Wang had delivered a stern lesson to Wang Fu, she had been silent in the group chat for an extended period. Only an occasional message would pop up, far less lively than before. 2 more days passed. Today marked the 5th day since the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. Luo Tian lay comfortably in his safe house, relishing a few days of tranquility. To pass the time, he indulged in games he had long desired to play but had never found the opportunity. Not only did he level up several characters to maximum in Genshin Impact 2, but he also completed the critically acclaimed game Dying Light 2. Stay Human. He even sampled the leading domestic sci-fi masterpiece. I am surrounded by beautiful women. 6. Whenever thirst struck, he drank copious amounts of soda. When hunger hit, he devoured exquisite Wagyu steak and French foie gras. Day and night blurred together as he played and ate at will, occasionally exercising his body, truly savoring the bliss. Unexpectedly, the leisurely life he had dreamed of had manifested in this apocalyptic world. As he donned his silk pajamas and sipped a warm beverage, he strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, intending to gaze into the distance and unwind. Instead, he beheld several homeowners outside, laboriously clearing snow from the road with shovels, their efforts seemingly futile against the knee-high drifts. They appeared determined to venture out. But the snowfall was relentless, piling higher than they could manage. After what seemed like an eternity of shoveling, they had managed to clear only a small patch of ground, despite their thick down jackets and fur-lined gloves. Many shivered uncontrollably in the frigid -70-degree temperatures, unable to stabilize their shovels. Luo Tian shook his head in disbelief. In such dire conditions, it is utterly impossible to forge a path to the outside world with mere human effort. The snow is over 3 meters deep, and the sky continues to dump more snow. Even if a path were cleared, it would soon be buried again. And even if they managed to escape, it would be pointless. The shops outside are all closed, and the snow on the roads might be even deeper than in the community. Disinterested, Luo Tian returned to the comfort of his living room, picked up his controller, and immersed himself in Sony's gaming console. When he grew weary, he called for his butler to fetch a highly acclaimed movie to pass the time, continuously engaging the AI in conversation about the film's plot. With the presence of this advanced AI, Luo Tian felt far less isolated than in his previous life. At least he had someone to chat with, while Luo Tian reveled in the film within his safe haven. The neighboring household faced a dilemma due to dwindling food supplies. In the kitchen, Li Rose searched through the cabinets, her beautiful face etched with shock. Is there really nothing left? She distinctly remembered having a bundle of noodles. If rationed, they could last through the day. Originally intended for her dinner the previous night, she had abstained from eating, allowing Yulin to prepare a meal for himself instead. She had been scrimping and saving. But Yulin had devoured 2/3 of their stores without a care in the world, oblivious to their dire situation. This morning, unable to bear the hunger any longer, Li Rose sought to boil some noodles to fill her stomach, only to find that the remaining noodles had vanished. Ultimately, she discovered the empty packaging at the bottom of the trash can, while the sink was filled with Yulin's dirty dishes, frozen over with solidified ice. No normal person would do this, she exclaimed, furious, as she burst into his room, throwing the empty package on the floor. Do you not realize that I was saving this to stave off my hunger? You left nothing for me. Now there is not a single grain left in the house. The snowstorm has blocked the roads. What do you propose we do? Are we to starve to death here? Confronted by Li Rose's fury, Yulin, engrossed in his video game, exhibited a blatant disregard for her outrage. Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you see I'm busy? He retorted impatiently, fingers flying over the keyboard as the characters on the screen engaged in fierce battle. Skill effects bursting across the display. Yulin didn't even glance in her direction, His focus entirely on the game, Li Rose stood silently, her body trembling slightly. She felt utterly disillusioned that Yu Lin spent his days playing games, drinking, and returning home to unleash his temper, exhibiting selfishness and a complete lack of regard for her feelings. Such a life was unbearable. Li Rou, who had always been the center of attention among men, could easily have a line of wealthy suitors eager to spend lavishly on her upkeep. She is, in essence, a traditional woman of virtue. Why are you so upset? Wasn't it you who used to flirt with that young man across the way? Just borrow some food from him. Yu Lin said nonchalantly. What flirting? Our relationship is perfectly normal, Li Rou retorted through gritted teeth. Now everyone is trapped by the snow disaster. There's south no place to buy food, even if we wanted to. What if his family doesn't have much to eat either? Upon hearing this, Yu Lin turned back with a scornful look and remarked, with your charms, enticing him would be a piece of cake. If it comes to that, endure a little hardship and make a sacrifice, deceive him completely and leave not a crumb behind, then I'll make Luo Tian beg me for food, and I'll humiliate him thoroughly. Yu Lin sneered, recalling the humiliation he suffered at the night market, which he had been brooding over. Now, with such a splendid opportunity at hand, it was the perfect moment to swindle his adversary's provisions and deal a blow to Luo Tian. Faced with her husband's outrageous scheme, Li Rou trembled with anger. Yu Lin, have you lost your mind? How can you suggest I act as bait to take revenge on others? She was incredulous that such a brazen idea could emerge from Yu Lin's lips. What did he think of her? Was she merely a commodity to be traded? Yet, unbeknownst to Li Rou, in no more than 2 months, she would indeed be sold by Yu Lin for the paltry price of 3 bags of instant noodles. Since you've said so, Li Rou closed the door and leaned quietly against it. Initially, she had her reservations, but now, none of that mattered. You want to take revenge, don't you? Very well. Moments later, in the icy corridor, Li Rou tightened her coat and took a deep breath before knocking on Luo Tian's door. Chapter 24. Donning the bracelet as noon approached, Luo Tian stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, glancing outside only to find that the property owners shoveling snow had departed, likely realizing their efforts were in vain. After 2 hours of relentless snowfall, the small patch of ground cleared in the morning was once again blanketed by a thick layer of snow. Such is the power of nature. Greetings, esteemed owner. The current outdoor temperature is -72.5, while the indoor temperature stands at 27.6. The enormous LCD screen in the living room displayed detailed indoor and outdoor temperatures. I'm hungry. Time for lunch, Luo Tian mused, rubbing his belly as he immersed himself in the spatial realm. What should he eat? The seemingly endless food section was piled high with delectable options: steak, grilled fish, barbecued meat, lobster, abalone. A plethora of exquisite dishes awaited him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally decided on carbon-grilled lamb chops paired with a vegetable salad. With a wave of his hand, the succulent, glistening lamb appeared on the dining table, accompanied by a bowl of salad adorned with herbs and cheese at a perfect balance of protein and greens for a nutritious meal. Stave off boredom and stay informed about the outside world. Luo Tian instructed the butler to tune into the official news channel. Following several days of heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures, all channels except the official news were shut down, and major online platforms were also disabled. Perhaps to prevent the spread of Doomsday panic, a decisive action was taken. On the news channel, a host clad in a thick down jacket encouraged the public. Do not worry, the official rescue efforts are being organized efficiently. All operations are proceeding smoothly, and we will soon overcome this snow disaster. Trust us. Trust in the strength of the authorities. The government will not abandon any citizen. Watching the fervent speech on television, Luo Tian could not help but roll his eyes. Had he not experienced this once before, he might have been deceived. In his previous life, the authorities made similar declarations on television. Initially, the public was filled with excitement, believing that rescue efforts were underway. However, after waiting for several months, no trace of assistance appeared. Instead, most of those who remained had exhausted their food supplies and resorted to snatching provisions from others, resulting in chaos and violence. As the days passed, the situation grew dire, with the desperate resorting to scavenging from the deceased. After all, the low temperatures and heavy snowfall served as a natural refrigeration system. A new message appeared in the residents' group chat. Luo Tian clicked in to discover that the once silent Aunt Wang was now incessantly preaching faith in the authorities. Did everyone see what the official news channel said? The government will not abandon any citizen. This snow disaster will surely pass. Those with insufficient supplies should receive assistance from those who have stockpiled food. Once the snow disaster is over, hoarding food will be wasteful. Aunt Wang continued, we all live in the same building and should help one another as a family. We should not engage in cunning schemes that harm others. Such behavior will earn us disdain. When this snow disaster subsides, those who engage in such actions will face justice. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. While Aunt Wang's impassioned rhetoric appeared to comfort the residents and encourage mutual assistance, her true intent was to rally the other homeowners against Luo Tian. However, despite multiple messages, very few residents paid her any mind. Today marked the 5th day of the snow disaster, and with no sign of improvement outside, many began to worry as their food supplies dwindled. How long would this cursed snow disaster last? What a clown! Luo Tian scoffed as he closed the resident group chat, uninterested in her antics. After all, with her son rendered impotent, she would surely suffocate if she didn't find an outlet for her frustration. Master, the lady from across the way is knocking at the door. Suddenly, the butler chimed in, displaying the surveillance footage from the security door. In the footage, Li Ro was bundled in a thick down coat, shivering against the biting wind, her beautiful face mostly hidden within her collar. Given her trembling demeanor, it was clear she had been knocking for quite some time. The security door of Luo Tian's residence was as formidable as a bank vault, soundproof and heavily fortified. He had not heard her persistent knocking. Finally here, Luo Tian mused, momentarily taken aback before a smile crept across his face. In his previous life, it had been around this time that Li Ro, urged by her husband, came to borrow food from him. Without hesitation, he had lent her a considerable amount, enabling her to comfortably endure for quite some time. However, news of his ample food supplies had drawn the attention of Su Ling and those predatory neighbors, leading to his demise at their hands. Li Ro, it's time for you to repay me. Luo Tian stretched his body and made his way to the door. Outside, Li Ro wondered if Luo Tian was still asleep. After knocking for so long, there had been no response. She was freezing, especially since she had only 2 layers of thick thermal leggings on her lower half. It was unbearably cold. Just as she was about to give up hope, she suddenly heard Luo Tian's voice from behind the door. Li Ro, what brings you to my doorstep? Luo Tian inquired coolly. Hearing his response, Li Ro felt a surge of joy. Luo Tian, could you please let me in? It's freezing out here. Despite the windows in the corridor being tightly shut, the frigid wind still howled mercilessly. If she stayed out any longer, she feared she would turn into an ice cube. You may come in, but I have one condition, Luo Tian replied, opening a small window to extend an electronic bracelet towards her. You know, I was nearly harmed by Wang Fu the other day, so I must take precautions. If you wish to enter, you must wear this first. Even with Li Ro, Luo Tian would never open the door without ensuring his safety. Who knew if she might suddenly pull a knife from her coat? Relying on the butler's incessant 24-hour real-time surveillance and the current releasing electronic bracelet, he felt a modicum of security. He had personally experienced the reliability of both the butler and the bracelet, instilling complete confidence. Having narrowly escaped death once, he understood the necessity of utmost caution. Of course, Li Ro was a neighbor he was quite familiar with, posing virtually no threat. Otherwise, he would never have permitted anyone else to enter. You want me to wear this? Li Ro hesitated as she accepted the futuristic bracelet. While donning a bracelet seemed inconsequential, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. What does it matter if you don't trust me? A chilling gust of wind swept through, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. It's cold, so cold. It's just a bracelet. I'll wear it. I can always take it off when I leave. With that thought, Li Ro resolutely fastened the electronic bracelet around her slender wrist. A soft click indicated that the bracelet was securely attached, and on the living room's large screen, the butler signaled that it had successfully connected to the bracelet. Without Luo Tian's consent, she could not remove it. Furthermore, the bracelet boasted video surveillance, voice monitoring, and location tracking capabilities. Its charging method was highly advanced, capable of wirelessly charging through thick concrete walls from a distance of 200 meters. The user remained under the butler's absolute surveillance every second, rendering any harmful actions impossible. Thus, once the electronic bracelet was donned, there was no need to worry about any threats from the other party. A slight current coursed through her body, causing Li Ro to shudder as the butler confirmed the bracelet was functioning properly. Once prepared, Luo Tian moved the heavy door bolt aside and began unlocking the 3 security locks within the door: facial recognition, fingerprint identification, and password verification. The heavy alloy door creaked open at last, The fortress-like safe house welcomed its first guest. "Come in," Luo Tian said, leaning against the doorframe. Li Rose stood at the threshold, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the heavenly scene within. Chapter 25. You wouldn't want to continue starving, would you? A wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly dispelling the corridor's chill. The living room was bright and inviting. Lavishly decorated, on the coffee table lay a golden, butter-dripping lamb chop, alongside a vibrant vegetable salad and a bottle of aged red wine. The tantalizing aroma wafted all the way to the door. There was even an exquisite fireplace at the center of the wall, roaring with flames. The fireplace radiated warmth consistently, maintaining an extraordinarily comfortable temperature in the room. Compared to other residents, and even her own frigid home, this place felt like a slice of paradise. Li Rose's beautiful eyes widened, her mind consumed by a singular thought. How wonderful it would be to live here. Wait, Luo Tian extended his hand, gently halting her advance. This sudden gesture caused the eager Li Rose to falter. What's wrong? Is there something else? She couldn't help but worry that he might change his mind and deny her entry. The biting wind howled around them, causing Luo Tian to gasp for breath. Damn, it's really cold. He retreated a few steps into the warmth of the living room, having almost forgotten the terrifyingly low temperatures of the apocalyptic world outside. Those temperatures could be deadly. Observing Li Rose shivering in the hallway, he calmly stated, "There's one more thing. I need to check for concealed weapons before you enter." Li Rose quickly replied, "All right, I agree to your conditions." "Excellent." Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction, allowing her inside and locking the security door's 3 layers once more. Saved. Li Rose stood dazed in the living room, enveloped in warmth that made her feel as though she had stepped from a freezing hell into a vernal paradise. So warm, so comfortable. She even felt a bit too warm. Just how cozy was Luo Tian's home? After a brief inspection, Luo Tian confirmed, "Very well, you are unarmed." In truth, the moment Li Rose crossed the threshold, her entire body had undergone a safety scan via the embedded doorframe device, making it impossible to carry weapons. She murmured, her gaze dropping. "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Luo Tian returned to the sofa, elegantly picking up a knife and fork to continue savoring the steaming roast lamb chop. As if nothing had transpired, Li Rose bit her lip and stammered, I came to borrow some food." "Borrow food? You are aware of the current situation and the value of food, are you not?" Luo Tian chewed thoughtfully on a delectable piece of roasted meat. "I know," she replied through gritted teeth, "I can pay for it. I want to take it for free." Her mindset remained rooted in the world before the apocalypse, still believing that the global blizzard would eventually subside. In reality, that was far from the truth. "Money?" Luo Tian laughed at the absurdity of her statement. "Oh, you have any idea how much I spent to renovate this shelter?" 300 million, he divulged a staggering figure, leaving her incredulous. "Oh, you think I desire money?" He smirked, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. "What is it that you want then?" Li Rose's mind raced. Suddenly devoid of ideas, aside from money, what could she possibly offer him? Chapter 26. The water and electricity have been cut off. An hour later, the living room was eerily silent, save for the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace. Li Rose, utterly exhausted, slumped on the sofa, her limbs feeling heavy. Even her black stockings had begun to run. Luo Tian stood by the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside, feeling invigorated. Life was far more comfortable than in his previous existence. He reflected with satisfaction on how, in his past life, he had cowered at home, freezing and shivering, surviving on nothing but cold biscuits and tepid water, ultimately meeting a grim fate. Now he basked in the warmth of the fireplace, surrounded by an abundance of delectable food, free from concerns about sustenance or warmth. Luo Tian had also shared details about the apocalyptic situation and his stockpiled supplies with Li Rose, engaging in a rather profound exchange with the strikingly beautiful woman. After all, it wouldn't be long before they were living together. With the butler as a safeguard, there was no need to worry about her harboring ulterior motives. At the same time, it would sever any inappropriate thoughts she might entertain, compelling her to stay willingly. After all the supplies were within his domain. Should he perish, everything would vanish. Li Rose understood that the global snow disaster could persist for an indeterminate number of years. To ensure her own future sustenance, she would never resort to harming Luo Tian, for he alone possessed the means to protect her in this desolate world. "I'm hungry." Li Rose, dragging her weary body, approached Luo Tian shyly. After all, she hadn't eaten in several days. Her primary reason for coming to his home was to borrow food. Look at me. Forgetting that you're still hungry, Luotan spoke. He prepared to retrieve some warm food from his supplies to replenish her strength. No need. I can eat what's left. Liro tucked a stray hair behind her ear, gently shaking her head in refusal. She settled onto the sofa, crossing her lovely legs clad in black stockings, and began to eat the remaining roast lamb chop with grace, showing no signs of distaste. Luotian watched her, intrigued by her composed demeanor as she nibbled elegantly on the lamb chop, even in her hunger. Her elegance was striking. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Ding! The phone on the coffee table rang. It was likely another message from the residents group chat that my home has lost power. What about yours? We're out of power too. The water in the kitchen has stopped. What on earth is happening? Good heavens, to lose both water and electricity in such frigid weather. The electric heater is useless now. It's freezing in here. How are we supposed to survive? Not only the residents group chat, but numerous others were flooded with messages, all marked with 99 notifications. The sudden outage had caused widespread panic among the homeowners. Has it really come to this? Luotian shook his head. He had been so engrossed in their conversation that he had forgotten that this afternoon, on the 5th day of the extreme cold apocalypse, the entire community's power would be shut down. Moreover, under the adverse effects of the power outage, the water supply has also ceased to function normally, leaving every household without running water to the onset of the snow disaster. The authorities worked tirelessly, hoping to resolve the crisis swiftly. However, as days turned into weeks, it became evident that human effort alone could not withstand the wrath of nature, due to a lack of maintenance personnel. Various power plants gradually halted operations in the extreme cold, unable to continue supplying electricity to the city. It is estimated that only a handful of nuclear power stations might still be operational. Yet even the electricity they generate is prioritized for official use, leaving ordinary citizens without access. The cessation of water and power has compounded the hardships faced by the survivors. Has the power gone out? Liro murmured softly after swallowing a few bites of lamb chop, clearly having seen the messages in the group chat. This realization filled her with sudden concern. With the city stripped of electricity and food, the surviving populace would likely face mass freezing and starvation in these frigid temperatures. As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively surveyed the living room. Upon seeing the warm, cozy, and seemingly fortress-like safety of her surroundings, along with the boundless resources and space provided by Luotan beside her, a wave of profound reassurance washed over her. She couldn't help but admire her decision, deeming it exceedingly wise. The atmosphere in the community owner group was palpably tense. Without electricity, they could not even use their phones, and household appliances had become useless. The heavy snowfall had persisted for nearly a week. When would it finally cease? Each day the house grew colder. I am going to freeze to death. Sob, sob, sob. What are we to do now? There is no food or water, and we can't even go to the supermarket. Are we supposed to eat snow? At this moment, someone recalled Wang Dama's earlier remarks. Wang Dama, didn't you say that this snow disaster would pass quickly? You advised everyone against going out to buy supplies. Now, having heeded your advice, our food supplies have run perilously low. What are we to do? Just this morning, you were advocating trust in official rescue efforts. Now that the water and electricity have both ceased, when will assistance arrive? Faced with the multitude of inquiries from the community owners, Wang Dama felt a surge of panic and urgency. As a member of the neighborhood committee, she had access to more information than the average resident and was privy to some insider news. Not long ago, the committee's group chat had erupted with alarming revelations. It turned out that not only was the situation dire in Qinshui City, but blizzards were wreaking havoc across the entire nation and even worldwide. According to official statements, this was a cataclysmic event on par with prehistoric extinctions. The apocalyptic scenarios depicted in novels and films might have truly materialized, although the authorities were striving to conduct rescue and recovery operations. The sheer scale of the population, over 1 billion, rendered it impossible to attend to all areas. Even some major cities had recently succumbed to the calamity. To survive, it was imperative to stockpile sufficient resources. Whether energy or food, the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Wang Dama stared at the messages in the committee group, utterly stunned, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Mom, what's wrong? Your expression looks terrible, Yunana asked. Observing Wang Dama's dazed demeanor. In response to her daughter-in-law's confusion, Wang Dama did not answer immediately but instead pulled her into the bedroom of her son, revealing all the information she had gathered. She insisted that they assist her, as other committee members were doing, by going door to door to collect supplies, ensuring their household was adequately stocked. Mom, isn't that illegal? Yanana stammered, struggling to accept the shocking revelations that Wang Dama had disclosed. Illegal? With survival at stake. Who cares about legality? If we don't gather more resources, the meager food we have won't last long. Wang Dama retorted, exasperation evident in her tone, especially since her son, Wang Fu, was still recovering from his injuries and required ample protein for healing. His dietary needs exceeded the norm. Mom, I support your plan. While the other residents are still in shock, let us gather as much as we can. Wang Fu declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. After all, the fates of others were of no concern to him, that if possible, he wished to swindle away all the food from the seemingly useless Luo Tian, leaving the latter to perish from freezing and hunger. Rest assured, everyone, the power and water outages are merely temporary. Our professional team has commenced repairs. The official announcement emphasized the urgency, instructing the neighborhood committee to manage the residents effectively during this critical period, collecting all supplies for unified distribution. That we hope all residents will cooperate. Anyone who disobeys orders or obstructs the organization's efforts will face arrest. Chapter 27. Yulin was furious. He disregarded Wang Dama's words. As the power and water had ceased, and the room was relying on backup energy, he needed to start the generator promptly. Entering a room designated for machinery and miscellaneous items, Luo Tian activated a high-capacity silent generator that had already been set up and connected it to a large tank filled with gasoline. The fuel supply was abundant, and the generator, produced by a reputable company, was engineered to utilize every drop of gasoline efficiently, making it a cutting-edge product in the country that it could easily last a month without issue. Luo Tian, your preparations are impressively thorough. You couldn't have known about the snow disaster in advance, could you? Li Ro remarked, her admiration evident, recalling his investments in fortifying their home and stockpiling resources. It was clear that Luo Tian had anticipated the disaster. In contrast, she had failed to acquire even the most basic supplies. Well, of course, Luo Tian replied, exasperated. I not only knew the apocalypse would come, I even experienced it firsthand. Then why didn't you tell me when people asked you earlier? Li Ro inquired cautiously, casting a sidelong glance at him. Confronted with her question, Luo Tian looked at her as if she were foolish. If you had stockpiled resources, would you still be here asking me for help? In that moment, Li Ro lowered her gaze. However, compared to the previous life of fear and hunger, she now found solace in the warmth and abundance of their secure haven. Free from shivering in the cold, for her, this was already a significant improvement. At the very least, Luo Tian was infinitely better than that useless Yulin. Returning to the living room, Luo Tian sat on the sofa and pulled out his phone to check the owner group chat. What is going on? Everyone is lacking water and food, and with the power outage, the authorities should be reassuring us instead of pressuring us. Many owners expressed their dissatisfaction, yet due to the precarious situation and Wang Dama's constant reference to the officials, they hesitated to oppose her. Most were ordinary people, afraid that Wang Dama would label them as disobedient to the organization and lead to their arrest. Seeing no one oppose her, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk. Uninterested in exposing her deceit. In his previous life, Wang Dama had relied on similar tactics to manipulate many owners into surrendering their supplies, leading to the deaths of those who had little food left, ultimately starving in their homes. But what did it matter to Luo Tian? The neighbors and Wang Dama were cut from the same cloth. Neither party was virtuous. He would welcome more deaths. After all, the resources and fuel stored in his space were sufficient for him to last for countless lifetimes. Without electricity and water, how would the others manage to survive? Li Ro curled up on the sofa, embracing her slender legs and sighed. If I weren't with Luo Tian, I'd probably be just as desperate and fearful as the other residents, hiding at home. The power should be restored soon. After all, the authorities don't want everyone to perish, Luo Tian interjected. Curiously, Li Ro asked, with the outside so cold, how will the authorities supply electricity? Through nuclear power stations, Luo Tian replied, crossing his legs, his gaze becoming contemplative. In the wake of the collapse of most power facilities, the only way to gain electricity in this frigid apocalypse was through a few large nuclear power stations. However, relying solely on these limited stations to supply the entire nation was impractical. Yet, without electricity, residents would be unable to melt snow for drinking water. Thus, the authorities devised a plan to supply power for half an hour each morning and evening to address the electricity and water needs of the populace. Although the supply time was short, it was sufficient for people to boil a couple of kettles of water and charge their devices. Suddenly, there was a knock on Luo Tian's door. Damn it. This door is so solid. Yulin grumbled to himself, having waited in the cold corridor for quite some time without anyone answering, his nose running from the chill. Damn it, that fool Luo, Tan 1T, even let me in. Yulin could no longer contain a surge of anger. Chapter 28. Li Ro's affection grows. At that moment, it seemed no one could endure the fury of Yulin, ignoring the frigid temperatures of the corridor, which were well below zero. He seized a stool and began to pound on the door furiously. Unfortunately, this door was so robust that even a bomb would fail to breach it. Truly a pitiful sight. Luo Tian observed the contorted expression of his opponent through the surveillance footage and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Ignore him, he advised. Li Ro merely cast a glance at the humiliating scene on the monitor, biting her lip to refrain from looking further at that moment. She was experiencing a joy she had not felt in years. As for Yulin, she couldn't be bothered even if he were to perish. You know, Luo Tian continued, in no more than 2 months, Yulin will sell you off for the price of 3 bags of instant noodles. Whether Li Ro believed him or not, she found herself completely convinced. Without a shred of doubt, she even thought it perfectly plausible that Yulin could commit such an act. Is that so? Am I truly worth just 3 bags of instant noodles in his eyes? Li Ro scoffed. It seemed that her decision to leave him behind might just be the wisest choice she had ever made. At that moment, the butler suddenly interjected with a reminder. Sir, Yulin left his residence at 8:15. According to the surveillance, he entered apartment 1802 at 8:17 and stayed for 15 minutes before departing. The screen displayed 2 surveillance videos, the very ones Luo Tian had instructed the butler to monitor. In his previous life, when he was brutally murdered by a group of neighbors, Yulin had been one of the participants. If memory served him correctly, Li Ro had been sold to the occupant of apartment 1802. The patterns of history always bore an uncanny resemblance. Luo Tian took a gentle sip of tea and rose to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the pitch-black night sky shrouded in smog. Lost in thought. How peculiar. What could Yulin possibly want on the 18th floor? Li Ro, clad in a white nightgown that revealed her fair thighs, curiously observed the central screen in the living room. I can't quite comprehend it. What else could he possibly want? Surely he seeks someone capable to exact his revenge. Luo Tian remarked indifferently. He was not surprised by this outcome. Only that Yulin's visit to apartment 1802 had been significantly expedited due to his intervention. The resident of 1802 seems rather formidable. Li Ro's delicate face betrayed a hint of concern. She recalled that the man residing in 1802 was named Dang Tu, a real estate mogul with numerous henchmen at his disposal. Known for handling many unsavory matters, rumors circulated in the community that he had been involved in multiple homicides. Thus, the residents typically avoided contact with him, always opting to lower their heads and take a detour if they crossed paths. Given the current timing, Yulin's visit was undoubtedly for his own interests, right? Luo Tian, what if Dang Tu comes knocking? What shall we do? Li Ro spoke anxiously. Dang Tu was a man with connections and means, his real estate empire far surpassing that of a mere street thug like Wang Fu. Fear not. I hold the situation firmly in hand, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. With this impregnable sanctuary, even if he were to unleash all his might, he would never breach our defenses. Should Dang Tu harbor any ill intentions, Wang Fu's fate serves as a stark warning. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot withstand a crossbow or bullets. Can he? The following day, a notification chimed on his phone, indicating a new private message. Oh, that was quick. Luo Tian mused as he raised an eyebrow. The message came from Dang Tu, the real estate magnate residing in apartment 1802. Luo Tian, I've heard you're quite a big deal, daring enough to meddle with another man's wife. You have 10 minutes to release her and provide half of your food supplies. Otherwise, I will make it my mission to end you. Do not presume that a mere door can protect you. Dang Tu's brazen threats reflected his accustomed arrogance. He had always acted with reckless abandon, taking lies without a second thought, secure in the knowledge that others shielded him from repercussions. If an ordinary individual were to receive such intimidation from a figure like Dang Tu, they would likely cower and plead for mercy. You think you mean something? You truly believe you matter? Luo Tian replied with unwavering calmness, typing his response effortlessly. What real estate mogul? All of it is nonsense. Anyone who dares to challenge me will find themselves facing a most dreadful fate. After venting his frustrations, Luo Tian felt a sense of exhilaration. Indeed, dealing with such scum was best accomplished through brute force. On the other side, Dang Tu was taken aback. He had not anticipated someone would dare to insult him so boldly. The last individual who had spoken to him in such a manner now lay in pieces. Luo Tian, you dare to cross me? You must be tired of living. Just wait. Dang Tu seethed with rage. even contemplating murder. Initially, he had merely intended to abduct Yulin's wife for a few days, take some of Luo Tian's food, and deliver a beating. Yet, the other party appeared to be a fool, utterly oblivious to the danger he was courting. Given the heavy snowfall and the ensuing chaos in society, even a murder would likely go unnoticed. The thick snow served as a perfect cover. After eliminating Luo Tian, the woman and all the food would be his. Go to hell? Why don't you go play in the mud instead? You're nothing but a coward, Luo Tian retorted, blocking Deng Tu immediately. Nothing was more satisfying than silencing someone after a good scolding. The thought of Deng Tu's impotent fury, wishing to smash his phone in frustration, brought Luo Tian immense satisfaction. Butler, pull up the surveillance for the 18th floor. Luo Tian commanded as he settled back onto the sofa. The omnipresent cameras had been strategically placed throughout the building, capturing every movement. Sure enough, the door to apartment 1802 swung open. Deng Tu emerged. Clad in a thick coat and wielding a hammer, his face contorted with rage. However, he was unprepared for the corridor's temperatures, which were far colder than he had anticipated. Despite his heavy coat, the biting chill penetrated deeply. Deng Tu hastened toward the elevator in the corridor, likely informed by Yulin. Instead of opting for more suitable tools, he had chosen to confront Luo Tian directly with the hammer, foolishly believing he could smash through the reinforced door. Alas, disappointment awaited him. Chapter 29. If you have the ability, then open the door. Deng Tu cursed as he slammed the elevator button repeatedly, only to be met with silence.I and frustration. He struck the elevator door with his hammer, leaving a dent. For someone as arrogant as him, damaging public property was trivial, especially given that the elevator's surveillance was non-functional. Fortunately, the emergency lights had a backup power source, so he would not have to navigate the stairwell in complete darkness. With the hammer in hand, Deng Tu began to ascend the stairs, panting heavily. Climbing 5 flights was no small feat, particularly in temperatures that dipped well below freezing by the time he reached the 23rd floor. He was utterly exhausted. Thus, Yulin was reluctantly summoned from his hiding place to wield the hammer against Luo Tian's door. He had no choice. If he did not comply, Deng Tu would surely break down the door first. Wearing a cap, Yulin swung the hammer with all his might, as if he were striking Luo Tian himself rather than a door. Bang! The immense recoil left his palms numb, while the door remained completely unscathed. Not even a scratch to be seen. Damn it! Yulin, are you a coward? Put some force into it. Deng Tu shouted in frustration. Brother Tu, I'm starving. I haven't eaten in over a day. I really lack the strength. Yulin grimaced, raising the hammer to strike again, nearly losing grip and hitting Deng Tu instead. Get out of the way, you useless fool. Deng Tu snapped, slapping the back of Yulin's head and snatching the hammer from him. These homeowners were utterly pathetic, accustomed to a life of luxury, incapable of competing with someone like him, who had witnessed bloodshed. Deng Tu's eyes glinted with malice as he swung the hammer with all his might against the door. Bang! The force was far greater than Yulin's, yet the door remained intact. Deng Tu, however, felt the shock reverberate through his hands, nearly causing them to split from the pain. What the hell? How's this door so strong? It can't possibly be a bank vault door, can it? Deng Tu fumed, infuriated by the door's impenetrable nature. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Deng Tu was engulfed in excruciating agony, nearly losing consciousness. His pain was so intense that the veins on his forehead bulged, and he gasped for breath, harboring an unquenchable hatred for Luo Tian, the one who had shot him with a crossbow. Luo Tian, you foolish wretch, I will surely kill you. Deng Tu roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. He was resolute in his determination to eliminate Luo Tian. Otherwise, how could he ever face the world in Qingshui City again? Not only would he lose face before his subordinates, but his old rivals would also revel in his humiliation. His wrath extended not only to Luo Tian but also to Yulin, who had deceived him. Once the snow melts in a couple of days, I'll recuperate in the finest hospital. However, I must avenge this arrow. If I do not eliminate him, how could my name, Deng Tu, not become a laughingstock? Deng Tu declared fiercely. The younger members of his gang immediately thumped their chests, exclaiming, Brother Tu, we know which floor that little brat Luo Tian is on. Let's go take care of him right now. Deng Tu nodded in satisfaction. He's on the top floor, the left side as soon as you ascend the stairs. Be cautious, that brat has a crossbow, and the security door is extremely sturdy. Bring a couple of sledgehammers and take turns bashing down the door, the bespectacled doctor, fuming, added. What a despicable act. Don't worry about a thing. I'll keep watch while you smash the door down to ensure he doesn't dare show his face. Deng Tu sneered. Once we break down his door, everything will be manageable. T.S. hiding a beautiful wife within. Her ample bosom could crush a man. Once we get in, everyone will have a share. The mere mention of a beautiful wife sent the group of outlaws into a frenzy. With the blizzard blocking all paths, the law was powerless against them. Killing a few people was no big deal. At that moment, the darkness within human nature erupted within them, as they armed themselves with machetes, sledgehammers, and even used chairs as shields, surging towards the 23rd floor, watching his subordinates' fierce figures. Deng Tu reclined on the sofa. A thick blanket draped over him, his injured leg propped up, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Luo Tian, let us see if you live or die. Chapter 31. The little Karami were frozen like dogs. The surveillance footage clearly showed a group of ferocious subordinates climbing the stairs, armed with an array of weapons. This time was different. There were over 10 of them, each prepared for battle, wielding not only sledgehammers but also machetes and baseball bats, determined to break in and dismember him. While a couple of people might struggle to break down a door, could it withstand 10 times that number? Li Ro's beautiful face was filled with panic. Luo Tian, what should we do? They've become with so many people. Should we escape? Typically gentle, Li Ro had seldom clashed with others, but now, faced with a dozen ruthless outlaws at her door, she was thoroughly frightened. Escape? Where to? The only way down is through the stairs. And if we go out, we'll run into them and meet a quicker demise. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. However, Li Ro was in a state of distress. Luo Tian, there are more than 10 of them. No matter how sturdy the door is, it won't hold against so many for long. Will it? What if they break it down? She hesitated, her delicate face devoid of color, unable to fathom the torment they would face if the door were breached. Gripping his arm tightly, her hand felt icy, devoid of warmth. Observing her intense anxiety, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Even if 100 people came, against this door that cost millions to construct, made from 300mm alloy, akin to a bank vault, they wouldn't stand a chance, and no matter how much they pound, the door will remain unscathed, while they will exhaust themselves in the process. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed Luo Tian's mind. What do you think would happen if they did manage to break it down? With a sigh, he remarked, "Oh dear." Li Ro, terrified, burst into tears. Luo Tian, why don't we die together? Or, I could plead for mercy and let them spare you. You should escape. I will just bite my tongue and end it. Li Ro seemed resolute, believing that if they faced such a fate, it would be better to end her life swiftly. If her sacrifice could save Luo Tian, it would at least give her death some meaning. It was only then that Li Ro realized she might have already become a part of his world. Rest assured, this door cannot be breached even with explosives. A few little Karami are nothing to worry about, Luo Tian reassured her, surprised by her willingness to sacrifice herself for his survival. It was a revelation that left him slightly astonished. It seemed Li Ro had completely devoted herself to him. You could have mentioned this sooner. As Li Ro looked at the calm smile on Luo Tian's face, she suddenly realized that he had invested 300 million to hire a security company to construct this safe house. There was no way a group of petty thugs could easily break down such a door. Her face flushed crimson, and she wished for a hole to hide in. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, you little brat. If you're smart, we can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, once I break down this door, I'll make you wish you were never born. Stop wasting time talking to that fool. Pleading for mercy is useless. We must avenge Brother 2 and eliminate him tonight. Outside, the gang had begun to smash the door. Unfortunately, after a prolonged effort, the door remained untouched. Unhurried, Luo Tian retrieved a high-pressure water gun from his space, aiming the nozzle at the unsuspecting thugs. With a sharp hiss, at a frigid -70 degrees, being doused in icy water was an experience like no other. The relentless stream of cold water instantly soaked the group of ruffians, leaving them chilled to the bone. The extreme cold caused the water to freeze into ice upon contact. My God, it's so cold. I'm going to freeze to death. Help, spare me, don't spray me anymore. Run. Their faces turned purple as they felt as if they were trapped in a cold storage. Some nearly fainted from the cold. The thugs wailed and scattered, fleeing from Luo Tian's doorstep. They vowed never to endure such an extreme icy ordeal again, even if it meant being beaten to a pulp. With the elevator out due to a power outage, the group had to brave the biting cold, shivering uncontrollably, desperately escaping down the stairs, covered in ice. Once they were out of sight, Luo Tian finally put the high-pressure water gun away. There were simply too many of them. Using a water gun for area damage was far more effective than targeting individuals with a crossbow. In this apocalyptic cold, an ordinarily harmless water gun could inflict terrifying damage. Ding 2, initially brimming with confidence, awaited good news, but instead was met with a horde of ice-covered, purple-faced thugs bursting into the room. Upon entering, they immediately began shedding their clothes, scrambling for dry towels and thick blankets. "Ah, I'm freezing to death. Get out of the way. I need that blanket first. Get lost. I found it first. Give me some." Those who failed to grab a blanket were on the verge of coming to blows. Dang 2 was incensed, his forehead throbbing with rage. "Everyone, stop this madness. Why are you all acting like such fools?" Whereas that little brat Luo Tian. A few subordinates, huddled under a single blanket, shivered as they explained, "Brother 2, that little rascal Luo Tian is too cunning. His door is extraordinary. No matter how hard we hit it. It's like trying to break through a solid iron block. Exactly. He even made a small hole in the door and sprayed us with a high-pressure water gun." Hearing this, Dang 2's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Luo Tian's door would be so formidable, rendering a dozen people utterly helpless. Damn it, what material is that door made of? Why would he install such a thing unless he anticipated this situation? Dang 2 shook his head vehemently. "No way. Since we can't break it down, we'll just wait outside for him. Food is ultimately limited. I refuse to believe he can hide in there forever. Starting tomorrow, if we catch Luo Tian daring to come down, we'll kill him on the spot." Dang 2 gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the coffee table. He was determined to see Luo Tian emerge once his provisions ran out. In the living room, Li Ro, her eyes slightly red from crying, gazed at Luo Tian with admiration. "To have driven off so many people so easily. That was incredible. Don't just stand there. Go take a shower. Tonight, we shall delve into some new knowledge." Luo Tian smirked. Li Ro murmured, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 32. Aunt Wang aims to consolidate supplies. As noon approached, Luo Tian lazily crawled out of his warm cocoon. "I feel the need to replenish my energy," he mused, stroking his chin, concerned that he might soon lack proper nourishment. "I've prepared some egg and meat porridge. Wash up and come eat," Li Ro called out. Li Ro pushed open the bedroom door, her face alight with a radiant smile. At that moment, she seemed to embody a rebirth, exuding the beguiling allure of a mature woman. Her face was as delicate as a peach blossom, and her eyes sparkled with an electric charm. I see," Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, and no matter how enchanting the beauty before him appeared, for someone in his sage time, everything was but ephemeral, after a simple wash with hot water. Luo Tian settled in the dining area, savoring the warm porridge that she had lovingly prepared. Li Ro did not join him. Instead, she sat across from him, resting her pale chin on her hands. Gazing at him with a beaming smile. Ding! A new message popped up in the owners group. News had spread that a group of little Karami had been drenched by Luo Tian the previous night, nearly freezing to death. Although all the owners were aware of it, no one dared to discuss it openly due to the presence of Ding 2 in the group. They could only engage in private conversations, pretending that nothing had happened in the group chat. "Dear residents, the committee has received an official notice. The snow disaster is expected to persist for some time, to assist those whose food supplies have been depleted. We must gather food from each household and distribute it collectively to help everyone weather this crisis. This is an order from above, and no one is permitted to disobey. Failure to comply will result in consequences that one must bear alone. Trust me, the authorities take the snow disaster very seriously. Anyone who acts selfishly and disregards the organization will be viewed as committing a crime." Wang Dama sent several messages, possibly spurred by the news of Dang 2's group being splashed with cold water. Perhaps hiding indoors, sick with fever. Seizing the moment, she began to intimidate and deceive the residents, reminiscent of her previous life. Luo Tian couldn't help but scoff at the messages in the group that in his past life. Around this same time, Wang Dama had started spreading rumors cloaked as official statements, attempting to frighten timid residents into relinquishing their food supplies. Surely, there was some insider information in the committee that had made her anxious, prompting her to resort to unscrupulous methods to gather resources. Though her tactics were not particularly sophisticated, the dire circumstances were overwhelming. The residents had been trapped by the heavy snow for nearly a week. Among the 70 or 80 families in the building, not everyone could maintain their composure. With just a hint of intimidation from Wang Dama, many timid residents would likely submit and hand over their supplies. Luo Tian had no intention of intervening in others' fates. He merely sought amusement in the situation, as entertainment options were scarce. "Wang Dama, you know how dire our situation is. Our food supplies are already limited. And now you want to collect what little we have left? How can we survive? Indeed, some residents, upon realizing Wang Dama was serious about enforcing her demand for food contributions, felt cornered and began to confront her. Dong Yan, who lived on the 13th floor and owned a supermarket, usually kept a stock of snacks at home. Most neighbors were aware of this. If food supplies were to be collected, her household would undoubtedly be the first target. Thus, anxious to avoid significant losses, Dong Yan was the first to oppose Wang Dama's actions in the group. Her words garnered some support from other residents. Exactly. Our food is already insufficient. Where would we find extra to donate? Perhaps we should reconsider. Wang Dama could not possibly agree. After all, the authorities had never issued such a directive. It was her personal initiative to collect food, while the situation had yet to spiral further out of control, and the residents remained oblivious to the impending doom. She had to deceive as many as possible into relinquishing their supplies. Wang Dama typed furiously and hit send. I have made myself clear. This is an official request. This is not an arbitrary action by our committee. In special circumstances, special measures must be taken. The authorities have assured us that the snow disaster will not last long. You need not worry about what comes next. Once the snow disaster passes, you can buy as much food as you desire. Many families are already struggling to eat. Without the committee's coordinated distribution, they won't last much longer. So please, do not be selfish. Are you all heartless, willing to watch your neighbors starve to death? Those who hoarded food, like Dong Yin, were indeed a minority. Many other residents typically bought just enough food for a day or two, at most a week's worth. Naturally, those nearing the end of their supplies stepped forward, firmly expressing their support for Wang Dama's actions. Dong Yin, how could I not see your selfishness before? We are all neighbors. What harm is there in sharing some of your ample food? Exactly. It's just a few snacks. How expensive could that be? I've supported your supermarket numerous times. Wang Dama warned those who hoarded food and were unwilling to contribute. This is an official order. If you defy it, be prepared for repercussions after the snow disaster. Instantly, the group erupted into chaotic arguments between two factions. Luo Tian, surely Wang Dama must be lying. Li Ro also noticed the messages in the group. However, since Luo Tian had already informed her of many situations in advance, she quickly discerned the numerous flaws in Wang Dama's statements. How could the authorities possibly allow a mere neighborhood committee to collect and distribute resources from all residents? Indeed, Luo Tian remarked with a cold laugh. This Wang Dama, while lacking in other abilities, is quite adept at wielding the authority of others. A mere neighborhood committee, not even civil servants, had been manipulated by her to such an extent. Using the guise of an official representative to act unjustly before the residents, it is often said that good people do not live long, while the wicked thrive for 1,000 years. In his previous life, Wang Dama had relied on this tactic to sustain her household until the very end. Luo Tian had merely intended to observe the unfolding drama. However, before long, Wang Dama sent him a private message. Chapter 33. The allure of a starlet. Those with scarce supplies in the group held the upper hand, expressing their outrage towards those who hoarded food and were reluctant to contribute. Under the pressure of public opinion, Dong Yin and her supporters dared not show their faces, receiving a barrage of insults from the other residents until they reluctantly agreed to surrender their food. Wang Dama, feeling triumphant, recalled that Luo Tian's household had a considerable stash of food. She decided to employ the same tactic, emboldened by the support of other residents, and approached him privately. Luo Tian, you must have seen the situation in the group. The residents are quite resentful of those like you who hoard supplies. Right now, I represent the collective opinion of all the owners. Wang Dama spoke slowly, exuding confidence. If you are wise, you will voluntarily surrender some of the food you bought from the supermarket. Otherwise, with a single word from me in the group, those irate residents could easily drown you in a sea of spit. Before you wouldn't even let me take a bag of snacks. And now it seems all your food must be surrendered. Wang Dama spoke with a sense of satisfaction, believing that Luo Tian would be intimidated by the collective outrage of the other residents. After all, public sentiment could be a powerful force. A minority must always yield to the majority. This time, she had the backing of the entire building's residents. How could he, a single individual, stand against so many? Luo Tian merely scoffed, replying, "Are you out of your mind? What others say is of no concern to me. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't get a single packet of instant noodles from me." He felt no apprehension toward her petty threats. It was laughable. He wasn't even afraid when Ding Tu and his gang came knocking. so how could he be intimidated by a group of unruly residents? The collective outrage of the building's owners meant nothing to him. You dare to be so arrogant, Wang Dama typed angrily. She had not anticipated that Luo Tian would truly oppose her, who represented the will of all the residents. This was far from what she had initially envisioned. Oh, what if I am arrogant? Old lady, if you have the guts, come and take it from me. Upon reading this message in the chat window, Wang Dama trembled with rage. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare confront him directly. She had witnessed the tragic fate of her son at the hands of Deng Tu and his gang. She had no desire to experience such horrors herself. Wang Dama resolved to publicly share Luo Tian's remarks in the group. Even if she couldn't swindle food from him, she could at least stir animosity against him. Painting him as a pariah in the eyes of the other residents, she would ensure that he would not have it easy. However, just as she was about to hit send, she saw a new message from Luo Tian, causing her face to drain of color in an instant. Wang Dama, do you believe I am unaware of your intentions to use the authority of the officials to intimidate the residents into surrendering their food? How is it that the community chat has exploded with messages, confirming that the apocalypse is upon us? I shall tell you, I am too weary to concern myself with your sordid affairs. However, if you insist on provoking my displeasure. How could it be? Her thoughts have been completely discerned. Even in a room chilled to sub-zero temperatures, Aunt Wang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. How eerie. She trembled slightly, her hands shaking so much that she could barely hold her phone. This was confidential information from the community committee. How on earth did Luo Tian come to know of it? The members of the committee chat were all old acquaintances, and there was no way they could have leaked anything. No matter how she speculated, she would never uncover the truth. Luo Tian was a reborn individual. In his previous life, owing to his soft-heartedness and the mistaken belief that the heavy snowfall would not last long, he had relinquished some of the food he had hoarded at home. In return, those greedy neighbors not only expressed dissatisfaction, but also assumed he must have a considerable stash of food, leading them to conspire and ultimately kill him, having been granted a second chance at life. Luo Tian was now fully aware of Aunt Wang's every move. After all, those neighbors and Aunt Wang were hardly virtuous individuals. He could not be bothered to care if they starved him after stealing his food. Rather, it was more fitting to let them turn on one another like dogs fighting over scraps. After much contemplation, Aunt Wang decided to delete all the messages she had prepared in the chat that were aimed at Luo Tian. If news of her deception regarding supplies were to leak, regardless of whether the homeowners believed it or not, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of suspicion in their minds if they were to discover that Luo Tian was adamant about not surrendering food. It would make her subsequent attempts to swindle food from other homeowners exceedingly difficult. Luo Tian, consider yourself fortunate. This time, Aunt Wang has conceded defeat. Despite her frustration, Aunt Wang could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Unwilling to jeopardize her grand scheme, successfully swindling food from the homeowners was of utmost importance. Otherwise, her household would not last much longer. Unbeknownst to her, food was not so easily deceived, should the residents be pushed to their limits. Whatever she had taken would need to be repaid in kind. Thus, Aunt Wang refrained from provoking Luo Tian further and returned to the group, feigning gratitude towards those homeowners willing to contribute food. She claimed that once the snowstorm subsided, the authorities would reward them with banners and bonuses in appreciation. The other homeowners shifted from indignation to praise, which undoubtedly brought some comfort to Dong Yin and the other residents. How laughable, Luo Tian scoffed, realizing that there were few clever individuals among this group. Aunt Wang's naive scheme had managed to ensnare them all. He anticipated that in the coming days, Aunt Wang would frantically visit the homes of timid and unsuspecting homeowners to extract their resources. While she would certainly bypass the likes of Deng Tu, who had a gang of tough guys at his disposal, however, once the homeowners realized they had been duped, Aunt Wang would inevitably have to return whatever she had taken. 2 days passed, and indeed, under Aunt Wang's relentless threats and intimidation, as she spread official rumors in the group while discreetly picking off individuals one by one, many homeowners obediently surrendered their food supplies. Yet, numerous individuals remained cautious, contributing only a portion and secretly hoarding some for themselves. Some shrewder homeowners prioritized ensuring they had sufficient food, resolutely ignoring Aunt Wang's threats. Even so, Aunt Wang managed to collect a significant amount of resources, particularly from Dong Yan's family, who had contributed 3 large boxes of instant noodles and 2 hefty bags of assorted snacks. Throughout the entire process, Luo Tian monitored everything through the surveillance cameras lining the corridors. A minor incident even occurred when Bai Ye, a famous celebrity residing on the 20th floor, room 2001, generously opened her door to contribute her food, sweetly thanking Aunt Wang for her efforts and requesting confidentiality regarding her identity. Aunt Wang, taken aback, had not expected to encounter Bai Ye, the nation's beloved goddess, living in the same complex. Nevertheless, she treated her no differently, as the current circumstances bore no resemblance to the harmonious society of yore. In the apocalypse, celebrity status held no weight. Thus, she shamelessly took all of Bai Ye's provisions. Thanks to the built-in microphones and the corridor surveillance, Luo Tian even overheard Wang Fu and Aunt Wang plotting how to lure Bai Ye to their home. A celebrity, an individual whom ordinary people could never hope to meet. Yet, in this grim reality, all were rendered equal. Though Wang Fu had lost the confidence of a man, he still sought alternative means to savor the unattainable allure of fame. While Aunt Wang relished the idea of landing a celebrity daughter-in-law for her son, brainless and voluptuous, Luo Tian snorted in derision, dismissing Bai Ye's intelligence. She was likely well protected by her manager, completely oblivious to the darkness of human nature. In the apocalypse, playing the role of a saint would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. Nonetheless, he continued to engage in his usual activities, playing games, watching movies, enjoying a variety of international cuisines, or studying new knowledge alongside Li Ro. His life was exceedingly pleasant that a week had passed since the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. For an ordinary person, the food hoarded at home would last at most a week. However, due to the frigid temperatures, not only was it essential to ensure daily sustenance, but fuel for heating was also required to avoid freezing to death, resulting in the rapid depletion of resources. As the days wore on, the atmosphere in the homeowners group began to shift ominously. After being trapped at home by heavy snowfall for 1 to 2 weeks, with official rescue efforts still forthcoming, the constant anxiety over dwindling food and supplies gradually altered their mindset. Chapter 34. Aunt Wang incurs the wrath of the masses. Many residents who had been deceived by Aunt Wang into surrendering their food waited for a long time without seeing any distribution of supplies. And they could no longer contain their frustration. Aunt Wang, what is going on? Wasn't it agreed that supplies would be collected and distributed uniformly? It's been 2 days, and there hasn't been a peep. Indeed, the efficiency is far too low. Or are you all lining your own pockets, with no intention of distributing anything to us? I have nothing to eat. I will starve to death. Aunt Wang, you must come and deliver some food. The homeowners were growing increasingly agitated. Regardless of whether they had surrendered resources, they all emerged, hoping for priority in the allocation of food. Yet, no matter how they clamored, Aunt Wang remained absent, silent as if she had vanished. An hour passed, and the homeowners' dissatisfaction reached a boiling point. It seemed they had come to realize that Aunt Wang was nothing but a deceitful swindler, and they had fallen victim to her trickery. Damn it! Aunt Wang had no intention of distributing food. She merely sought to hoard it all for herself. How could this happen? Come out and explain yourself. Aunt Wang, you treacherous wretch, we trusted you enough to hand over our food. And now you hide away like a coward after taking what was ours. Soon, the homeowners' chat was flooded with profanities, most of which were directed at Aunt Wang's family and relatives, unfortunately for Aunt Wang, who had long been prepared and possessed an unyielding facade. This small barrage of insults was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Even if they were to curse her entire lineage, she would never relinquish the food. In Su Ling's home, the temperature was so low that she could only wrap herself tightly in thick blankets, huddled on the sofa, trembling that as she read through the messages in the group, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank goodness I was clever enough not to fall for Aunt Wang's nonsense. Otherwise, my food would have been wasted. Previously, when Aunt Wang proposed collecting food for redistribution, she had come to ask for supplies, but the inherently selfish Su Ling had chosen to feign ignorance, ignoring her completely. Now, it was evident that this decision had been the right one. Observing the many homeowners who had been duped lamenting their losses, Su Ling felt a swell of self-admiration. However, even though she had not fallen victim, her food supplies were nearly depleted. Su Ling had managed to last this long solely on some snack gift bags given by sycophants. Her own food had long since run out. The only remnants on her coffee table were a pack of biscuits that had been completely devoured. Ironically, before the apocalypse, she would have scorned such cheap wholesale biscuits and had even planned to toss the box of snacks from the so-called loser sycophant straight into the trash. Yet, with the snowstorm trapping everyone indoors, it was these dry and unpalatable biscuits that had kept her going. The exquisite pastries had been delightful, but far too scarce. Only a few bags of biscuits remained. Su Ling tightly cocooned herself in her blanket, a bitter expression settling on her face, which had grown gaunt due to the lack of food. In the past, she would never have considered eating such low-quality biscuits, but now, she licked every crumb clean and even contemplated swallowing the packaging. Her situation was dire. If she did not procure new food soon, she feared she might starve to death in her own home. The heavy snowfall outside shows no signs of abating. Su Ling's eyes are wide with fear. Gazing through the frost-laden glass window, the world beyond is already buried in a blanket of white, an endless expanse of snow. Even the damned snowflakes are still falling from the sky. It's been over a week already. The water has stopped, and the electricity has ceased, yet the snow continues unabated. When will this torment come to an end? The first floor is completely covered by snow, rendering the entrance invisible. The residents below dwell in an inky darkness, reportedly on the brink of losing their sanity. In such dire circumstances, venturing outside is impossible, and official rescue efforts have yet to make an appearance. Even the television broadcasts have been suspended for several days. With every channel displaying nothing but static, various signals seem to convey to her that this relentless snowstorm may persist indefinitely. Humanity is facing its doom. How long will this snow disaster last? Or will it ever cease? Gurgled as Su Ling's stomach grumbles once more. I am so hungry. What am I to do? There is hardly any food left at home. At this rate, I might starve. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth in reluctant resolve. Must I truly grovel before that sycophant, Luo Tian? No, I have already sought him out last time, and his attitude was utterly insufferable. Not only did he tempt her with pictures of steak on social media, but he also deliberately withheld food from her. Infuriated, Su Ling had resolved to ignore Luo Tian for a while, determined to make him beg for her forgiveness. If she were to abandon her goddess persona now and seek him out, wouldn't all her efforts during this time be in vain? After all, she is a goddess. Such sycophantic behavior should be reserved for Luo Tian to initiate. However, after further contemplation, Su Ling's resolve began to waver. I am a goddess. How can I endure hunger? If I were to approach Luo Tian first, act a little coy, wouldn't that yield an abundance of food? Once I am satiated, I can maintain my goddess status. With this thought in mind, Su Ling quickly grabbed her phone, excitement bubbling within her. All right, I shall do just that. Remembering the delectable steak and exquisite champagne from Luo Tian's social media posts, she couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Chapter 35. The green tea approaches. Upon the mention of delectable cuisine, Su Ling felt invigorated. She promptly opened Luo Tian's profile and pressed down to send a voice message. Oh, Luo Tian, it's been so long since we last connected. I've missed you so much. Why haven't you reached out to me? It must be said, Su Ling is quite adept at enticing men with her charms. Who is that woman? Li Ro inquired, plucking a glistening grape from a platter filled with fresh fruits, delicately peeling its skin with her slender fingers. Hearing the voice from the phone, a hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Just a pathetic green tea, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Unfazed by Su Ling's antics, he could easily deduce that her reason for reaching out must be her desire for food. With the pigeon busy with other matters these past few days, Luo Tian thought it would be amusing to extract a bit of entertainment from her, perhaps even tease the green tea further. Really? Luo Tian, what are you busy with? Care to share? Su Ling inquired curiously. Nothing much, just indulging in the culinary delights of other countries, Luo Tian responded languidly. I intended to discover which country's cuisine is the most exquisite, but alas, I overindulged and can hardly eat another bite. Upon reading this, Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, left utterly confounded. Busy tasting gourmet food from other countries, unable to eat another morsel. Surely, he jested. Su Ling, incredulous, believed Luo Tian was merely boasting. She could hardly fill her own stomach and felt on the verge of starvation. Even a bowl of instant noodles would taste like the finest delicacy to her. How could she dare to yearn for extravagant feasts from other lands? Oh, Luo Tian, please don't tease me. You must be eating canned meat and instant noodles, right? I want some too. Su Ling cooed, her voice dripping with sweetness. Even the simplest bowl of instant noodles would be a rare treat for her in her current predicament. As for canned meat, if she could heat it up and savor a warm broth, it would be the epitome of culinary delight. Noticing her disbelief, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirked. He activated the camera function and captured images of the sumptuous dishes laid out before him. Caviar, lasagna, roasted duck, and a fruit platter. Then he sent the images. Ding. Upon receiving the pictures, Su Ling's eyes widened in shock. Her face a mask of disbelief. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Luo Tian's home be filled with such an abundance of culinary delights? She shook her head, refusing to believe it. She knew he had stockpiled food, but it was all just snacks from the supermarket. How could he possess such a multitude of gourmet dishes? It must be a hoax. Undoubtedly sourced from the internet. Su Ling gasped, quickly dismissing the notion that in such dire conditions. How could Luo Tian's home possibly contain such a lavish spread? Even official departments would struggle to produce such a feast amidst the snowstorm and sub-zero temperatures. Wait, that fridge in the background appears to be filled to the brim with food. Su Ling zoomed in on the image, noticing that every shelf of the slightly ajar fridge was packed with food and beverages. Just the exquisite Russian ham alone occupied an entire shelf. On the kitchen cabinets, renowned wines such as French Louis, Martini, and Ermine Martin were displayed as if they were free for the taking. Moreover, another image sent by Luo Tian revealed a cozy fireplace roaring with flames in the center of the living room. Not only that, but the enormous LCD screen in the living room was playing a film. What does this imply? Luo Tian has electricity. Su Ling couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What kind of luxurious life is Luo Tian living? Not only is he surrounded by an abundance of food, feasting on international delicacies, but his home is also equipped with a fireplace for warmth, and he has a generator supplying electricity at all times. Not to mention, Su Ling was keenly aware of the warming capabilities of a fireplace. During the bitter winters in Northern Europe, as long as the fireplace is lit, the room remains comfortably warm throughout the season. I must move in. I absolutely must move in. Initially, Su Ling felt a tinge of envy. But after witnessing all of this, she could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she seethed with jealousy, her eyes ablaze. How could it be that while everyone else suffers, Luo Tian lounges comfortably at home? Enjoying food and warmth, she had been cooped up in her home, freezing like a dog, bundled in thick blankets yet still feeling the chill in her hands and feet. The furniture had been dismantled for warmth. But the scant firewood barely provided a moment's comfort. Once the flames died, she was left once more in the grip of bone-chilling cold. That fleeting warmth had lingered in Su Ling's memory. Feeling divine. Yet, this warmth, so tantalizingly out of reach for her, is something Luo Tian enjoys every day. Su Ling was seething with jealousy. At that moment, envisioning the nearly twisted expression on her face, Luo Tian felt a wave of satisfaction, almost laughing aloud. Envy, jealousy. Alas, no matter how much you long for it, you can only stare helplessly at the screen. I posted this to show off. You seem to be on a diet. It's been over a week since we last met. And you've lost quite a bit of weight. I envy your discipline. Unlike me, who indulges in a plethora of seafood daily without much exercise, Luo Tian remarked, feigning ignorance as he observed Su Ling's gaunt face. A stark contrast to her usual self due to her lack of food. For Su Ling, this was a blatant display of wealth. Infuriating. Unable to contain herself any longer, she sent a video message. Luo Tian, I am starving too. This time, I'm giving you the chance to treat me to a meal, so you'd better seize it. After dinner, we can engage in some post-meal activities. In her eagerness to savor delicious food, she had even willingly offered herself up. Watching the video, with her demure demeanor and seemingly inviting appearance, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. How sweetly she speaks of giving him the opportunity to treat her. But in reality, it's merely a ploy to mooch off his generosity. If she genuinely wanted to offer a chance, why not do so before the apocalypse struck, especially during this snowstorm where travel is impossible? Should I invite Su Ling over and then strap her with a device to teach her a lesson? In the depths of his thoughts, Luo Tian pondered that although he currently held no regard for the other party, Su Ling was merely akin to a public bus. Yet, considering the time he had spent adoring her in his previous life, the prospect of indulging in her company now was worth contemplating, as it might serve to fulfill a long-held wish. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, deeming it unsavory. After all, he was in the presence of the exquisite Li Ro, whose beauty and figure were incomparable and utterly eclipsed Su Ling's. Even in her natural state, Li Ro would easily score a 9, while Su Ling, at best, would barely earn a 6 without makeup. Chapter 36. Do not be deceived by a siren, no need. Luo Tian succinctly rebuffed Su Ling. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard an unfathomable revelation. That I offered myself freely. and yet you still refuse. Luo Tian, are you serious? Ah, I see. You must be angry with me. Right? It's been so long since I've acknowledged you. You must feel lonely. I'll pay more attention from now on. Experiencing rejection for the first time, Su Ling stumbled over her words. Who's angry with you? Do you even think you're worthy? Luo Tian retorted, exasperated, before pulling Li Ro closer. Li Ro, clad in a modest dress, stumbled slightly as he drew her near, resting her shy face against his shoulder without uttering a word. Instead, she cast a provocative glance at the camera, insinuating, I'm not lonely. I have someone by my side. With satisfaction in his tone, Luo Tian seemed to boast, directing Li Ro's lovely visage toward the camera. See, I have a beautiful companion. You, with your wretched reputation, should just leave and find somewhere cooler to linger. I'm not interested. Indeed, upon witnessing another woman occupying a space in Luo Tian's warm abode, indulging in the delectable treats that made Su Ling's mouth water, she became infuriated. Luo Tian, who is she? How dare you allow someone else into your home? I detest the presence of other women. Make her leave immediately. Su Ling commanded, gritting her teeth, as if she were the mistress of the residence. This assertion irked Luo Tian, who coldly replied, Who I let in is none of your business. Su Ling was taken aback. Had she just been insulted by someone she perceived as a mere sycophant? Luo Tian, you actually dared to insult me. What is wrong with you? It was hard for her to fathom. For in the past, whenever she had vented her frustrations upon him, he would always respond with a grin, showering her with gifts and meals. Never once displaying anger did he wouldn't even dare to utter a harsh word in her presence. Yet now, he seemed utterly indifferent to her feelings, and for merely raising her voice, he had unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. This was inconceivable. Could it be that this siren had bewitched Luo Tian? No wonder his demeanor toward her had suddenly turned cold. The thought made Su Ling seethe with rage. For a woman of her ilk, nothing was more intolerable than seeing her sycophant openly attracted to another. After all, it was equivalent to admitting her own lack of allure. In a moment of self-reflection, Su Ling took stock of Li Ro, only to ruefully conclude that her charm paled in comparison. Whether it was Li Ro's enchanting face or her long, shapely legs, they were attributes befitting a goddess. Su Ling's beauty was artificially crafted through makeup, her lashes merely affixed. She felt utterly outclassed. Even a cosmetic procedure would likely fail to render her as breathtaking as Li Ro. Luo Tian, do not let that siren deceive you. Am I not the woman you cherish above all? Physical attraction is fleeting. It is a soulful connection that endures, with tears brimming in her eyes. She implored him, her performance as a top-tier manipulator seamlessly transitioning into a display of vulnerability. Previously, Su Ling had successfully employed this tactic to ensnare many a man. Huh? Luo Tian regarded her with a look of incredulity. Su Ling, do you really believe I ever had feelings for you? He scoffed. You seem to have misinterpreted my gestures. I've showered gifts and meals upon many, not solely you. Do not flatter yourself. I merely cast a wide net, and you are but one of many backups. How could that be? I refuse to believe it. Luo Tian, you must be jesting. Her expression soured, for she had always viewed Luo Tian as someone she could easily manipulate. Now, however, he was asserting that she was merely a placeholder. For a master of manipulation like Su Ling, this was a crushing blow. Believe it or not, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, disdain evident in his demeanor. You really think I'm oblivious to your antics? Word spreads among wealthy circles. A little money, and anyone can enjoy your company for a night. You are no more than a public bus. Masquerading as a virtuous maiden. Sorry, but I have no interest in tarnished reputations. With that, Luo Tian cut off the video call, leaving no room for a response. His words served to humiliate her, exposing the essence of her character. Though Su Ling had played with the affections of many men, she still considered herself a good girl, believing those men were willingly kind to her. However, Luo Tian's words shattered her facade, deeply undermining her confidence and prompting her to question her own allure. If Luo Tian, who had once fawned over her, was fully aware of her true nature, what did the other men she had led on think? Soon, her chat window filled with several 60-second voice messages. Luo Tian, without needing to glance, knew they held no kind words. Having just lambasted Su Ling, she would hardly send him an audio message praising him. Amused, he chuckled and tossed his phone aside. The satisfaction of denouncing a manipulative woman was exhilarating. He should have done this long ago, but if you played your part well, what reward do you desire? I can fulfill your wishes, Luo Tian said, in high spirits. Really? Li Ro leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, I wish to switch places with you. Chapter 37. Luo Tian is thrust into the limelight after being humiliated by Luo Tian. Su Ling was nearly consumed by rage. Luo Tian, you're nothing but a pathetic sycophant. Daring to insult me like that. One day, I shall storm into your home and make you grovel at my feet. In a fit of fury, she flung a vase to the ground, smashing it to pieces, and swept everything off the table, leaving a chaotic mess in her wake. Yet after this emotional outburst, she forced herself to temper her anger. No, I must remain composed. However, recalling Luo Tian's words, public bus, tarnished reputation, her rage erupted anew. How am I supposed to stay composed? Her face reddened with indignation. Luo Tian had called her a public bus. While one might criticize a woman for being unattractive, overweight, or lacking sophistication, to label her as a tarnished woman was the utmost affront. Fortunately, the temperature was low, and after only a few broken items, she could no longer bear the cold, shivering as she grabbed a blanket to wrap around herself. As she curled up, her anger simmered, and she began plotting her revenge against Luo Tian. Reflecting on the identity of the woman beside him, she recalled that it was Li Ro, the wife of a neighbor on the 23rd floor. If this information made its way into the community group, it would undoubtedly lead to public condemnation. Extramarital affairs have always been a hot topic, no matter the era or location. Luo Tian, you didn't see this coming. Did you? I took a screenshot just now. Just wait. I will ensure you become the shame of the entire building. Su Ling thought coldly. Quickly, she composed a message, detailing the indiscretions of the two, attaching the incriminating screenshot of Li Ro nestled in Luo Tian's embrace. Her leg exposed, and sent it to the group chat. I sent this Li Ro, the wife of Yulin on the 23rd floor. How did she end up entangled with Luo Tian? I remember her. She's quite promiscuous. No wonder she's involved with him. Luo Tian truly had a penchant for trouble. Indeed, the homeowners, captivated by the images, swiftly engaged in fervent discussions. Before long, messages poured in like an incessant stream, overwhelming the chat. Soon, Yulin found himself inundated with frantic mentions from the homeowners. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, he emerged to declare, it was Luo Tian who forcibly detained my wife. He hoarded a mountain of food, promising to share with us. Yet once my wife entered, he refused to let her go. Such baseless accusations thrust Luo Tian into the eye of the storm. In truth, the homeowners were indifferent to the specifics of right or wrong. The majority were currently deprived of food, enduring hunger day after day. Under the duress of stress and starvation, emotions easily spiraled into impulsiveness and rage. Confined within their homes, conflicts and quarrels with family members became inevitable. The revelations from Su Ling provided a perfect outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Regardless of the circumstances, casting blame upon others brought them a perverse sense of satisfaction. This is the darker side of human nature. Luo Tian, who appeared so honest and simple, had committed an act that incited universal outrage. Indeed, to unlawfully detain another's freedom is a crime. Once the snowstorm passes, I shall report this scoundrel to the authorities. He is truly inhuman. Poor Li Ro, she must have endured unimaginable suffering. I hope she is safe. JPG, that scoundrel dares to enjoy my goddess. How enviable. No, I am filled with rage. The homeowners began to hurl insults. An avalanche of vulgarities flooded the group chat, swiftly dominating the conversation. Observing the outraged residents, the instigator Su Ling hid behind her phone, unable to suppress her gleeful laughter. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you deserve this. You mocked me on the bus. Now look at the tarnished reputation you've earned. As the homeowners' words grew increasingly outrageous, they even speculated that Li Ro had been forcibly abducted by Luo Tian. In the living room, Li Ro, clad in a revealing short skirt, saw the messages in the group and could not help but defend Luo Tian. She was living well, with an abundance of delicious food, a warm room, and had not suffered any mistreatment. Her defense, instead of calming the storm, only stirred the hornet's nest further. Not only did the homeowners curse Luo Tian, but they also directed their vitriol at her. What a harlot, shameless, a public bus. The insults were utterly appalling to in an instant. Li Ro was reduced to tears. The power of online bullying is well understood. Even in peaceful times, many have been driven to despair. Let alone in such dire circumstances, seeing Li Ro silenced by the barrage of insults only fueled the homeowners' fervor. Bullying a beautiful woman, whom they desired yet could not possess, gave them a twisted sense of pleasure. Damn it, I knew your true nature all along. Why didn't you tell me you were short on food? 5 bags of instant noodles would have sufficed for a night of delight. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have been yearning for Leroux for 3 years. If I could just have her for one night, I'd gladly forfeit 10 years of my life. Alas, Yulin has already ruined it. And I cannot enjoy her. Haha. More and more homeowners joined the fray, unabashedly uttering crude words that I in this environment. As long as they lambasted Leroux and Luo Tian, they garnered praise from others while escaping condemnation themselves. The moral fabric of civilized society seemed to vanish. After relentlessly berating Luo Tian without a response, they concluded he was afraid. Emboldened by their numbers, they became even more brazen. Previously, they had thought nothing of Dong Tu's misfortunes. Perhaps his subordinates were not as formidable as rumored. United, they believed, Dong Tu would surely think twice before crossing them. The homeowners reveled in their triumphant musings, even looking down upon Dong Tu, who usually avoided them. In the living room, Luo Tian chuckled as he pinched Leroux's tear-streaked face. Is it really that serious? A few insults and you're in tears? If you can't take it, then don't look. I am furious. They know nothing. Yet they hurl such vile curses, Leroux sobbed, her face resembling a painted cat. Little did anyone know that had Luo Tian not taken her in, Leroux's fate would have been to leap from a building under Yulin's coercion. Butler, are the items prepared? Luo Tian inquired leisurely. Master, everything is ready and can be sent at any moment. Excellent. It is time for a counterattack. Luo Tian snorted coldly. Don't think that just because I stay indoors, I won't deal with you all. That I was merely gathering evidence. When he finally struck, he intended to obliterate them. Soon, Luo Tian unleashed a barrage of shocking revelations that rendered the furious homeowners momentarily silent. As if doused in icy water, the headlines read, Chapter 38. The scandalous circle. On the 14th floor, Unit 1403, Zhenda, and on the 15th floor, Unit 1501, Hao Xiao, engaged in a debauched gathering, utilizing numerous props. Photo. On the 11th floor, Unit 1102, Yudahai, and the 13th floor, Unit 1301, Zhangli, had an illicit rendezvous, a story of youth and maturity. Video. On the 15th floor, Unit 1502. Exchanged partners with Unit 1501. These videos and photos were largely obtained by the butler through infiltrating the residents' phones via the building's network. For a top-tier intellect like the butler, this was child's play. Since the entire building was under Luo Tian's surveillance, he was acutely aware of the residents' clandestine activities, perhaps due to the snowstorm. Many were under immense pressure and had indulged in unspeakable acts. The very individuals who had been the most vocal in their condemnation were now exposed. Upon discovering the affair between Yudahai and Zhangli, her husband was outraged. You shameless woman, at your age. You dare to pursue young men? Have you no dignity? With that, he slapped her hard. Stunned, Zhangli covered her face, glancing at her son with a look of disappointment. Mom, that man is barely older than me. How could you? It was he who seduced me. Zhangli's face turned pale as she explained, regretting her choices. She had been one of the most vociferous critics, yet she had never anticipated that her affair with Yudahai would be exposed by Luo Tian. Had she known, she would never have participated. Damn it. Zhenda, you are a homosexual. I always thought that since we were neighbors, you had no reason to come over for meals and touch me. Stay away from me, you gay. Hao Xiao, who would have thought you were so adventurous, employing such props? I never noticed you were so open behind closed doors. As they read the messages, Zhenda and Hao Xiao felt as if they were about to perish from embarrassment. The chat was filled with neighbors, people they saw daily. Now they had become the subject of ridicule. Assuming the other had leaked the photos, the two men could not help but argue, escalating into a shouting match. Meanwhile, the couple involved in the partner exchange found their homes in utter chaos. Witnessing their family members in such a light nearly drove both households to the brink of collapse. Those who had been mere spectators now joined in the discussion with glee. Ha! I knew you were all cursing so fiercely because you were hiding something. This is too entertaining. My eyes are wide open. This circle is truly chaotic. The farcical spectacle quickly subsided. Regardless of the online revelry, when they set down their phones, they were still met with the bone-chilling cold and the scarcity of food. After all, in this dreadful weather, even typing was a cold endeavor. The homeowners viewed it merely as a fleeting amusement, yet Su Ling, the instigator of the uproar, was far from pleased. She had hoped to see Luo Tian nailed to the pillar of shame. Yet she was dismayed to find that the homeowner's scandals had been laid bare instead. Where could Luo Tian have obtained these videos? Reflecting on her earlier thoughts of making a deal with one of the male participants, Su Ling felt a wave of nausea. No, she could not let this slide. Luo Tian, I will ensure you have no peaceful days ahead. Su Ling clenched her phone, gritting her teeth. On the 18th floor, a subordinate remarked, Brother too, Luo Tian is quite capable. He swiftly dealt with those who insulted him. One of the subordinates excitedly reviewed the scandalous footage of a gathering. I must say, this is quite thrilling. Dong Tu smacked him on the head, growling, So what? Luo Tian is indeed a character. However, since he has crossed me, he won't have long to live. This Luo Tian is quite the man, the illustrious star Baiya. Nestled within her cozy blankets, murmured to herself as she perused the messages on her phone. Luo Tian's stunning retort. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with undeniable brilliance. What a profound sense of security, regardless of her past glory. She was merely a young woman in her 20s, having endured over a week in solitude within her abode. While other homeowners had their families for companionship, she found herself bereft of even a familiar friend. Outside, the snow continued to fall relentlessly. Just days prior, she had been deceived by Aunt Wang, losing more than half of her provisions. An overwhelming sense of dread began to envelop Baiya's heart. How I longed for a pillar of support. In the living room, Luo Tian set down his phone, clearly pleased with the sensational news released by the butler. Aren't you all fond of criticism? Now, take a moment to reflect on your own actions. He mused internally. My conduct, reminiscent of Wei Wu, essentially serves to rescue the beleaguered Li Rou, thereby accruing merit. Luo Tian's motives were distinctly different from those of the other homeowners. To articulate it in legal jargon, he was providing an emergency escape for another. Luo Tian, you are truly remarkable, Li Rou exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. What sort of man would command a woman's unwavering devotion? Undoubtedly, it is one who treats her well, who can stand forth in times of crisis, possessing the strength to protect her. Li Rou couldn't help but lament. If only I had met Luo Tian a decade earlier. I would have married him without a second thought. It's all trivial, Luo Tian chuckled. Dealing with this bunch is remarkably simple, practically without challenge. What's wrong? Dig in, Luo Tian exclaimed, picking up a piece of kidney and savoring it with delight. The culinary creations of a five-star restaurant truly were delectable. Crispy on the outside, tender within. With each bite, juices burst forth, leaving an everlasting aroma. This was a feast he had pre-ordered from the menu prior to the apocalypse. Showcasing these nourishing delicacies. In hindsight, his foresight was commendable. Li Rou nodded, sliding into the chair beside him and picking up her chopsticks to indulge as well. Delicious, the moment the food touched her palate. Her eyes brightened. Tea was fragrant yet not greasy, with a lingering aftertaste that tempted one to devour 5 bowls of rice. Aware of the adage you are what you eat, she continued to serve Luo Tian. This is delightful. The flavor is exquisite. Eat more. Nourish your body. After all, their recent activities demanded ample nutrition. Before long, the table was cleared as if swept by a tempest. I must say, I feel invigorated. Luo Tian reclined comfortably in his chair. Perhaps the restaurant possessed some proprietary secret. Rumors suggested they used aged ginseng as an ingredient, a true tonic for the body. Prior to the apocalypse, these gourmet dishes were all the rage at the restaurant. As for the post-meal cleanup, that task was naturally left to Li Rou. This was one of the perks of having a woman around. He merely had to eat, while the household chores were no concern of his. In truth, the cleanup merely entailed placing the dishes in the kitchen, where a high-end sterilizing dishwasher, procured from his space, awaited to liberate his hands. The water source was drawn from the tens of thousands of tons of water stored within his space. Now was the time to exercise. Maintaining one's physique was equally important. Luo Tian touched his abdomen, noting its diminished firmness. The comfort of life since the apocalypse had rendered him too indulgent, daily feasting on abalone, lobster, and steak, rich in protein and calories. Without adequate exercise allowed fat to accumulate all too easily. He had no desire to let his physique deteriorate, though he currently lacked neither food nor drink. Preserving a strong and healthy body was paramount. Following a meal, vigorous exercise was inadvisable. However, a leisurely stroll posed no issue. Luo Tian extracted 2 renowned treadmills, each costing tens of thousands, from his space and positioned them on the balcony of the living room. A post-meal walk, living to the age of 909. Luo Tian, are we going to run? Li Rou emerged from the kitchen, her curiosity piqued upon seeing the treadmills. Indeed, if you don't exercise, You'll become as plump as a pig, Luo Tian quipped, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized her curvaceous figure. Plump? Surely not. I have indulged quite a bit lately. Could I have gained weight? Li Ro, flustered by his comment, felt a pang of anxiety. For women, weight was a matter of utmost concern in recent days. Dining with Luo Tian had involved feasting on barbecued meats, steaks, and seafood, leaving her belly quite full. She quickly glanced down at her figure, realizing she could no longer see her toes. Stepping onto the electronic scale, Li Ro's complexion paled as she nervously exclaimed, "Ugh, I've truly gained 2 pounds." Without waiting for Luo Tian's encouragement, she donned a sports tank top and hopped onto the treadmill to commence her workout. Luo Tian, eyeing her shapely legs, chuckled, "Why so anxious? Your figure is quite lovely, especially those long legs that I wager the muscle-bound men at the gym would feel intimidated. Yet, compared to some women's spindly limbs, a slightly plump figure was the ultimate aesthetic." "Please, spare me from such comments," Li Ro lamented, on the verge of tears. After half an hour of exercise, both were slightly perspiring, feeling invigorated. "Let us hydrate and replenish," Li Ro said, retrieving 2 bottles of Beverly Hills mineral water and thoughtfully opening one for Luo Tian. This was also sourced from his space, a luxury mineral water adorned with 600 diamonds and 250 black diamonds, each bottle priced around 680,000 RMB, slightly sweeter than that of Farmer's 3-Punch. Luo Tian gulped down several mouthfuls and licked his lips in satisfaction. Li Ro then produced a towel, tenderly wiping the sweat from his brow. Thanks to the robust heating system of the safe house and the ample warmth from the fireplace, they felt no chill despite their perspiration. Had the other residents known that Luo Tian remained in such a situation yet still found time to exercise, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Ding! Luo Tian picked up his phone, noticing a new message in the homeowner group, chat.17th floor, unit 1701, Xiaolan. "Excuse me, everyone, I apologize for the intrusion. My food supplies have run out, and it's just my child and me at home. My child is still young and cannot go without food. If anyone has extra provisions, I would be willing to purchase them. I can pay a premium." In such dire circumstances, no one knew how long the snowstorm would persist, resulting in a lack of responses from the homeowners. Seeing no replies, Xiaolan grew anxious. "Please, I implore you all, help me. I can forego a few meals, but I cannot allow my child to go hungry. We are truly in need of food." Luo Tian recalled this woman. Her husband worked abroad, and she often managed their young child alone. She would greet him with a smile whenever they crossed paths. Her figure was decent, and her looks could only be considered average. Luo Tian. Li Ro also noted the messages in the group. Her expression conflicted as she cautiously regarded him. It seemed she wished to voice something but hesitated. Biting her lip, "Speak up if you have something to say." Luo Tian took a sip of water and capped the bottle. "It's just that. Xiaolan is struggling to care for her child alone. And in such harsh conditions, it must be challenging," Li Ro said empathetically, observing the helplessness in Xiaolan's messages, her maternal instincts surging forth. Before the apocalypse, Xiaolan was one of the few individuals with whom she could exchange a few words in their community. "Do you wish to help her?" Luo Tian remarked dryly, placing the diamond-studded bottle of mineral water on the table. He grasped Li Ro's delicate chin, his voice turning cold. "The benevolent shall perish." Luo Tian had personally witnessed the grim fate that befell those who succumbed to misguided compassion. He would never repeat that mistake. If you give her food now, next time she will lead a group of people to storm in and take everything from you. Luo Tian's words sent a chill down Li Ro's spine, making her realize her folly. "I'm sorry, Luo Tian. I won't do that again." She understood well the principle of not displaying wealth. She had merely been moved by the mention of a child. "You will go hungry for a day. Your provisions are not for her." Luo Tian's voice was stern. "Since you have erred, there must be a consequence, though," Li Ro replied, her cheeks flushed with shame, her head nearly buried in her chest. Yet, inwardly, she felt relieved that Luo Tian did not harbor disdain for her. She resolved to think carefully before speaking in the future. It was but a day of hunger. After all, other homeowners often went without hot meals. She was living a life that could be considered paradise. In the group, a plea was made. "I implore everyone. I am willing to pay 10-fold, no, 100-fold for your food. If that is still insufficient, I would even consider 1,000 times." After much insistence from Xiaolan, one owner finally responded to her. "Sigh, since you are in such dire straits, I shall lend you a hand. However, I do not possess much food myself." I can only sell you 2 bags of bread for 6,000. A male owner, enticed by the prospect of exorbitant profits, agreed to sell the food. Before the apocalypse, 2 bags of bread would cost merely a few coins. Yet after a week of relentless snow that sealed the roads, prices astonishingly surged 1,000-fold. Though the transaction was consensual, the outrageous prices sent the group into a frenzy. Wait, is this a mistake? 2 bags of bread are so expensive. Goodness, that's equivalent to my entire month's salary. Damn it, had I known, I would have hoarded several boxes of bread in advance. Selling them now would have made me rich. Joan, you are taking advantage of the situation. How can you dare to sell bread that costs only a few coins for 6,000? You are worse than a profiteer, in addition to the shocked owner lamenting the exorbitant prices. Others, either unable to bear the sight or envious, began to scold Joan for selling bread to Xiaolan. Joan, immediately displeased, retorted, "How am I a profiteer? I didn't force her to buy. She offered to pay 1,000 times the price. Yes, it was my choice. Please do not blame Joan," Xiaolan humbly pleaded. After calling out for so long, only Joan was willing to sell her food. Despite the steep price, Xiaolan was greatly relieved and hurried to defend him, fearing he might retract his offer. While other owners might still have some provisions left, Xiaolan had completely run out. Having experienced hunger, she understood the critical importance of food. Money can be earned again. The pressing issue is to ensure she and her child have something to eat. 2 bags of bread could last a week if rationed. Xiaolan, I still have a few extra bags of instant noodles. I can sell those to you as well. As for the price, I'll need 10,000. Goodness, you truly have no shame. You dare to ask for 10,000 for a few packets of instant noodles. Xiaolan, I have half a box of chocolate. Since I am starving, why not buy from me? I'll only charge you 30,000. Damn it, those 2 up there are utterly shameless. Xiaolan, ignore them. Just buy from me. I'll give you a 5% discount. Suddenly, a throng of people emerged in the group, all eagerly promoting their goods, convinced that the snow disaster would soon pass and that they could profit handsomely in the interim. Believing that food would be easily obtainable later on. What on earth? Usually, everyone is lamenting their starvation, claiming to have no food at home. How is it that now they are selling food in abundance? Surely, I cannot be the only one impoverished enough to be surviving on breadcrumbs? I don't even have breadcrumbs. Some owners lacking food expressed their shock. They wished to purchase some provisions. Yet the prices were simply too steep. Many had purchased their homes with down payments, their savings already meager, and with monthly mortgage repayments, such exorbitant food prices were utterly unaffordable. Foolish, Luo Tian, observing the avaricious owners fixated solely on money, could not help but scoff. It seems that only a portion of the owner's food was pilfered by Aunt Wang. Many others must still be hoarding food in secret. This is hardly surprising. If a mere member of the neighborhood committee could deceive all the residents of an entire building out of their food, that would indeed be absurd. There are always selfish and cunning individuals. Wait, don't rush to sell just yet. I will take all your food, adding an extra 5,000 on top of your original prices. Whatever you have, I will buy it all. A wealthy individual named Lu Tung suddenly sent a message in the group. His family was engaged in export business, and his parents' company was reportedly about to go public in a prestigious country, making him quite affluent. This announcement caused a ripple of excitement. Adding 5,000 on top of the original price meant that a pack of instant noodles, originally costing 2 coins, could now be sold for 7,000. 5 packs would amount to nearly 100,000. This could equate to a portion of some people's annual salary. I was wondering who was so wealthy. It turns out to be the rich guy. Lu Go, I'll sell to you. Me too. I still have some food at home. Let us package it all together for sale. I'm sorry, Xiaolan. I wanted to help you, but the offer he made is simply too much. The owners who had previously intended to sell food to Xiaolan instantly reversed their decisions after hearing Lu Tung's words, all vying to sell their food at a higher price. Xiaolan was suddenly alarmed and desperately exclaimed, "How can this be? You all promised to sell to me. Lu Tung, I truly have no food left. Please do not compete with me. I don't have much money left." Lu Qing shrugged nonchalantly. "My family is out of food as well. Don't blame me. If you want to assign blame, it can only be directed at your own poverty and those wanting to sell. Hurry up. My offer still stands. A mere few 100,000 was nothing in his eyes. It must be said that wealthy individuals rarely face hardship, even amidst calamity. Xiaolan continued to plead in the group. Yet at this moment, no one was willing to heed her. There is nothing more despairing than having one's hopes dashed and crushed anew. It was truly a stark fall from grace. From heaven to hell. This is the last moment when money can work its magic. Luo Tian observed the messages in the group, unable to suppress a disdainful comment. If money were truly useful, then the vast amount of food I have hoarded would have been sold long ago. Those selling food will soon regret it because food can save lives, while cash is utterly useless apart from fueling fires. Chapter 41. Xiaolan's private message. Luo Tian was comfortably seated on the sofa, leisurely savoring hot tea when, unexpectedly, he received a friend request on his phone. He was curious about who would message him at such an hour. Upon checking, he discovered it was Xiaolan, who was seeking food for her child in the group. Luo Tian, I am utterly at my wit's end. I beg you to help me. I know you have stored quite a bit of food. Could you sell me some? The child truly needs sustenance. Xiaolan could have purchased some food from others, but the sudden appearance of the wealthy second-generation Lu Teng had intercepted her food supply. With no alternatives, Xiaolan turned to Luo Tian for hope. After all, prior to the snow disaster, he had stocked up on several carts of snacks from the supermarket, which many neighbors had witnessed. If anyone in the building had the most food, it would undoubtedly be Luo Tian. Her tone was exceedingly humble. However, Luo Tian had no intention of assisting her. Are we that close? The child needing food is none of my concern. I am not the child's father. Sorry, but I don't have much food. Luo Tian decisively rejected her. Instantly, Xiaolan fell silent. She probably understood that Luo Tian wasn't genuinely out of food, but rather unwilling to sell to her. After all, not everyone is in dire need of money. Just as Luo Tian thought she had given up, his phone buzzed again with her message that a few photos were sent over. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and clicked to view them, nearly spitting out his drink. This was something he had not anticipated. She would send such photos to him. Was this an attempt to seduce me? Luo Tian scrutinized the images a couple of times before closing the app. What a joke. Was he that kind of person? However, he rated her attractiveness at most a 5 out of 10, lacking any allure for him. Luo Tian, don't you like mature women? I can do W. This has resulted in Xiaolan being unable to purchase even a single bag of instant noodles. However, the homeowner's supplies are also limited, and after several transactions, only one homeowner remains selling food. The others have no surplus food left. Xiaolan, I am the only person who can sell you food as long as your bid exceeds Lu Tang's. These 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits will be yours. The homeowner's words, seemingly a kind reminder, are, in fact, a ploy to inflate the price of his goods. After all, his ultimate aim is profit, and he couldn't care less about who might starve without food. I bid 100,000. Xiaolan gritted her teeth and announced a staggering price. This was her last hope. Who would have thought that in an apocalypse, a few snack packs that a primary school student could once afford would now sell for more than a car after the snowstorm blocked the roads? Soon, Lu Teng replied. 300,000. This was a price that plunged Xiaolan into despair. Her funds barely exceeded 200,000. In truth, 300,000 was not an exorbitant sum for her, but most of the money was under her husband's management, and he was not even in the country. The near paralysis of communication left her unable to contact him. Who will save my child? No matter who it is, Xiaolan stared blankly at her phone, her pupils seemingly devoid of light. If someone could just spare her a morsel of food, she would likely agree to anything, even death. I bid 1 million. Just as the wealthy heir Lu Ting thought he had secured the food, a stranger suddenly made a move. Yet, anyone living in this community was not impoverished. It was entirely plausible for someone to produce 1 million on the spot. That person's avatar seemed somewhat familiar. Where had she seen it before? She struggled to recall. Master, competing with Lu Ting is Baya, who resides on the 20th floor. Her true identity is a top-tier celebrity in the country. It seemed that even this national goddess was experiencing hard times. Upon hearing the housekeeper's explanation, Luo Tian also recollected a nationally recognized superstar. Baya's worth was immeasurable. She could easily pull out several 100 million without breaking a sweat. Recently, Baya had been swindled out of a considerable amount of food by Aunt Wang, and it was likely that her supplies were now running low as well. The reality aligned closely with Luo Tian's conjecture. Baya indeed faced a shortage of food at home and had just seen the messages in the group chat. Prompting her decisive action, Lu Teng was momentarily taken aback, then disdainfully replied in the group, "You don't know the name of Lu Teng? Who can outmatch me in wealth? What a joke. I have nearly 10 million just in pocket money." However, unbeknownst to Lu Teng, the rival he faced was not merely an ordinary wealthy individual, but rather the goddess he admired. By 0.5 million, That casually uttered phrase left Lu Ting dumbfounded. What the hell? Spending 5 million on a few bags of instant noodles and biscuits. This person must be out of their mind. I may be wealthy, but I'm not a fool. Lu Ting cursed under his breath, choosing to forfeit further bidding. After all, he had already purchased some food. Since this individual wanted to be foolish, he wouldn't indulge them. Chapter 42. A night with the celebrity transaction complete. The homeowner selling the food nearly went mad with joy. To think that a few packs of biscuits could enable him to buy another apartment. What a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, those who had sold their food too early were now filled with regret. Had they known, they would have waited a little longer to sell. Who could have imagined that the final price would skyrocket to 5 million times its original value? Even a movie wouldn't dare depict such absurdity. Uffed, just 5 million, not much at all. Baya curled her long, beautiful legs, exhaling a sigh of relief. 5 million was merely a drop in the bucket for her. She could easily earn that from a single advertisement. Her little treasure chest, if revealed, would shock anyone. After completing the transaction, Baya cautiously emerged from her door to retrieve the food left outside. After some contemplation, she reopened the group chat and clicked on Xiaolon's avatar. How foolish. Luo Tian observed the surveillance footage with a cold smirk. The video depicted the scene right outside Baya's door. Baya, perhaps overcome with sympathy, had purchased 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits for 5 million and generously decided to give away half to Xiaolon. Watching Xiaolon nearly kneeling in excitement, Luo Tian couldn't help but mutter a few words. A case of self-inflicted suffering that it seemed that the previous deception endured with Aunt Wang was not enough for her. As a national-level female star, Baya had likely become accustomed to pampering her fans, and her tendency to show kindness had not diminished at all. Yet, this was of no concern to Luo Tian. He merely regarded it as a spectacle. Just as Luo Tian prepared to close the surveillance feed, an unexpected incident unfolded. What? What do you want from me? A terrified Xiaolon, clutching the food, found herself cornered by a group of thugs in the corridor. Oh, we were originally here to find that scoundrel Luo Tian, but it seems we've stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Hand over the food, and you can leave. The group of intimidating thugs were none other than the underlings of Doomsday. Having obtained the food with great difficulty, Xiaolon certainly would not relinquish it easily, but her resistance proved futile against the muscular ruffians. She even succumbed to biting one of the thugs, provoking their wrath, and was forcibly dragged into Deng Tu's residence. That's how it is, Brother Tuesday, since she enjoys biting so much. Why not let her have a taste for an entire night? One thug grinned lewdly. Due to the snowstorm blocking the roads, they hadn't been able to indulge at the bar for a while, and this opportunity presented itself perfectly to quench their thirst. Although the temperature in the room was frigid, they were able to warm up by huddling together under the blankets. Xiaolon looked at the room full of intimidating hoodlums, her face turning pale with fear. With so many of them, her life was surely at risk. This was a temperature below -30 degrees, and coupled with her hunger, she had little strength left. She still had a child at home who was enduring hunger. She absolutely could not perish at the hands of these thugs. Come on, will you undress yourself, or shall we do it for you? The thugs grew impatient. No, please. I beg you, spare me. Spare you? It's too late. If you had just handed over the food earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Ha! One of them began tearing at her clothes to end her despair. Xiaolon suddenly shouted, Spare me. I can tell you a big secret. It's about the celebrity Baya. She lives in this building. Upon hearing this, Deng Tu, who was seated on the couch with his legs heavily bandaged, suddenly turned his gaze towards her. What did you say? Deng Tu's voice was cold. Before the apocalypse, he had received private intel that the celebrity Baya might be residing in their community. For a national-level goddess like Baya, whose beauty and figure were unparalleled, Deng Tu was thoroughly infatuated. He had even been watching a video of Baya in a short skirt flaunting her long legs while indulging in women at a hotel. If he could have a night with Baya, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Seeing that Deng Tu had silenced his underlings, a terrified Xiaolon quickly said, The food I have was given by Baya. If you let me go, I will tell you where she lives. In order to ensure her own safety, Xiaolon did not hesitate to betray her savior. It was as if her earlier vow to Baya, that she would never reveal a single piece of information about her, had never occurred. Baya had no idea that her act of kindness towards a desperate mother would inadvertently embroil her in a life-threatening predicament. A group of desperate individuals had set their sights on her. Who wouldn't be enamored by a celebrated celebrity? Among Deng Tu's subordinates were numerous fans of Baya, though most were driven by lust. The mere thought of being with the national goddess filled them with uncontrollable excitement. Baya, a national sensation, the dream of countless men and women of all ages. How many powerful figures have sought her favor for a meal, only to be turned down mercilessly, and today, the opportunity to spend a night with the goddess lay right before them. If you dare deceive us, I'll kill you, and your child won't escape either. One thug threatened viciously that I'm not lying. I just beg you to spare me. Xiaolan shook her head, her face drenched in tears. Upon receiving their assurance, she gritted her teeth and finally revealed Baya's address. Baya lives on the 20th floor, room 2001. All right, I've told you, can I leave now? Deng Tu waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at her again, that a woman of her looks was less appealing than the princesses he ordered at KTV. Only his subordinates would be interested. Okay, I'm leaving. Xiaolan exclaimed joyfully, picking up the bread and biscuits from the floor, eager to depart. Yet unexpectedly, several thugs suddenly surrounded her, their tone menacing. You think you can leave after taking our food? You've got some nerve. This is my belonging, Xiaolan murmured, her head bowed. Without food, all her efforts tonight would be in vain. Slap. A thug struck her fiercely, causing Xiaolan to fall to the ground. Damn you, filthy bitch, you've overstepped, she cried, tears streaming down her face. You have no integrity. She wept as a group of people tugged at her hair, ruthlessly tossing her out into the cold corridor, where she sobbed heart-wrenchingly. The hard-earned food was gone, leaving her with nothing. She betrayed her benefactor to save herself, yet met with a grim fate. Without sustenance, she and the children at home would surely starve. The frigid temperature caused her tears to freeze the moment they fell. Gazing at the thugs armed with hammers and bats, ascending to the 20th floor, Xiaolan felt her heart turn to ashes. Chapter 43. Baya's fear in a room adorned in pink. Baya tore open a bag of compressed biscuits, delicately nibbling and swallowing with her cherry-like lips, clad in a plush cat-themed pajama set. Her natural beauty was exquisite, perhaps even surpassing that of many made-up internet celebrities. With her bare face alone, she could easily score a 9 or higher. The dry biscuits were difficult to swallow, lacking the sweetness of gourmet snacks or the succulence of luxurious cuisine. Suddenly thrust into a lifestyle akin to that of ordinary people, Baya struggled to adapt. The lavish circles she once frequented and the adoration of countless fans were now beyond her reach. As she lost herself in thought, a loud knock echoed on the door. Who is it? Startled, Baya cautiously crept to the living room, peering through the peephole. Outside, a group of thugs, shivering from the cold, pounded on the door. Do you think the goddess Baya is truly in this house? I'm starting to doubt that little wench's words. If she's deceiving us, she'll regret it. Goddess, please open the door. We are your loyal fans. If you don't open up soon, we'll start breaking it down. The thugs laughed boisterously, some pressing their eyes against the peephole to spy inside, with hammers in hand. They continued to pound on the door. This ordinary security door was hardly sturdy. If a dozen people forced their way in, it wouldn't take long for it to succumb to brute force. Baya was taken aback and hurriedly lowered her voice. There's no Baya here. You've got the wrong person. Unfortunately, her melodious voice, no matter how she tried to disguise it, was instantly recognized by the thugs, who erupted in excitement. Did you hear that? It's really the goddess Baya. I love you, goddess. Please open the door. This is fantastic. Tonight, I can be with the goddess. Instantly, the crowd became more fervent, the door shaking from their relentless assault. How could this happen? Baya's face turned pale with fear as she stumbled back, helplessly crossing her arms. A national-level goddess. She was accustomed to the adoration of millions, receiving praise wherever she went. Surrounded by high-class venues and genteel elites, she had never encountered such a scene. Baya understood all too well the intentions of these thugs. Xiaolan. It was Xiaolan who sold me out. Why? From their words, Baya quickly pieced together the truth. She could not fathom why, after sincerely assisting a desperate mother, that mother would so readily betray her. Bang! Bang! The hammer struck the door with force, creating dents in the surface. As a major star, her allure could captivate countless fans nationwide, yet she felt utterly powerless against this gang of thugs. If only I hadn't acted so recklessly. Baya, disheartened, leaned against the wall, her delicate frame trembling with fear. After an exhausting series of performances, she had quarreled with her agent and discreetly purchased a house here to rest, only to find herself caught in a harsh blizzard. Normally, these thugs would have been swiftly dealt with by her bodyguards, But now, she was alone. Even her phone for calling for help had become a mere decoration to eye in this desolate, snowbound world. Her fate was bound to be grim. Perhaps I should end it all. Baya grasped a fruit knife from the coffee table, trembling as she pressed it against her fair throat. If I die, I can avoid being defiled. I think I just heard the goddess Baya say she wants to commit suicide. No, goddess, please, let us enjoy you before you go. Right? You can't leave without experiencing a woman's pleasure. Wouldn't that be a waste of life? Ha ha ha. Even in death, she'll still be a goddess. I wouldn't mind at all. The sounds of hammers paused for a moment, followed by raucous laughter from the thugs, their words implying that even in death, she would be unable to escape. How could this be? Someone, save me, sob. Baya despairingly lowered the fruit knife, covering her face as tears streamed down. Her fragile body trembled. Anyone who witnessed it would be heartbroken. The aura of a superstar offered no solace in such dire straits. It only deepened the abyss that threatened to consume her. The thugs' arrogant taunts and the sound of their battering were heard by the residents of the building, who were shocked to learn that the renowned goddess Baya was residing there. And worse, that she had been discovered by the likes of Deng Tu and his crew. Damn it. How could my goddess fall into the hands of such scum? Brothers, we must find a way to rescue Baya. Support. As loyal fans, we cannot allow our goddess to cry helplessly. Messages in the group chat surged rapidly. Luo Tian glanced at the group name, Baya Goddess Knight Brigade. The residents, determined to shield Baya from Deng Tu and his gang, quickly created a new chat group, pulling others in. Many fervently discussed how to rescue Baya from Deng Tu's clutches, and no matter how many of them there are, we outnumber them. We have nearly 100 people. 10 times their number. Exactly. If we unite and charge, they will surely flee. The words were grand, and some even excitedly envisioned a scene where Baya held their hands in gratitude. Yet soon, they encountered a crucial dilemma. Who would lead the charge? Since you're so determined, resident of 1502 on the 15th floor, you'll lead the way. We'll follow behind you. No way. Why should I lead? I'm weak and can't bear such a burden. The group leader should take the lead. P.S. The one who created the chat. He should take responsibility. Group leader. I've already taken on the responsibility of initiating action. You all can lead the charge. You lead. No, you should go. If not, let him go. The residents began to push each other, unwilling to be the first to step forward. This was entirely understandable. The first to charge would face a gang armed with knives and hammers. Truly dangerous individuals. The one at the forefront was unlikely to have a happy ending. They might even be killed by a mob of enraged thugs. The goddess may be beautiful, but when faced with the choice of their own lives, they steadfastly chose the latter. How ridiculous. Luo Tian observed the chat. Unable to stifle a chuckle, he had thought these people were brave, but it turned out they were merely shouting slogans. Once the call to action arose, they all wilted. Chapter 44. Li Ro's sorrow. Wait. Have you all forgotten that we have someone in our building who has previously given Deng Tu a taste of defeat? He nearly broke his leg. Indeed, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Luo Tian, we're counting on you to save the goddess Baya? Yes, Luo Gu, lead us to defeat Deng Tu. Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Suddenly, the chat's tone shifted dramatically as the residents excitedly tagged their only hope. Luo Tian. Taken aback by the sudden flurry of tags, Luo Tian, who had been watching the commotion, felt utterly speechless. What the heck? Why am I being pulled into this? Do you really think this is a game of heroes rescuing princesses? Ridiculous. You're her fans, not me. Why involve me? These folks had just been criticizing him in the chat, and now, in front of a superstar, they were all groveling. Li Ro rolled her eyes elegantly, clearly still harboring resentment towards the residents. Luo Tian let out a cold snort and remarked, "You think you can use me as a pawn? That is quite an amusing thought." Under Li Ro's sorrowful gaze, he reached for her Balenciaga jacket and declared, "I have no interest. If you wish to be rescued, you must find your own way." Luo Tian replied nonchalantly in the group chat, instantly inciting a furious backlash from the residents, with comments like, "Why are those capable not stepping up? And I'm not afraid. I'm just giving you the opportunity. The goddess is waiting for us." This led to an atmosphere of lively banter in Luo Tian's home, without Luo Tian leading. The residents dared not take any real action and could only continue their verbal sparring in the chat. Bang! A hammer smashed a hole in the security door, and the cold wind swept into the living room, allowing them to glimpse the golden-haired figure concealed within. clad in a cute cat-themed pajama set. She exuded a vibrant charm. The younger members in the corridor were stirred up further, lamenting how wonderful it would be if Luo Tian's door were equally fragile. Luo Tian. Yes, I can ask Luo Tian for help. Bai Ye's vacant eyes suddenly ignited with hope. Although she had seldom spoken in previous group chats, she had been quietly observing, well aware of the recent events. Luo Tian was the man who had previously dealt a heavy blow to Deng Tu and his gang. If anyone could lend her a hand in her dire situation, it was undoubtedly Luo Tian. With this thought, Bai Ye trembled as she opened her phone, navigated to the group chat, and sent a friend request to Luo Tian. Please accept it quickly. Luo Tian. Just then, as Luo Tian was about to do something, his phone chimed. Ding. He initially intended to ignore it, but the persistent notification proved bothersome. Damn it, who's ruining my mood? Even the butler isn't helping me screen this, with a belly full of irritation. He opened his phone to find a friend request from the famous star Bai Ye. Bai Ye, she was practically being treated like a punchline. He hadn't expected her to have time to message him. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and clicked to accept. He was somewhat surprised. She was a renowned national goddess with countless fans. Among all the residents in the building, why had she chosen to reach out to him? Luo Tian, I am Bai Ye, the celebrity you know. Deng Tu and his men are currently breaking down my door. I can't hold out much longer. I hope you can help me. I'm in room 2001. It seemed the other party was quite anxious, sending the message almost instantly to prove her urgency. She attached a selfie. Her stunning face and graceful figure confirmed her status as a rare beauty. Luo Tian replied, Why should I help you? I don't do things without benefits. I'm a big star. If you save me, I will be very grateful. I can also pay you handsomely. Bai Ye appeared taken aback by his cold demeanor. Her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. In her experience, no matter how exceptional a man was, they usually reacted with surprise and enthusiasm upon encountering her. After all, who wouldn't want to be close to such a goddess? Yet this time, she might be disappointed. Luo Tian was unlike anyone else. If he didn't want to help, not even the most powerful figure could sway him. Bang! Another chunk of the security door broke away as the cold wind rushed in, drastically dropping the internal temperature. Goddess, stop resisting. Just open the door yourself. The situation was dire. The door could only hold for another 5 minutes. You're a big star. What does that have to do with me? Luo Tian disdainfully responded in the chat. Your gratitude is worthless to me. As for money. Huh. In this situation, it's nothing but scrap paper. With that, he tossed his phone aside, no longer interested that moment. Li Rose softly interjected, Luo Tian. Bai Ye is a national goddess. Can you really bear to let her be violated by Deng Tu and his scoundrels? In her eyes, letting such beauty slip away would be a grave loss. Of course not, Luo Tian replied meaningfully. From the very beginning, he had intended to bring the alluring star Bai Ye into his home. With the current entertainment scenes so sparse, having her play the piano or dance would be a delightful diversion. Even in the apocalypse, one's spiritual needs shouldn't be neglected. As a star, she must be proficient in various arts, and it just so happened that Luo Tian himself excelled in singing, dancing, and rapping, allowing for potential collaboration. Furthermore, he had a top-tier Steinway piano worth over $1 million in his space, which would be perfect for her to play daily, nurturing his artistic sensibilities. Stars of her caliber typically possessed high self-esteem and were proud of their talent. Luo Tian calmly stated, if I readily agree to save her, she likely wouldn't be overly grateful and might even feel it's her due, and it's best to wait until she's utterly desperate. At the brink of despair, before I intervene. After all, such is human nature. Chapter 45. Mistaken Identity. I am not Luo Tian. You? Don't come in. Bai Ye exclaimed in terror, brandishing a fruit knife at the group of young men. The blade trembled slightly. The security door had been breached, and the frigid wind howled in, mirroring Bai Ye's desperate heart. I can save you, but there's a condition. You must obey me from now on. A message arrived. Luo Tian's words instantly transformed Bai Ye's pale face, as if she had clutched onto a lifeline, leading her to agree without hesitation. Regardless, she resigned herself to fate. After all, being saved was far superior to falling into the hands of those ruffians. With her beauty, relying on her strength to dictate her fate was simply impossible. I agree. As long as you can save me. Looking at the reply from Luo Tian, a smile crept onto his lips. It's time to take action. Li Ro, somewhat puzzled, asked, but there are so many of them. Charging in might not yield great odds. How do you plan to save her? As she spoke, a delicate hand pressed against his mischievous intentions. There are many methods, Luo Tian replied cryptically, but honestly, a direct approach isn't out of the question. After all, I still have 3 Glock handguns obtained from bank robbers in my space, with over 400 bullets. Even with my eyes closed, I could turn Deng Tu and his gang into porcupines. However, that would waste ammunition, especially for someone like me who has been trained in firearms. It's not the optimal strategy. Believe me, I can rescue Baya without a single shot being fired and leave Deng Tu and his crew completely bewildered. While playing with a strand of Li Ro's hair, he wore a mischievous smile. I believe in you. You're the best, Li Rose sweetly responded, her trust in him unwavering. But how will you do it? She inquired with curiosity. Very simply, this move is called. Luo Tian paused, smiling, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Baya, fear not. I am coming to save you. The unexpected roar startled both Baya and Deng Tu's crew. Luo Tian, is that you coming to rescue me? Baya froze for a moment, then excitedly exclaimed, Luo Tian? Deng Tu, seated in a wheelchair pilfered from a resident's home, suddenly changed countenance upon hearing Baya's words. The gang members smashing the door froze in place. Deng Tu felt a sharp pain in his injured leg, while the younger men recalled the unforgettable icy bath they had endured the last time. Luo Tian? Where is he? Damn it, he actually showed up? Block him. Be careful, he has a crossbow. Stay hidden. The group reacted instinctively, causing the younger men to shout in panic, and chaos ensued as they scrambled to take cover, all believing Luo Tian was attacking them with a crossbow and high-pressure water gun. This left the lone hero, Lu Yuanyue, who had come to save the goddess, utterly astonished. Wow. So this is how impressive I am. They see me and immediately scatter. Lu Yuanyue, wearing a stainless steel bowl on his head and wielding a rolling pin as a weapon, looked at the frantically retreating young man with a face full of disbelief. Could it be that I am the protagonist of this disaster, soaring to new heights from saving the goddess and living an unrestrained life together? Standing there, Lu Yuanyue couldn't help but chuckle. Bang! Just as he was lost in his fantasies, a punch landed squarely on his cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, stars dancing in his vision. Damn, this fool is Luo Tian? One of the young men spat disdainfully. This is too weak. I can take him down with one punch. Upon witnessing the scene, the minions huddled in the corner, suddenly invigorated, swaggered over with an air of arrogance. Damn it, Luo Tian. I told you if you dare to show your face, I'll make you regret it. One of them taunted. You think you're so tough. Let's see you act tough again. With a resounding strike, they effortlessly brought Luo Tian to the ground, demonstrating their improved fighting skills. Haha, I never expected Luo Tian to be this weak. The minions encircled Lu Yuanyue, unleashing a barrage of merciless punches and kicks, reducing him to a pitiful state. Lying on the cold ground, Lu Yuanyue's mind went blank. Luo Tian. Wait, what does me being Lu Yuanyue have to do with your desire to beat him up? Wrong person, he cried out, desperately pleading for mercy that I'm not Luo Tian. You've got the wrong guy. Upon hearing this, the minions halted their assault, pulled out their phones, and examined the homeowners' photos they had obtained from others. Damn, he really isn't Luo Tian. That guy is way more handsome, one exclaimed. What the hell are you shouting for if you're not Luo Tian? Are you looking for death? Enraged, Deng Tu delivered another brutal blow, causing blood to stream from Lu Yuanyue's nostrils. How dare a pathetic loser like you try to be a hero, thinking we're just going to sit idly by? I won't do it again. Please spare me. Lu Yuanyue whimpered, his face bruised and bloodied, his eyes nearly swollen shut. In his eagerness to save his goddess, he had severely overestimated his fighting prowess and rushed out in a fit of adrenaline. Only when surrounded by a gang of ruthless thugs did he truly grasp the fear of death. Heroism isn't for everyone, one minion pondered, weighing a hammer in his hands while eyeing Lu Yuanyue as if he were a corpse. Just throw him out the window, Deng Tu remarked casually, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Throw him out? That's the 20th floor, over 50 meters to the ground. Lu Yuanyue pleaded, terrified. Please, for the sake of our neighborly bond. Spare me, he lamented, regretting his impulsive decision to confront the gang, realizing too late that he was no match for them. The goddess, a stunning beauty like her, was far beyond the reach of a bum like him. All right, boss. One minion grinned wickedly, grabbing Lu Yuanyue by the hair and dragging him towards the corridor window, ignoring his pleas for mercy. Just then, every phone in the vicinity chimed simultaneously. Curiosity piqued. They opened the message to find Luo Tian had posted in their group chat, along with a selfie. Dang 2. I'm on the 2nd floor, and I can hear your pathetic barking from the 20th floor. Oh, you realize you're disturbing the peace if you don't shut up. I'll break your other leg. The message read, accompanied by a photo from the 2nd floor corridor, featuring an internationally recognized gesture. Dang 2's fury erupted as he smashed his phone to pieces, bellowing at his minions. I told you to keep an eye out, you lazy fools. Luo Tian has slipped downstairs. Seated in his wheelchair, he slammed the armrests in frustration. What are you waiting for? Go downstairs and catch that little dog. I am going to rip his tongue out. His minions, chastised, quickly sprang into action, pushing the wheelchair towards the staircase. They confirmed the authenticity of the photo. The snow traces outside the window were from their recent excursion to collect snowmelt. This indicated that Luo Tian must indeed be downstairs. White Yu was like a bird trapped in a cage, with no escape in sight. Fueled by rage, the group didn't think too deeply. They merely sought to descend and seize Luo Tian before he could flee, to exact revenge for themselves and their leader. Have they really left? White Yu gazed at Luo Tian's message in the group, then glanced around the empty corridor, her eyes widening in disbelief. But Luo Tian had ventured out alone to divert so many away from her. Would he be in mortal danger before she could dwell on her concern? Her phone rang with a video call from Luo Tian. What are you waiting for? Come up. Luo Tian beckoned from his sofa. Stunned, White Yu exclaimed, Luo Tian, you're not supposed to be at home. I thought you were downstairs. Stop wasting time. If you don't hurry, they'll catch on, he replied coolly. The photo he shared in the group was cleverly synthesized by his housekeeper, utilizing footage from corridor surveillance cameras. Capturing real-time images while provoking them with words, he could easily incite their irrationality. However, considering the frigid temperatures, even if they were riled up, a descent of 2 floors into the biting cold would quickly cool their tempers. A moment's consideration would reveal the discrepancies. After all, in 2055, AI technology had advanced rapidly, making photosynthesis child's play. Indeed, as the group descended to the 18th floor, Deng 2 was abruptly calmed by the howling wind in the corridor. Something felt off. Luo Tian was far too cunning, hiding in his home and launching attacks from afar. Why would he risk his own life so brazenly to save White Yu? It was as if he were deliberately trying to provoke them. With AI synthesis software so prevalent, it was entirely plausible that he had instructed someone living below to capture a photo, then manipulated it to deceive them. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Deng 2, seasoned in the underworld, felt the unease grow. The more he thought about it, the more it didn't sit right, and he delivered a sharp blow to one of his minions, roaring, Luo Tian is still at home. The photo is fake. Turn back immediately, and don't let White Yu escape. The minions, taken aback, froze momentarily before turning and rushing back. They couldn't let their prize slip away. Luo Tian, you're truly despicable. Seeing White Yu still attempting to grab her clothes, Luo Tian scolded. Have you lost your mind? Those thugs could return at any moment. You need to run, but it's so cold outside. White Yu protested, feeling wronged. Yet she understood the urgency, for her life was at stake. Grabbing a jacket draped on the sofa, she donned it over her thick, fuzzy cat-themed pajamas and hurried towards the 23rd floor where Luo Tian was. As she stepped out, she heard Deng 2 and his gang's furious shouts and the sound of their rushing footsteps drawing near. They were only 1 floor below her on the 19th level. Close enough for her to see their silhouettes. Deng 2's instincts had been spot on. White Yu was indeed trying to escape. Damn it. Hurry up, if she gets into Luo Tian's place. We finished. The minions quickened their pace, teeth gritted. The goddess belonged to them. That son of a bitch Luo Tian thinks he can play the hero, but I won't let him succeed. Deng 2 shouted, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. His furious voice echoed through the stairwell, reverberating throughout the building, shocking all the residents who were hiding at home. What? Didn't Luo Tian say he had no interest in this? Why is he sneaking off to save someone now, trying to have it all to himself? The residents were furious, pounding their chests in frustration. Yet, hearing the chaos in the corridor and the fierce roars of the minions, they were too terrified to open their doors at the same time. They couldn't help but admire Luo Tian's bravery. I can't keep this up. White Yu, who hadn't eaten much, felt her energy deplete as she was chased by a gang of desperate thugs, especially in the frigid -70-degree cold. She quickly grew exhausted, having only ascended 2 flights of stairs to the 22nd floor. She found herself pursued by Dang Tu and his crew, who had already reached the 21st floor and were closing in on her. "White Ya, stop running. I'll catch you in no time." They jeered, their eyes filled with a savage hunger. Gazing up at the sight of White Ya clad in her cat pajamas, they felt as though they were face to face with a demon from hell. "Oh no. What do I do? Luo Tian. I can't run anymore." White Ya cried into her phone that in terms of stamina, she was no match for the frenzied thugs. If this continued, she wouldn't reach the 23rd floor before they dragged her back. "Take off your jacket and throw it down." Luo Tian, devoid of any emotion, observed Bai Ya, who was engulfed in panic. Driven by instinct, she sprinted forward, yanking off the heavy coat draped over her shoulders and flinging it backward. The substantial garment, akin to a cloak, enveloped the 2 individuals racing ahead, causing them to lose their footing and stumble down the staircase. Like a line of dominoes, the henchmen following closely behind also tumbled down. Crashing heavily atop the 2, Bai Ya dared not glance back. Seizing the moment while the henchmen were still recovering, she gritted her teeth, summoning the last vestiges of her strength, and finally ascended to the 23rd floor. Stumbling, she collapsed before Luo Tian's door. Indeed, as others had said, the security of the Luo family home was remarkably formidable, exuding a sense of reassurance merely from its exterior. Overcome with joy, Bai Ya found herself in tears. Before she could knock, a cold electronic wristband fell at her feet. "Put it on, and I shall let you in." Chapter 47. The Frustrated Henchman. A wristband? Bai Ya froze for a moment, bewildered by the peculiar requirement. Why must she wear this device to gain entry? "If you don't wear it, get lost." Luo Tian's indifferent voice resonated through the thick security door, shattering her pride into countless pieces. Bai Ya had initially believed that her status as a celebrated star would afford her some respect. At the very least more than what an ordinary person might receive. To her dismay, she realized that in Luo Tian's eyes, she was utterly worthless, perhaps even less valuable than a mere loaf of bread. At that moment, Dang Tu and his band of henchmen had already stormed the 23rd floor, their eyes aflame with rage as they rushed towards the fallen Bai Ya. Should she fall into their hands, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. In the past, Bai Ya had naively believed herself to be different from those actresses who relied on their looks to ascend the ranks. She thought that even if she remained a struggling actress, enduring the disdain of directors and industry elites, she would never bow to anyone's whims. To protect her purity, she would even be willing to die. However, she now understood how gravely mistaken she had been. As she beheld the approaching ruffians, Bai Ya instinctively grasped the wristband before her and, without hesitation, secured it around her wrist. Her life was paramount. Everything else was but a fleeting concern. "Come in." The heavy security door swung open. Seizing the opportunity while the henchmen were still dazed, Bai Ya gritted her teeth and clambered inside Luo Tian's home just as the door slammed shut behind her. The blocked henchmen, their eyes burning with disbelief, could hardly fathom how the coveted swan had slipped through their fingers. That was the illustrious Bai Ya, a goddess they would never have the chance to encounter again. "Luo Tian, you bastard, open the door this instant. I'll count to 3, and if you don't let her go, I will smash this wretched door to pieces. Don't think your little tricks will work on us." Hearing the henchmen's enraged roars from outside, Luo Tian merely replied coolly, "Useless fools, do you wish to take a cold shower again?" Upon hearing this, the once belligerent thugs recalled the last encounter, where they had been blasted with high-pressure water at a frigid 70 degrees below zero, leaving many shivering with fever, and 2 of their comrades nearly lost. "Run!" The group fled in terror, abandoning their threats. Faced with an impregnable door, they had no recourse but to retreat. The prospect of arrows and icy deluges awaited them if they lingered. In their panic, several individuals even tumbled down the stairs. "I'm safe." Bai Ya, still shaken, could only muster the strength to prop herself up, sitting in a duck-like posture as she gazed around the living room. So warm. Her lovely face, now flushed from the cold, wore an expression of disbelief. The living room was bright, and a splendid fireplace blazed with a vibrant flame, casting a warm glow. On the dining table lay a succulent roast duck, glistening with sweet sauce, alongside golden chicken legs exuding an intoxicating aroma. An entire case of the exquisite 1982 Lafite graced the table. The Luo residence resembled a paradise. Not only did it feature a cozy fireplace, but it was also laden with an abundance of delectable food. Here she was, a major star reduced to nibbling on dry biscuits, while other residents could barely manage a single loaf of bread. And yet, Luo Tian's table displayed a steaming roast duck. The living room was immensely warm, utterly devoid of any chill. In stark contrast, the lives of others compared to Luo Tian's were akin to that of beggars. Devoid of dignity, Luo Tian, arms crossed, scrutinized her with the gaze of an owner surveying his possessions. Baiya, maintaining her duck-like posture, looked up at the coldly composed Luo Tian, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Ro, clad in a sophisticated office outfit, stood beside him, respectfully bowing her head like a dutiful secretary. Baiya had long heard of Li Ro, the devoted wife, now that she stood before her. It was evident that her beauty was indeed exceptional. While she may not surpass Baiya, she was certainly no less striking compared to other top-tier actresses. Most notably, her figure was unmatched within the entire entertainment industry. I'm Baiya. You. Baiya began to speak, but her words were abruptly cut off by Luo Tian's icy interjection. You smell. Go wash up in the bathroom. Luo Tian wrinkled his nose in distaste, waving her off before settling into the couch, crossing his legs without casting her another glance. Smell? Baiya was taken aback, momentarily thinking she had misheard. After all, she was a celebrated national star, a paragon of purity. And the cost of maintaining her appearance was astronomical, though she had gone several days without a proper hot shower since the onset of the snow disaster. Luo Tian's disdainful gaze and indifferent demeanor deeply wounded her pride. Could he not show a little kindness towards her? Just go. Don't provoke him. I'll leave your clean clothes outside, Li Ro said with a gentle smile, compared to Luo Tian's coldness. Li Ro's warm and considerate demeanor undoubtedly endeared her to Baiya. All right. Baiya nodded, making her way towards the bathroom. This was not solely due to Luo Tian's words, but also because she had not bathed properly in days and felt increasingly uncomfortable. As she passed the kitchen, the sight of the luxurious and rare ingredients stacked in the cabinets left Baiya utterly astounded. Lobsters, king crabs, Russian hams, truffles, tuna sushi, barbecued meats. The kitchen was nearly overflowing. Heavens, this modest kitchen contained a veritable feast of renowned delicacies from dozens of countries. The quality of life here could not be overstated. It was even more lavish than what Baiya had consumed prior to the snow disaster. How could Luo Tian stockpile such an abundance of food at home? Baiya covered her cherry-red lips, her eyes wide with disbelief that it was as if he had foreseen the impending cataclysm of snow and prepared this bounty in advance. Moreover, he had constructed a splendid, warm fireplace in the living room to combat the frigid temperatures of 70 degrees below zero. While others shivered and scavenged for food, Luo Tian luxuriated in a cozy room, relishing a cornucopia of gourmet delights, living gracefully and comfortably. Furthermore, upon entering, Baiya had noted that Luo Tian's security door was custom-made by a professional security firm. Not only was it exceptionally heavy, but it also required 3 locks to be opened. What did that signify? Baiya's own villa boasted a high level of security, costing an astronomical sum in the millions. Yet in comparison to Luo Tian's residence, it seemed laughably inadequate. The more she contemplated, the more alarmed she became that To claim this was mere coincidence would be an absurdity. Luo Tian's image loomed larger than life in her mind, appearing infinitely profound. However, the stronger he was, the greater her protection became. Chapter 48. Boss, this coat is for you, Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Once again, Luo Tian. Damn him. Deng Tu, seated in his wheelchair, furiously pounded the armrests, his roars echoing throughout the building. A horde of henchmen, resembling defeated roosters, hung their heads in despair, their faces as morose as if they had witnessed a death. The goddess has taken flight. Thanks to Deng Tu's furious outburst, the residents who had been sheltering at home were instantly informed of the outcome. Luo Tian had rescued the goddess Baiya from the clutches of Deng Tu and his band of scoundrels. Like a knight successfully saving a princess, he had triumphed once more over his adversaries. Good heavens, were they watching a movie? Luo Tian was but one man, yet he consistently emerged victorious against many, a truly magical feat. Boss, at least we didn't leave empty-handed. One henchman, eager to please, presented the coat Baiya had discarded. Handing it to Deng Tuesday, this is the coat worn by Baiya, still infused with her fragrance. Here, this is for you. Boss, upon hearing such words, Deng Tu could not help but feel even more infuriated. He swiftly delivered a slap to the man's head, exclaiming, "Fool, can't you aspire to something greater? Luo Tian has been working hard at home, while you're merely fantasizing about his clothes." After receiving the slap, the younger brother felt a surge of grievance. The hint of pain flashed across his face as he said, "You're right, boss, I have been lacking ambition. I'll get rid of these clothes right away. From now on, don't say you're with me. It's truly embarrassing, a group that can't even keep an eye on a single girl." Deng Tu immediately delivered another slap. The younger brother, clutching his head, wore a face full of grievance. Despite the presence of so many people, he felt as though he alone was suffering. "Luo Tian, don't get too pleased with yourself. I will eventually smash your pathetic door down and come in to deal with you." Deng Tu thought furiously. In the bathroom, what does it matter how beautiful it is? The golden-haired girl sighed softly as she gazed into the mirror. She shook her head slightly and reached out to turn on the shower. Suddenly, Baya's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips parting in astonishment. "There's hot water?" She had assumed that she would have to bathe with cold water, considering the entire community was experiencing a power and water outage. The notion of using hot water for a bath seemed utterly ridiculous. After all, with the limited electricity provided by the authorities each morning and evening, the best one could do was venture outside to melt some snow for hot water, as the voltage simply could not support high power consumption. Yet, Luo Tian's household had hot water. Could this mean there was a power supply in the room? With a click, the bright white lights illuminated the space, and a warm breeze blew out, transforming the dim bathroom into a bright and cozy haven. "It's real," Baya exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Luo Tian has a generator at home? This is so well prepared. At that moment, Baya was nearly moved to tears. How long had it been since she had enjoyed a hot shower? Such a mundane act had become so distant after the arrival of the extreme cold and snow disaster. If she could bathe in hot water even once a week, she would be utterly content. A smile graced her lips. What she did not know was that Luo Tian's space contained tens of thousands of tons of water resources. Taking a hot shower was as ordinary as daily meals. Li Ro bathed at least once a day. However, for the other residents outside, hot water was an extremely precious resource, scarcely enough even for drinking. Bathing? At most, they could manage a quick wipe with a towel. In the living room. "So, do I not require anyone's company today?" Li Ro smiled gently. "Am I jealous?" "Not at all." "Well, maybe just a little, however." Li Ro was acutely aware that in this chaotic, frigid apocalypse, a powerful figure like Luo Tian, who possessed infinite space and hoarded countless supplies, would certainly not be limited to just her companionship. She was not foolish enough to act irrationally. Baya was completely oblivious to the situation in the living room. Although she wished to continue bathing, perhaps even for 2 hours, the extreme cold and snow disaster rendered every drop of hot water immensely valuable. And she dared not waste it. "What is this?" As Baya reached for a towel, she suddenly noticed a box she had never seen before on a nearby shelf. Curiously, she picked it up for inspection. "This seems to be startled." Baya promptly dropped it back, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. After preparing herself mentally, she cautiously opened the frosted glass door a crack, swiftly grabbing the neatly stacked clothes on the floor and quickly closing the door again. "What kind of clothes are these? I don't think I've ever worn them." Baya slowly unfolded a black and white garment, examining the lace trim and bow, her puzzled eyes widening in surprise. Chapter 49. Household chores. Pushing open the frosted door, Baya entered the living room. Her long legs were clad in white stockings, accentuating her alluring curves. "Are you done bathing?" Li Ro greeted her with a warm smile. Baya replied softly, her gaze drifting toward Luo Tian. "What's this?" Turning her head, she suddenly discovered Luo Tian sitting on the sofa, his eyes fixated on the enormous LCD screen in the living room. The screen displayed nearly 100 neatly arranged windows. Upon closer inspection, these windows turned out to be surveillance cameras covering every corner of the building. From the first floor to the 23rd floor corridors, the images clearly showed residents downstairs shoveling snow. Luo Tian was actually monitoring everyone in the building. Baya felt a chill run down her spine. "What are you doing?" Before she could utter the word illegal, Baya suddenly recalled the current circumstances. The extreme cold and snow disaster had swept across the globe, and the societal order of the past had completely collapsed. Forget about invading others' privacy. Even if someone were killed, There wouldn't be any police to intervene. What's there to discuss? Luo Tian shot her a sidelong glance, his tone icy. I don't support freeloaders. A maid must be aware of her duties to at his words. Baya lowered her head in grievance. There's no such thing as a free lunch. She understood that well. Luo Tian had rescued her from Deng Tu and his gang. And now he merely expected her to contribute labor in return. It was hardly unreasonable. Thankfully, the house was not dirty. It could be described as spotless. If this scene were to be shared in the owner's group, it would likely incite overwhelming jealousy among the others. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. Time for dinner. What should we have today? Luo Tian pondered, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yesterday we had grilled meat salad, the day before that seafood lobster, and the day before that a lavish banquet. Forget it. Let us stick to meat that I happen to remember. There are quite a few tomahawk lamb chops in storage. I've been wanting to try them. Luo Tian immersed his consciousness in the space, retrieving several tomahawk lamb chops and a large bag of toast from the food section. Li Ro, please prepare the ingredients, he instructed the head of the household. Luo Tian certainly wouldn't cook himself. The kitchen duties were best left to the women, especially since Li Ro's culinary skills were commendable. He had always praised her dishes. These ingredients look fresh. As for the toast, I think let us have grilled tomahawk lamb chops and lamb meat soup for dinner, Li Ro suggested, lightly tapping her cherry lips with a delicate finger. Once Luo Tian nodded in agreement, she efficiently took the ingredients to the kitchen, donned an apron, and began chopping the toast, onions, and other necessary ingredients. Still in shock, Baya finally returned to her senses. What had she just witnessed? Luo Tian had conjured two enormous tomahawk lamb legs out of thin air. Was this a scene from a science fiction film, or was she hallucinating? Baya felt an immense sense of disbelief. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, Luo Tian, what just happened? How did you do that? Could it be that all the ingredients in the kitchen were conjured like that? This is simply unbelievable. Wanna know? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Seeing her eagerly nod, he beckoned her over. Baya, brushing a strand of golden hair aside, eagerly leaned closer, her pale ear attentive. I'm listening. However, to her surprise, Luo Tian seized her chin and, in the midst of her astonished gaze, pressed his lips forcefully against hers. Baya's eyes widened. Why first kiss? Chapter 50. Baya's Goddess Night Brigade ILL go help in the kitchen. Baya stood up shyly, her golden hair cascading as she fled to the kitchen. Her ears faintly flushed in the kitchen. Li Ro had already placed the tomahawk lamb chops into the smokeless oven to grill. She bent slightly, wielding a knife to prepare onions and peppers for seasoning, while cutting the toast into small cubes. Once the lamb soup in the clay pot was ready, drenching it would create a delicious lamb meat soup. The sight of her diligent demeanor made Baya pause in admiration. Li Ro is such a great cook, Baya thought to herself, realizing that if it were her turn to cook, she would undoubtedly be flustered. Would you like to help? Li Ro smiled, glancing sideways. I'll help. Baya nodded, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. After a flurry of activity, the aromatic grilled tomahawk lamb chops and thick, flavorful lamb meat soup were served on the dining table. Li Ro and Baya stood by, hands clasped at their sides. This is great. Your cooking skills have improved, Luo Tian said as he sliced a piece of golden grilled lamb chop and savored it. Baya inhaled the tantalizing aroma, her mouth watering and her stomach growling. She clutched her belly, her face turning red. Let us eat together, Luo Tian chuckled lightly, remarking that ever since the other party entered this household, she had already become one of their own. When it came to matters of sustenance, Luo Tian would never skimp on them. Thank you, Baya exclaimed, taken aback. She had not anticipated that she would be able to indulge in such lavish delicacies. She had assumed that Luo Tian would only offer her some dry, hard bread or instant noodles. Although Luo Tian had been rather aloof towards her previously, his sudden kindness now caused her affection for him to surge dramatically. So fragrant, Baya took small bites of the golden brown roasted lamb chop, finding no trace of gamey flavor, only the rich aroma of barbecued meat filling her mouth. For Baya, who had been enduring hunger and subsisting on snacks for over a week, this was undoubtedly the most delectable feast in the world. At that moment, she suddenly felt that staying here might not be so bad after all. Ding! A message suddenly pinged in the group chat. Just as Luo Tian had nearly finished his meal, he noticed his phone lighting up and promptly unlocked it to check the chat group. Curious about what new amusement awaited, a smirk crept onto his lips. As for the other residents who had caused him harm in his past life, Luo Tian had no intention of blocking or silencing them, as that would detract from his enjoyment. Instead, he relished in watching them spiral into despair, meeting their tragic ends filled with regret, which brought him immense satisfaction. After all, he was no paragon of magnanimity. Given their unforgivable transgressions against him in their previous lives, he was determined to exact a heavy revenge this time around. White Goddess Night Brigade, Unit 902, 9th floor. Luo Tian, I heard you saved the White Goddess. Is she currently at your place? How is she faring? Unit 601, 6th floor. Yeah, is the goddess alright? You haven't bullied her, have you? Lu Yuanyue, Unit 2101. Luo Tian, be kind to the goddess. If you have delicious food, let her eat first. Her health is delicate, by the way. I remember her preferences very well. Let me share them with you. Dog Liquor Group Leader, Luo Tian, I warn you, do not entertain any improper thoughts about our goddess. The residents transformed into eager admirers, incessantly tagging Luo Tian in the chat. Perhaps believing that Baya could see their messages now, each one trying harder than the last to curry favor with her, hoping to win her affection. After all, she was the enchanting White Goddess. A beauty they were seeing up close for the first time. Look at how many people are standing up for you, Luo Tian said to the oil-smeared Baya, glancing at the group chat. Baya lost interest, pouting. Fan behavior should not be elevated to the level of the idol. What a joke. Those fans who can only talk big are utterly useless if they truly cared for me. Where were they when I was trapped in that room, besieged by Deng Tu and his band of outlaws? She thought it was laughable to believe they could win her favor with mere words. Baya may have been a bit naive, but she was not foolish. Although Luo Tian might tease her, he certainly provided an abundance of exquisite food in the midst of a frigid snow disaster. Such treatment was a luxury beyond the reach of many. Suddenly, a wicked idea crossed Luo Tian's mind, and he replied in the group chat, Your White Goddess is doing splendidly. She just finished her bath and is currently indulging herself. Yes, enjoying food is indeed a form of pleasure, but the residents didn't care about that. They immediately began to wildly speculate. The thought of their pure goddess being successfully courted by Luo Tian sent them into a frenzy of jealousy, envy, and rage. Luo Tian, before the barrage of messages could escalate, he had already exited the group chat. How envious you all must be, you pathetic sycophants. Luo Tian laughed heartily, feeling a surge of joy after teasing the residents. Indeed, the sense of superiority derived from being envied by a crowd was immensely gratifying. What Luo Tian did not expect was that a few enraged residents, driven mad by jealousy, rushed to the main group chat to voice their grievances. Unit 901, 9th floor. Luo Tian, do not let the goddess suffer any longer at your place. Her delicate palate cannot withstand the torment of your snacks. There was no denying that Luo Tian had stockpiled a considerable amount of food. But it was all snacks. There were no substantial meals. My heart aches for the goddess for even a moment. Why not let her come to my house? I have plenty. Do not underestimate the persistence of sycophants. The agony of yearning without fulfillment was simply too much to bear. The group of admirers inundated the chat with messages, and some even revealed their own food supplies. This left the other residents, who had never participated in the Night Brigade group chat, utterly perplexed, wondering what had triggered such madness. El Tong, who was eavesdropping, felt his head boiling with anger. Damn it, I just spent hundreds of thousands trying to negotiate with you guys for food, and not a single one of you responded. Now you're all acting like this. You prefer beauty over wealth. Foolish. Seeing the situation unfold, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer. This was a public chat, and the cannibalistic scoundrels from Deng Tu's crew could see all the messages. In a moment of heated impulse, they had exposed their own resources, which would inevitably lead to trouble. Those few with ample supplies were now vulnerable, as everyone knew what they had. Deng Tu and his gang numbered over a dozen, and every one of their underlings would require a significant amount of food to satisfy their appetites. If they decided to forcibly break into a resident's home, the occupant would have no means of resistance. In his previous life, such scenarios had occurred frequently. However, since they were all sticking their necks out, waiting to be struck, Luo Tian felt it was only fitting to take action. With a snap, he captured a photo of the golden roasted tomahawk lamb chop, the delectable lamb meat pow mau, and the exquisite Lafite red wine beside it, sending it to the group chat. Everyone, tonight we feast on tomahawk lamb chops paired with 82 Lafite. Interested parties, please express your interest. Upon the sending of this message, accompanied by the image of the buttery, golden tomahawk leg of lamb, the group fell silent. Each resident opened Luo Tian's picture, gazing at the sumptuous roasted meat and the expensive wine, which sent them into a frenzy of excitement. Heavens, what am I seeing? A tomahawk lamb leg worth thousands. Surely, I am not dreaming. Good grief, my pantry is nearly bare. I have to tighten my belt to survive each day. And Luo Tian is feasting on roasted meat. What kind of divine existence is this? I am even worse off. I crushed an entire pack of instant noodles, and it lasted me 3 days. I've lost over 10 pounds from hunger. It's unimaginable that Luo Tian has meat to eat. Does he live in paradise? The residents were in a state of constant chatter, their messages pouring in rapidly, as they were clearly rattled. While they struggled to survive on just 1 meal a day in the face of a chilling 70-degree drop in temperature, Luo Tian was enjoying a lavish spread of food at home, which was bound to incite their envy. Moreover, did they not notice that Luo Tian had electricity? His appliances were all operational. Good grief. Does he have a generator or something? They wondered. It seemed that Luo Tian's home was not only warm, but also filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb. And they couldn't even see any steam rising. The temperature must be over 20 degrees. Oh my goodness, just how wealthy is Luo Tian? The more they analyzed, the more frantic the residents became. While everyone else was enduring the bitter cold of minus 70 degrees, clinging to their meager scraps of food, Luo Tian's home appeared as a haven of comfort. The stark contrast made their eyes burn with jealousy. Each one began to tag Luo Tian in the chat, pleading for him to allow them to come inside for some warmth and to share in the sumptuous tomahawk lamb chop. Alas, Luo Tian chose to ignore their entreaties, and no matter how the residents begged, cursed, or attempted to moralize, he did not respond to a single message. Want to come in? Dream on, Luo Tian scoffed. These people had stormed into his home in their previous lives, ruthlessly ending his life. Now they sought to gain entry through pity? How utterly absurd. How infuriating. Luo Tian has revealed his resources, they lamented. Now everyone was aware that he had stockpiled a substantial amount of food and roasted meat. Su Ling, upon seeing the messages in the group, felt a surge of anger and nearly smashed her phone. She had saved the photo of the steak Luo Tian had sent her previously, intending to use it to conspire with others to lure him out and eliminate him to seize his home. Yet, she never imagined that just as her plan was taking shape, his resources would be laid bare. Did he not fear being targeted? In truth, Luo Tian was unconcerned about such matters. After all, he had been observed by many when he had stockpiled several trucks worth of supplies before the apocalypse. In a world ravaged by an unforgiving ice age, where sustenance has become increasingly scarce, it is only a matter of time before those malevolent neighbors set their sights upon him. Thus, revealing himself is inconsequential. Should any of them harbor ill intentions and dare approach his doorstep, he would be more than willing to dispose of them. Luo Tian, I implore you, share a morsel of roasted meat with me. My pantry holds but half a bag of bread, and I have nothing else to eat. Do you have the heart to relish roasted meat while we starve at home? Luo Tian, we are all neighbors. With such an abundance of food in your home, do share it with us. Luo Tian, you are truly despicable. How can you stand idly by while your neighbors suffer? You possess no conscience, regardless of whether the homeowners sought to ingratiate themselves, feign hardship, or engage in moral coercion. Luo Tian dismissed them all. He would show compassion only if the sun, nearly extinguished, were to reignite. With this thought, Luo Tian turned his gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The night sky loomed dark and dreary, devoid of a single star. This absence was not due to smog, but rather because the sun had lost its light and warmth, barely sustaining its internal processes, rendering the heavens starless. He pondered the cause of the sun's extinguishment. Even in his previous life, after nearly a year, he had gleaned no pertinent information. That Luo Tian sighed inwardly. However, given that he currently resided in a sturdy, warm, safe house, with an ample supply of food stored within, there was little to worry about. Why dwell on such matters? Shaking his head, he chided himself for overthinking. Upon opening his phone, he found the group chat ablaze with messages, and his spirits lifted once more. Before the irresistibly enticing roasted leg of lamb, none could withstand its allure. Many residents could not help but initiate private chats with him, the majority being women, such as the previous child-carrying mother. Xiaolan, and wives conversing clandestinely without their husbands, even female university students, all fervently beseeching him to share his food. Some even shared personal photos, attempting to entice him with their bodies. Lo Tian simply blocked the messages from the other men and only perused the photos sent by the women a few times before losing interest. Ridiculous. It's not as though he lacked for such fare in his own home. What use were these unappealing faces and figures to him? Delicious. Baya elegantly wielded a knife and fork, slicing off a piece of succulent, greasy lamb, savoring it with delight. Despite being on the brink of starvation, her refined demeanor ensured that she ate gracefully. Observing Li Ro, who sat quietly beside her without having taken a single bite of roasted meat, Baya curiously inquired, "Sister Li Ro, won't you have some?" In response to Baya's concern, Li Ro gently shook her head that I don't need any. You enjoy it. Noticing the confusion on Baya's face, Lo Tian raised an eyebrow, stating, Li Ro made a minor mistake, so I have forbidden her from eating today. This served as a reminder to Baya to mind her behavior, especially to refrain from throwing petty tantrums. Every command of his was to be obeyed. If Li Ro faced punishment for her transgressions, she would do well to heed the same caution. Baya grasped the underlying message in Lo Tian's words and promptly lowered her head. Responding meekly, she was indeed taken aback by the revelation that Li Ro's relationship with Lo Tian was evidently stronger than her own, that if such a minor infraction warranted a day's punishment of starvation, she would have to be far more vigilant in the future. Baya found herself increasingly submissive to Lo Tian, which astonished her. After all, before the apocalypse, she had been a national goddess, basking in the adoration of countless fans. She had never been one to look down upon others. Yet now, for the first time, she found herself obedient to another's commands. What is happening to me? A blush crept across Baya's cheeks as she lowered her head even further. Meanwhile, in the 18th floor, Deng Tu and his gang of underlings gazed enviously at the mouth-watering delicacies that Lo Tian had shared in the group chat. Roasted meat. Damn, that's a leg of lamb. Golden and crispy, sizzling with juices. It must taste divine. They exclaimed that I longed to have just one bite. The underlings were transfixed by the image of the roasted leg of lamb, their mouths watering. For days, they had subsisted on nothing but bread and instant noodles, while that damned Lo Tian enjoyed such exquisite fare in the comfort of his home. Damn it, Lo Tian knows how to live it up. He must be hoarding supplies. Deng Tu fumed, his frustration mounting as he reflected on his own meager meals of instant noodles and boiled eggs, considered a feast by his standards. Meanwhile, his own supplies were dwindling to a mere 2 days' worth. He could hardly bear the humiliation of being confronted with Lo Tian's culinary delights. Deng Tu seethed with jealousy, recalling how he had been reduced to a life of fast food and snacks. Lo Tian not only had incapacitated him, but had nearly taken down 2 of his underlings as well. Before the snow disaster, such absurdity would have been unfathomable. Now, Lo Tian was living a life of luxury, while they were powerless to act against him. The images he shared felt like a constant mockery. How could they endure this? Boss, that Lo Tian's door is tougher than a tortoise shell. We can't do anything about it. If only other areas were weaker, we could smash through and kill him, seizing all the roasted meat. One underling suggested, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. Deng Tu's eyes lit up at this proclamation. What did you say? Repeat that, he demanded excitedly, slapping his thigh. Huh? Boss. I didn't say anything. The underling stammered, waving his hands nervously, fearing he had angered Deng Tuesday. No, you mentioned that other areas might be weaker. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Deng Tu exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he pounded the sofa with his fist. Lo Tian's front door is indeed tough, probably impervious to grenades. But what about the walls? Are they as strong as the door? Upon hearing this, the underling's eyes widened with excitement. Exactly. Lo Tian may have reinforced his door with steel alloys, but walls like those are bound to be vulnerable. He can't possibly line the walls with steel plates. Boss, does this mean we should abandon the door and focus on the surrounding walls? With a hammer, we could break down his walls and storm in to kill him, the underlings exclaimed, their spirits soaring with exhilaration as they envisioned their triumphant invasion, culminating in the pleasure of indulging in Lo Tian's roasted meat. Yes, let us do it. Deng Tu growled fiercely. However, he soon pondered further, furrowing his brow. But Lo Tian has a crossbow. If we breach the walls, we could get hit by an arrow. At the mention of the crossbow, the underlings shivered collectively, Well aware of the weapon's deadly power, an arrow to the leg could easily shatter bones, and a shot to the head would surely be fatal. Although they were not planning to enter through the front door, they needed to prepare for the possibility of being ambushed while breaking through the walls. This was valuable experience gained from having been burned twice. Deng Tu pointed at one of the underlings and commanded, "You go to the group and ask who has steel plates or similar materials. Tell them we're preparing to break down Lo Tian's door. And we'll need them soon. Remember to spin a good yarn. Something about sharing food once we get in. After all, those fools in the group, having been provoked by Lo Tian, likely yearned to see him dead even more than they did." The underling, momentarily taken aback, then raised his thumb in admiration, as expected of the boss, using their greed against them. Following Deng Tu's instructions, he posted in the group about their plan to pry open Lo Tian's door. Claiming they needed steel plates or shields to protect against potential ambushes. In truth, this was merely a ruse to lower Lo Tian's guard. Their ultimate goal lay in the walls. Yes? Excellent. I fully support Brother Tu's righteous endeavor. It's high time we forced open Lo Tian's ungrateful door and seized his food. Let him enjoy his bounty without sharing, flaunting it before us. I don't have steel plates, but I have wooden boards. Will that suffice? Who among you has what Brother Tu needs? Step up and contribute. I have steel plates in the basement and a big hammer to break down the door. Just let me have some food once you're in there. I support Brother Tu in taking down Lo Tian and rescuing Goddess Baiya. As I witnessed Deng Tu once again leading his subordinates to forcibly pry open Luo Tian's door. The owners in the group erupted in a frenzy, their excitement palpable as they shouted words of encouragement. Even more absurdly, numerous owners contributed their tools for breaking down doors from their storage, channeling their jealousy and animosity towards Luo Tian into this endeavor, hoping to seize all the provisions from his household. They believed that if Luo Tian fell into the hands of those desperate rogues, his fate would be dire indeed. It is hard to fathom the stark contrast in the owner's attitude towards Deng Tu before and after the apocalypse. The darkness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. In the 18th floor corridor, a subordinate exclaimed, "Boss, this large iron hammer is incredibly effective, even heavier than ours. With it, we can easily smash through the walls and eliminate that scoundrel Luo Tian." Two others carried a steel plate, retrieved from the underground warehouse, using it as cover to protect themselves from potential crossbow attacks. While smashing the wall, the subordinates donned raincoats and boots gifted by the owners, intended to shield them from high-pressure water guns. "Charge, brothers! Barbecue beckons us," Deng Tu declared coldly. "Tonight, we shall break through Luo Tian's wall and feast to our heart's content." The morale of the subordinates surged, as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, rushing up the stairs with their hammers. What they were oblivious to was that their plan to breach the wall had been thoroughly monitored by Luo Tian. Moreover, not only was his security door impenetrable, but every wall was reinforced with 300 millimeters thick military-grade alloy plates capable of withstanding artillery fire. In the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees, no amount of hammering would ever yield results. It is time to deal with this pack of scoundrels," Luo Tian scoffed as he observed through the surveillance. "Since you wish to enter, then go ahead and ponder your fate in hell." Chapter 53. The subordinates' despair from the surveillance. It was evident that Deng Tu and his band of subordinates, wielding large hammers and carrying a towering steel plate, ascended to the 23rd floor with fierce and excited expressions. In their eyes, this operation was foolproof. The feeble walls could not possibly withstand the devastating force of their hammers for long. Once they breached the wall, all the supplies, including the women inside, would be theirs. Each face bore an unmistakable expression of insatiable greed. In the living room, Baiya spoke in a state of panic. "Luo Tian, what should we do? They are coming to smash the wall. The wall is not as sturdy as the door." Through the corridor surveillance and the built-in microphones, she clearly overheard Deng Tu and the others plotting their destructive intent at the 18th floor entrance. In Baiya's view, the concrete walls could not possibly compare in strength to the alloy security door. With over a dozen men taking turns to hammer away, it was only a matter of time before a gaping hole would be created. At that point, the three inside would be doomed. "Do not panic," Luo Tian replied with an air of calm, "I have already embedded alloy steel plates within the walls, the same type used in aircraft carriers and satellites." He remarked nonchalantly, "Their sturdiness surpasses even that of the security door. For them to think they can simply barge in is nothing short of a dream." Upon hearing this, Baiya's expression turned to one of astonishment. "What? Not only did you replace the security door with bank vault-grade materials, but you've also fortified the walls with alloy plates. This preparation is excessive. What kind of normal person transforms their home into a steel fortress? Have you angered a group of foreign terrorists, fearing they might invade your home with missiles? However, Luo Tian's words provided by Ya with a profound sense of security that a wave of comfort washed over her. How mysterious Luo Tian was. She couldn't help but admire him with a gaze filled with reverence, beginning to understand why Li Ro was so obedient to his commands. He had constructed such an impregnable stronghold even before the onset of the snow disaster. As long as they stayed put and did not recklessly venture outside, surely no one could force their way in. If only she knew that Luo Tian possessed an infinite space filled with countless supplies. Her jaw might very well drop in disbelief. Thud. Thud. A muffled sound faintly echoed through the wall. Thanks to the excellent soundproofing, it was nearly inaudible unless one listened closely. Luo Tian observed the enthusiastic subordinates wielding hammers against the wall on the screen. Remaining unfazed as he sat on the sofa, savoring a cup of hot tea brewed by Li Ro, taking a sip. Truly, this exquisite Dahong Pao is worth its weight in gold. Delightful. Its aftertaste is simply unparalleled. The commotion outside continued unabated. Feeling bored, Luo Tian even placed one leg over Li Ro's slender, black-clad leg, relishing the gentle massage from her delicate fingers. Baya, dressed in a maid outfit, dutifully stood behind Luo Tian. Gently kneading his shoulders, Luo Tian squinted his eyes in pleasure. This is bliss. I cannot help but marvel at the capabilities of the AI intelligence from the Shield Security Company. It allows me to indulge in such services without the fear of betrayal. Were it not for the extreme cold apocalypse that rendered most online platforms inoperative, he might have even thought to leave a 5-star review on their official website. Currently, he had utilized 2 wristbands, one for Li Ro and one for Baya, which meant there were still several left. He wondered if accommodating 8 more women in his home would feel cramped. Luo Tian pondered, his residence comprising 5 rooms and a hall, spanning 300 square meters, which should be more than sufficient. However, that was merely a thought, for the criteria for other women to enter were exceedingly stringent. Their appearance and physique must meet specific standards. Any deficiency would be unacceptable. Women of the caliber of Li Ro and Baya were not easily encountered. Speaking of which, the female police officer he met before the apocalypse came to mind. She was also from the same community. According to information from his previous life, she had been helping a relative care for children. Luo Tian suddenly recalled the fierce, leggy policewoman who had nearly injured him before. I hope I do not encounter you again. He thought coldly at that moment. Outside, the subordinates finally smashed through the exterior of the wall. Ha! We've broken through. Luo Tian, you better. One of the subordinates cackled. Yet, before he could finish, he discovered that the crumbling concrete revealed not red bricks nor the internal structure of the wall, but an impenetrably dark alloy wall. Am I seeing things? Almost everyone stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend what lay before their eyes. Whose home has alloy plates embedded within the walls? Surely, the builders must have cut corners, using inferior cement that turned black. One defiant subordinate scoffed. Clenching his teeth, he raised the large hammer and struck the wall with all his might. Thud! A jolt shot through his hands, causing the hammerhead to slip from his grasp. What the hell? This is indeed alloy steel. He screamed in shock. Damn it! The subordinate trembled, his hands shaking as he shouted in despair. I refuse to believe it. He can't possibly have alloy plates in all the walls. Spread out and strike elsewhere. Deng Tu, seated in his wheelchair, bellowed in anger. As long as there is one spot without alloy plating, we can seize the opportunity and smash our way in. He was determined not to believe that Luo Tian could be so diabolical. You take care of this area, I'll handle the side. Let us strike together with all our might. The subordinates, fueled by determination, spread out, each grasping a large hammer, and began to strike with fervor. They would not rest until they had shattered the walls. Thud! Thud! Alas, reality is often cruel. After more than a dozen subordinates relentlessly battered the walls from all angles, they were left in shock as they discovered that the wall was entirely composed of alloy plates. No matter where they struck, left, right, above, or below, it was all seamlessly covered in that wretched alloy material. Damn you, Luo Tian! Are you out of your mind? The subordinates cried in despair, witnessing the chaos. Deng Tu nearly ground his teeth to dust. Who would embed thick alloy plates within their walls? This was a high-end apartment building, not a luxurious doomsday shelter. Surely, he must be out of his mind. The subordinates cast down their hammers, standing in the corridor, roaring in frustration like beasts driven mad, pounding with their fists, ramming their shoulders, even attempting to bite the alloy wall. The resolve to breach the wall had vanished, and each was plunged into despair. Damn you, Luo Tian. In the footage, the subordinates displayed their hopelessness in all its forms. Ha! What a bunch of fools. Luo Tian could not help but laugh. Their current demeanor was akin to someone in their family having passed away on the spot. It was utterly ludicrous. Just then, Bai Ya, who was massaging Luo Tian's shoulders, couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter, her adorable and charming demeanor radiating a blend of innocence and allure. Too bad no one was there to appreciate it. Oh, are they still not giving up? Li Rou curiously remarked as the scene unfolded. After Deng Tu and his subordinates vented their frustrations like madmen, they fell into a profound silence. After a while, approximately 6 or 7 of the subordinates exchanged glances and made their way downstairs, while Deng Tu remained with the remaining subordinates in the corridor. Let's see what tricks they have left, Luo Tian said, taking a sip of hot tea with a cold smile. Chapter 54. Barbecue. After about 10 minutes, Luo Tian observed from the surveillance footage that the 7 subordinates descending to the basement warehouse were struggling to carry a hefty steel pillar as they climbed back up the stairs. This steel column, whose purpose remained unknown, was immensely heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds. It took the group nearly 2 hours to transport the cumbersome steel pillar to the 23rd floor. Luo Tian. Why are they undertaking such a futile endeavor? Bai Ya furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend. In temperatures as low as minus 70 degrees, carrying a steel column weighing hundreds of pounds up the stairs for over an hour. Aren't they insane? In ancient times, such a tool was typically referred to as a battering ram. Although it isn't. Unperturbed, Luo Tian replied, the homeowners truly have every kind of talent among them. Keeping such a thick steel column in the underground warehouse, are they planning to sell scrap metal for a profit? You mean, they intend to use it to break down the door? Bai Ya suddenly grasped the situation. The little Karami had failed to breach the wall, so they devised the idea of using the steel column as a battering ram to forcibly break open the door. A several hundred-pound object could generate a significant impact that a typical security door would likely sustain a large dent after just one hit. Just when I was pondering how to deal with them, they have unwittingly delivered themselves to my doorstep, Luo Tian said with a smirk, crossing his legs as his gaze fixed on the large screen in the living room. Block the door with steel plates to prevent Luo Tian from launching a surprise attack with crossbows. You. Those who didn't go down, lift that steel column and smash the door. Deng Tu commanded through gritted teeth from his wheelchair. Before this grand entrance, this notorious group of outlaws appeared as mere clowns, repeatedly toyed with by Luo Tian. If this vendetta went unavenged, they would have no face to show in the future. All right, boss, rest assured, no matter how sturdy this door is, its frame cannot withstand the impact. The subordinates who had not descended took the place of their exhausted companions, banding together to lift the heavy steel pillar and charge at the security door. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted in their ears as the steel pillar, which they had placed so much hope in, crashed violently against the door. Unfortunately, the security door remained utterly unmoved, merely shedding a bit of paint. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. Again, one subordinate shouted, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The other 5, equally frenzied, adjusted their positions, determined to exert every ounce of their strength to break down the door. This was revenge. What they did not know was that the next impact would be their farewell to this world, liberating them from this brutal apocalypse. Butler, connect the power and crank the voltage to the maximum, Luo Tian commanded coldly. If they thought his trump card was limited to crossbows, they were gravely mistaken. During the renovation of the house, Luo Tian had instructed the Shield Security Company to make special modifications to the security door. Once the switch was flipped, the entire door would instantly become charged with thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Let alone humans, even an elephant would be turned to charcoal. It should be noted that he had installed a super high-voltage generator in the house. At this moment, the 7 subordinates were charging the steel column towards the security door. Steel, being an excellent conductor, made for a precarious situation. At the moment of contact, it was as if thunder erupted. Boom! Intense electric sparks surged into the bodies of the 7 within a mere 0.001 milliseconds, wreaking havoc. The The destructive energy instantly inflicted irreversible damage upon their internal organs. Zzz. The subordinates clutching the metal column felt an overwhelming stickiness emanate from others were momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the acrid scent wafting towards their nostrils. Without realizing it, they swallowed hard. Chapter 55. The piano performance before the floor-to-ceiling window. 3 days had passed since the arrival of the frigid apocalypse, marking a fortnight since that fateful day. After inflicting a significant loss upon Deng Tu and his gang, as well as shocking his half-electrified underlings, Luo Tian had not seen their figures on the surveillance footage again. One could only wonder what this multitude confined within their homes could possibly consume to stave off hunger. On the balcony, the soft sound of footsteps echoed. Baya, clad in a breezy white mini dress, her long, snow-white legs illuminated by the dim gray light, appeared as if cloaked in a silvery sheen. She sat before a $1 million Steinway piano, her demeanor utterly entranced, her delicate fingers dancing across the keys like butterflies. The melodious strains of music flowed gracefully, drawing one into a state of blissful reverie. She was playing canon, and in the realm of music where she excelled, Baya could unleash her full, 200% charm. The gray sky, the floor-to-ceiling window, the Steinway piano, and the music. These elements coalesced to form an extraordinarily beautiful tableau. As the final note lingered in the air, applause erupted from Luo Tian, who lounged in loose sleepwear nearby. Exquisite. Utterly exquisite. No wonder she is the goddess I chose. Her musical prowess is beyond compare. Each morning, after a performance, it feels as though my soul has undergone a sacred cleansing. In this world rife with overwhelming despair, maintaining mental and physical well-being was a matter of utmost importance. Such delightful music. Baya, Li Ro clapped gently, captivated by the enchanting melodies. Truly, you are one of the nation's top stars. Your artistic talents are remarkable. With this rendition of canon, you could undoubtedly seize the championship at any national piano competition. Thank you, Baya replied with a sweet smile, rising to bow gracefully to the tude. Yet, she had forgotten that her white mini dress was ill-fitting, and, realizing this, she bashfully tugged at the fabric. Why the shyness? Luo Tian smirked, extending a finger to gently lift the goddess's chin. That I haven't seen you shy before. 3 days was sufficient for an innocent girl to shed her naivety that moment. Luo Tian offered a subtle smile, his gaze sweeping over her fair skin and shapely legs. Beside them, Li Ro bit her lip and turned away. I'll go prepare breakfast. 30 minutes later, having completed her tasks in the kitchen, Li Ro emerged, draping her white apron over a chair. Breakfast is ready. You may eat now. In English breakfast. Crispy toast with butter, jam, and honey, alongside perfectly fried eggs and slowly cooked bacon, all complemented by a cup of Assam tea with a delicate mulled aroma, was indeed a feast. Compared to the hard, unappetizing frozen bread, cold biscuits, and tasteless rationed foods consumed by others, this meal was undoubtedly the epitome of luxury. Here it comes. Luo Tian exhaled contentedly, savoring the meal, and praised, delicious. This is on par with the finest chefs of five-star hotels. Do enjoy it. There's more in the kitchen. Li Ro smiled gently. Nothing brings greater joy than receiving affirmation for one's labor. Watching Luo Tian relish the meal, Li Ro silently sighed in relief. Thinking, phew, thankfully my culinary skills are commendable. I want to be of no help at all. Since Baya had arrived, the Steinway piano often reverberated with melodies. Observing Baya, who was adept in music and various dances, effortlessly winning Luo Tian's affection, Li Ro felt a growing sense of unease that in recent days, she had been in close communication with the housekeeper, significantly honing her culinary abilities. Luo Tian did not mind supporting Li Ro, but with her pride, she refused to be merely an ornamental vase of beauty with no utility. She believed that only by demonstrating her value could she comfortably enjoy the protection Luo Tian provided. Baya, you should join us for breakfast, Li Ro suggested, shaking off her distractions and smiling at Baya. Though both were goddesses in their own right, Li Ro had never felt a tinge of jealousy. Maintaining a cordial relationship with her. No, thank you, Rojia. I'm not hungry. You two go ahead, Baya replied, wiping her rosy lips, blushing. After finishing breakfast, Li Ro took the dishes back to the kitchen for cleaning. Luo Tian rose and made his way to the living room, settling onto the sofa as he pondered his next course of action. Master, there's a situation on the 18th floor, the housekeeper alerted him. The surveillance footage revealed Deng Tu's minions were up to something again. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. They seem to be in a rather poor state, don't they? Enlarging the 8K realistic footage. Luo Tian squinted at the figures of those thugs who had survived the last electric shock. Their eyes were sunken, bloodshot, resembling junkies who had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters. Upon closer inspection, their mouths were smeared with blood, teeth still adorned with remnants of flesh, as if they had just finished a meal like wild beasts. Goodness, could it be? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the coffee table as a chilling thought crept into his mind. It appeared they had ventured out with a clear purpose. Very well, let us observe what they intend to do. Luo Tian reclined on the sofa, relaxing his posture, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. On the 14th floor, before room 1402, a loud crash resounded as one of the thugs raised a hammer and smashed it against the security door, the ordinary door, far less sturdy than those in Luo Tian's residence. Caved in significantly under the assault. In less than 2 minutes, this pitiful excuse for a door lay in utter ruins. Help, help, a middle-aged man screamed in terror as the intruding thugs dragged him forcefully into the cold corridor. He had no inkling of what was transpiring, but seeing the group of menacing figures armed with weapons, he understood all too well that their intentions were far from benign. This gang were indeed Deng Tu's subordinates. Chapter 56. Delectable Ingredients. So you're Su Cheng, are you? One thug planted the hammer on the ground, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and grinned. Brother, I am Su Cheng. I am Su Cheng. Su Cheng stammered, panic coursing through him. He glanced at the formidable hammer in the thug's hand, unable to suppress a gulp, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. The very hammer that had been borrowed from the basement days prior to assist them in breaking into Luo Tian's residence was now being used to smash down his own door. Su Cheng regretted it deeply. Don't be afraid. We're here to thank you this time that we won't harm you, the thug said with an affable expression, yet the more cordial he appeared, the more Su Cheng trembled. Who would believe such words? Inside, he screamed, knowing that within the community, it was common knowledge that 3 days prior, Deng Tu had led his men in a failed assault on Luo Tian's home. Suffering significant losses, many had been returned, charred and battered. Su Cheng was unaware that those charred individuals had perished, but he was well aware that they were likely here to settle the score with him. Considering the tools had been supplied by him. In truth, the entire affair was not Su Cheng's fault, but one could hardly expect a band of desperate rogues to engage in discourse. Come, eat this, commanded another thug, his tone assertive. Is it really true? Su Cheng seemed incredulous. Could it be that the rumors circulating among the homeowners were inaccurate? Perhaps these men, despite their losses, had indeed managed to seize some food from Luo Tian, which was why they were now inviting him to feast. His own household was nearly devoid of sustenance, with only a few packages of 1 yuan crispy noodles left, allowing him to nibble on mere morsels during meals. Prolonged malnutrition had even caused his weight to plummet. How could he not be elated at the prospect of consuming such rare food? Just eat it. Stop asking so many questions. The thug glared with bloodshot eyes, his mouth smeared with red stains, displaying a set of grimy teeth. Su Cheng sensed something was amiss. In the pre-apocalyptic days, had he encountered such unsavory items at a restaurant, he would have demanded tenfold compensation. Yet the current circumstances lent a different perspective, so he brushed off his concerns. Su Cheng failed to notice the peculiar smiles adorning the faces of the thugs surrounding him. Suddenly, Su Cheng was struck with terror, his waxen face turning pale with fright. What have you fed me? Su Cheng staggered backward, pressing against the wall as he cried out in terror. That moment, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, wishing he could expel every bit of gastric acid within him. As soon as he uttered these words, the surrounding lackeys, their eyes bloodshot, erupted into raucous laughter. Huh? How does it taste? Is it delicious? The scene descended into chaos. The minions, like madmen, shook their bodies in frenzied laughter. They had been holed up at home, feasting for 3 whole days. Initially, some resisted, but eventually they lost their minds. You are all insane. Su Cheng shouted in horror. He realized that these desperate renegades had undoubtedly lost their sanity from the stimulation. No, how could humans commit such absurd acts? Su Cheng leaned against the wall, his legs giving way beneath him. He yearned to flee, but a voice within urged him frantically. If he didn't run now, he would soon meet a gruesome end. Wanna run? Huh? Sure, grinned one of the lackeys wielding a blood-soaked axe. Count to 10.1 run. Without hesitation, Su Cheng turned and bolted. He had never felt such swiftness in his reactions before. Perhaps, when faced with a life-and-death crisis, the human body truly can unleash its latent potential. As the adversary began to count, Su Cheng had already dashed 5 meters away. That it's known that an athlete can cover around 7 or 8 meters in the first second of a sprint 10. The lackey, eyes wide with madness, hurled the axe at Su Cheng's retreating figure. Thud! Just as Su Cheng reached the stairway, his expression one of exhilaration, he suddenly stiffened and collapsed. The axe blade had struck the back of his head. Blood gushed forth, instantly freezing into crimson blossoms in the frigid air. We've got fresh ingredients again today. Hee hee. No one can escape. No one will get away. They all must die. In the corridor, the lackeys wore sinister expressions. Their eyes filled with bloodlust, resembling ravenous demons. Chapter 57. The owners who change faces faster than turning pages from the surveillance footage. Luo Tian witnessed the entire horrifying ordeal unfold. Heavens! Li Ro's expression darkened. Are these people even human? She truly never anticipated that these fiends would actually resort to murder and cannibalism. In the year 2055, in this progressive society marked by civilization and harmony, such a terrifying act of cannibalism could occur. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Bai stood beside Li Ro, her face pale, unable to continue watching the gruesome scene. This is too horrifying, she murmured, biting her lip. Having thought herself well acquainted with the sordid and dark side of the entertainment industry, now she realized that those experiences paled in comparison to the current situation. Fortunately, with Luo Tian present, she felt reassured of her safety. Bai couldn't help but express her astonishment. I never expected that Deng Tu and his gang would so swiftly surrender their humanity. Luo Tian, arms crossed, fixed his gaze on the screen. That he had initially predicted that it would take around 3 months after the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse for such acts of cannibalism to arise, as had occurred in his previous life. However, Deng Tu's group had dramatically expedited this timeline. Yet, this was to be expected. After the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, with communication almost severed, in 2055, 8G stations operated only in small, isolated areas, and the main station in Qingshui City collapsed under heavy snow, leaving only the base station in Luo Tian's community operational for limited communication. Everyone felt abandoned by the world, living daily in temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, deprived of water and electricity, with no hope of rescue. People's fragile nerves were under immense strain, perpetually taut, with just a slight provocation. That tension could snap. Deng Tu and his cohorts likely experienced a sudden, intense psychological shock, witnessing their former brothers perish before their eyes, leading them to madness. The murder of Su Cheng was witnessed by other residents on the 14th floor as the lackeys dragged the corpse down the corridor, peering through their peepholes in horror. Murder! Murder! The terrified residents immediately created a new group chat, pulling everyone in except for Deng Tuesday. He killed someone. I saw Su Cheng get done in by Deng Tu's gang. An axe embedded in the back of his head, and they dragged his body away. The neighbor living next to Su Cheng exclaimed in terror. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat fell silent for a few seconds, followed by an uproar of disbelief. What? That's impossible. Are you joking? Exactly. I don't believe it. And no matter how formidable they are, would they dare to kill openly? He's not lying. Those thugs dragged Su Cheng's body past my door. I nearly died of fright peeking through the peephole. And I'm not sure if I heard right, but they were talking about chopping up the corpse and grilling Su Cheng's flesh. I think I heard that too. The other 2 households on the 14th floor, trembling in fear, corroborated the account, their fingers shaking as they typed. This is too terrifying. Those fiends really did kill someone and dragged the body away as food supplies. This is a scene straight out of a horror film. With 3 households from the 14th floor vouching for the tale, the remaining residents finally believed in this horrific and absurd act of cannibalism. After all, Deng Tu and his crew had already been rumored to have committed murder in the past. The sheer horror of the situation prompted nearly all the residents who caught wind of the news to join the group chat. Terrified. After all, who wouldn't be scared of a gang wielding weapons, capable of easily breaking down doors and killing you? It would be disingenuous for anyone to claim they weren't afraid. Some were so frightened they barricaded their doors with furniture. Some attempted to call the police, but no one answered. Not just the police, but but hospitals, fire departments, and the city government, virtually all official organizations, had become ineffective under the weight of the terrifying snow disaster. No one could come to their rescue. The residents in the chat frantically brainstormed ways to save themselves, but after much deliberation, they could not devise a single viable strategy. Someone suggested gathering together. But ultimately, the idea was dismissed over food distribution concerns. In this situation, some families had ample supplies, while others were nearly depleted. No one wanted to share. Faced with a band of thugs, the power of ordinary people felt utterly insignificant. The helpless residents could only cling to a sense of false hope, praying that the demons would overlook them. After all, there were about 100 households in this building. As long as their luck held, they hoped they wouldn't be targeted. In this desperate environment, it seemed only Luo Tian could comfortably indulge in beauty and food at home. After all, his residence was a veritable fortress against the apocalypse. Even an armed mercenary group wouldn't dare to launch an assault on it. Even if the lackeys were mad, they wouldn't risk seeking trouble again in such a short time. Help me. Suddenly, a voice message popped up in the group chat, capturing everyone's attention. A male resident named Guetian pleaded in terror. Deng Tu's gang is smashing down my door, threatening to kill me and steal my supplies. Guetian was one of those who had mocked Luo Tian in the group chat after Baya moved into his home, boasting about the abundance of supplies he had and inviting Baya over. He never anticipated that his earlier boastfulness would expose him, making him a target for the thugs. The lackeys had scoured the chat records and zeroed in on Guetian first, for cold-resistant bedding and clothing were essential supplies. Moreover, it was rare to have such a fool reveal his stash. Not to rob him would be a disservice. In response to Guetian's desperate plea, the chat fell eerily silent, as if the earlier chatter had been mere illusion. No resident dared to reply. What a joke. I'm holed up in my home, terrified for my life. Why would I care about someone else's fate? Thankfully, it was Guetian who was dying. His home was stocked with supplies. It was likely that after robbing him, the thugs wouldn't continue to invade other homes, which meant safety for the rest of us. Some residents even felt relieved, thanking their stars it wasn't them. The death of Guetian could guarantee the safety of all the others. They had no familial ties to him, so why risk their lives to save him? If he died, so be it. When it comes to life and death, everyone is selfish and indifferent. Desperate, Guetian finally trembled and began begging Luo Tian for help. Luo Tian, Luo Gu, Luo Yi. Please, save me. I admit I messed up before and crossed you. You were magnanimous, so please don't hold it against me. You're my only hope now. If you save me, I'll give you all my supplies. I possess an abundance of cold-resistant apparel and blankets. Upon activating the voice message, one can distinctly hear the tremulous and terrified tone of Guetian, accompanied by the ominous and thunderous sound of a door being battered. It is evident that he cannot withstand this predicament for much longer. He truly deserves it. After hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but let out a disdainful chuckle. Just the other day, Guetian, in his folly, had mocked himself in the group, inviting Baya to stay at his residence. Now he finds himself akin to a wretched dog, weeping and pleading for assistance. You expect me to save you? Dream on. Just await your demise. You fool, Luo Tian coldly retorted. The cold-resistant garments within his own space are of the highest quality, including specialized gear developed for Arctic research teams in America.as for blankets. They are entirely unnecessary. The fireplace, burning continuously for 24 hours, even makes him feel a tad warm. How could he possibly regard the meager supplies in the other party's home? Ha ha ha, spare me your pitiful clothing. It's hardly worth displaying. Save it for yourself. Indeed, does he truly think Luo Gu cares? Begone, you eyesore. This is retribution for your previous mockery of Luo Gu. Astonishingly, upon Luo Tian's arrival, the other residents' attitudes shifted dramatically as they eagerly fawned over him like fickle-minded sycophants, completely forgetting that they had previously clamored for Deng Tu and his cohorts to break into Luo Tian's abode. It seems the residents are aware that, in the current situation, only Luo Tian stands a chance against Deng Tuesday. Cultivating a favorable relationship with him might just allow them to seek his aid in times of peril. Embarrassment? It pales in comparison to the value of one's life. Chapter 58. A familiar woman. Subsequently, Guetian never reappeared in the group, and it was hardly necessary to deduce that the residents had concluded he must have met a tragic fate. Before long, The deranged assailants shockingly send a photograph of a brutally slain corpse to the large group chat, declaring ominously, Luo Tian, do you see this? Su Qing's death is all because of you. Luo Tian let out a derisive laugh. These ruffians attempted to tarnish his reputation, yet their methods were embarrassingly juvenile that he could scarcely summon the energy to respond. However, the other residents lacked Luo Tian's composure. Upon witnessing Su Qing's corpse, the timid female residents nearly fainted at the grisly sight. An air of death seemed to envelop the entire building. Observing Luo Tian's lack of response, his underlings grew furious. Declaring, Luo Tian, from this day forth, you shall not set foot outside. We shall remain here, and if you dare to venture out for snow to melt for water, we will end your life. We will slice your flesh and consume it piece by piece. They did not voice the latter part in the group. They believed that even if Luo Tian had ample supplies, there would inevitably come a day when his fresh water would run out. He would eventually have to brave the snow to procure water, at which point they could exact their revenge. They were determined to outlast Luo Tian. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Luo Tian's infinite space contained tens of thousands of tons of fresh water, rendering such efforts unnecessary. Suddenly, Deng Tu interjected in the group. Everyone, from now on, if anyone spots Luo Tian outside, please contact me immediately. I, Deng Tu, assure you that he will be under our protection, and we shall not lay a finger on him. Deng Tu's proclamation sent shockwaves through the group. Many residents were stirred to action. All they needed to do was inform Deng Tu upon spotting Luo Tian, an effortless task that would spare them from the devilish attention of his gang. It was an enticing proposition. Many residents secretly resolved that if they were to encounter Luo Tian in public, they would be the first to relay the information to Deng Tuesday. Luo Tian's fate was of little consequence. Their own safety was paramount. Upon seeing Deng Tu's message, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk coldly. It seems Deng Tu is rather astute. He possesses more wit than his underlings, using this condition to enlist the other residents as my watchers. Had this been anyone else, they might have been driven to desperation. However, that was not the case for him. He was a man with an infinite space that he could remain in his safe house until the sun exploded if he so desired. Yet, not all residents were swayed by Deng Tu's deceptive words. With Su Qing's grim fate as a cautionary tale, the more astute residents had already resolved in their hearts to sever all ties with Deng Tu's malevolent crew. Only a fool would trust the words of a pack of murderers. Those who placed faith in such promises would undoubtedly meet a dire end. Since Deng Tu had made such a ludicrous promise, it seemed only fitting to respond in kind to make the situation more entertaining. Luo Tian mused. After some thought, he tagged all residents in the group. Everyone, I am now placing a bounty. From this moment on, whoever can kill Deng Tu may bring me his head and claim a sumptuous roast chicken. For each of his underlings slain, 2 delectable chicken legs may be claimed. With that, he also shared a freshly taken photograph, a golden brown, succulent roast chicken weighing 4 pounds. Upon viewing Luo Tian's message, the residents were left in shock. What a gigantic roast chicken! Just how much barbecue does Luo Tian have? Such a grand roast chicken must be extraordinarily delicious. Merely gazing at it, many residents couldn't help but salivate profusely. If they rationed it, it could likely last them for half a month. Moreover, it would replenish their protein reserves, serving as a life-saving sustenance in the dire conditions of the snowstorm that had cut off all routes. With a generous reward on the table, valiant souls would surely emerge. Those residents who had sunk into despair due to dwindling supplies found themselves contemplating a daring gamble. Since death was inevitable, why not take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? If they were to perish, they would at least do so as gluttonous ghosts. Faced with Luo Tian's lavish bounty, Deng Tu, his eyes bloodshot, slammed his fist onto the sofa with a resounding thud, akin to a ravenous beast. He had not anticipated that Luo Tian would employ such a strategy in terms of food reserves. He was undoubtedly no match for Luo Tian. Damn that Luo Tian! As he observed the quietude of the group chat, Luo Tian reclined comfortably, resting his hands on the sides of the sofa. Though his brow furrowed slightly, Deng Tu and his gang must be dealt with. They had already set a precedent for cannibalism, much like beasts raised on prepared food, once they tasted raw flesh. There was no turning back. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the living inhabitants of this building were halved. In his previous life, there were instances in other buildings where a gang of rogues had lost their humanity. They no longer struggled, choosing instead to succumb to the depths of the apocalyptic freeze. They would kill indiscriminately, deriving pleasure from torturing the living. Before long, that building had become a ghostly sight, strewn with dismembered limbs and shattered flesh. The entire building had transformed into a hellish nightmare. This was my territory. I cannot allow them to run rampant. I have no desire to dwell in a building filled with entrails. Thus, Deng Tu and his men must be eliminated. Luo Tian's eyes glinted with cold determination. He resolved to root them out. However, finding a way to eradicate these deranged lunatics posed a considerable challenge. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, rising to gaze out the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Lost in thought as he observed the endless snowfall outside, the logs in the fireplace crackled cheerfully. Luo Tian's mind raced with possibilities. First and foremost, he was certain he would not venture outside. Even with a pistol and ample ammunition stored in his space, stepping out would inevitably expose him to risk. For Luo Tian, who was intent on surviving, this was absolutely unacceptable. After all, while he possessed a gun, his shooting skills were abysmal due to a lack of opportunity to systematically learn marksmanship. In the face of ambushes within confined spaces, he would easily fall victim to surprise attacks. If only he had a reliable enforcer to handle Deng Tu and his crew for him. Luo Tian couldn't help but think to himself, this was the most prudent and safest course of action. Yet, the dilemma remained. The residents of the building were merely ordinary people, even with a food bounty. Few would dare to take action. Even if someone did muster the courage, the odds of a single ordinary individual triumphing over a gang of desperate men were exceedingly slim at that moment. A striking figure flitted through Luo Tian's mind. The fiery policewoman Yin Shu, who had nearly caused him harm before the apocalypse and possessed an unbearable temperament. She would be ideal for the current predicament. A national martial arts champion, she could easily take on 5 opponents simultaneously. Not only was she adept in close combat, but her shooting skills were also at a sharpshooter's level. Most importantly, she was exceptionally attractive. With a figure to match, despite half a month passing since their last encounter, each time he recalled her, her image remained vividly etched in his mind. If he could recruit her as an enforcer, the issue with Deng Tu would be swiftly resolved. Furthermore, he could learn top-tier combat techniques and close-quarters fighting experience from her, and even seek her guidance on marksmanship. However, he had no idea where she was now. Nor did he have a way to contact her. Luo Tian let out a wistful sigh. This plan could only regrettably be abandoned at that moment. A casual glance outside caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily frozen before the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, amidst the swirling snowflakes, a vast expanse of white had completely enveloped the lower 2 floors of the building. This indicated that the snow on the ground was at least 5 meters deep. Yet, in such dire circumstances, Luo Tian surprisingly spotted a woman, a large backpack hanging from her chest, carrying a little girl on her back. She was making her way through the nearly overwhelming snow, moving slowly yet with unwavering determination. What a terrifying level of physical endurance. However, why did this woman seem somewhat familiar to me? Luo Tian squinted, pondering where he might have seen her before. Chapter 59. The Arrival of Officer Yin Shu with a crunch. Yin Shu stepped into the snow, her body tilting at an awkward angle that a moment's inattention could easily see her buried beneath the thick blanket of snow, not to mention the biting cold at -70 degrees, which incessantly stung every inch of her skin. Moreover, no one could tell what lay hidden beneath the vast, white expanse. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even manage to walk through the snow for long before succumbing to exhaustion and sinking beneath it. The white world resembled a boundless swamp of snow. "Are you all right, Sister Yin? Is Cece too heavy?" Cece asked, her small hands wrapped around Yin Shu's neck, a hint of worry on her youthful face. The two had gone several days without a proper meal, and Yin Shu's dwindling strength was rapidly diminishing. "But I'm fine, Cece. There's no need to worry," Yin Shu replied, a rare gentle smile gracing her usually fierce countenance. She had initially been tasked with looking after her relative's child while they traveled abroad, but unexpectedly found herself trapped in her neighborhood by an unrelenting snowstorm that had persisted for over half a month. To make matters worse, the food supplies at home were running low, likely to last only another couple of days. Just as Yin Shu was fretting over their food situation, the child's aunt suddenly reached out to her. Upon learning that both she and Cece were safe at home, the aunt expressed her surprise but soon revealed her fear. There had been a murder in her building, causing quite a stir in the residents group. She hoped that Yin Shu and Cece could come over to keep her company, as she still had some food left to share. Given that the distance wasn't far, and after receiving the invitation, Yin Shu decisively gathered supplies and immediately set off with Cece. After all, they too were running out of food. The apartment building loomed ahead. Due to the heavy snow, entering through the main entrance was impossible. Thus, Yin Shu climbed through a window in the second-floor corridor. This was where residents would shovel snow to heat water, so the window was generally left unlocked. Upon entering the corridor, she set the child down, took a couple of steps back, and leaned against the wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her physical strength had been significantly depleted. The lack of nutrition during this period had severely compromised her physical capabilities, estimating her condition to be only about half of her peak performance. The temperature in the corridor was hardly better than outside, leaving her skin painfully cold. After a brief moment of rest, she took Cece's mitten-clad hand, her beautiful eyes alertly scanning the stairwell. Before pulling the child forward, Cece's aunt had warned her that the crazed individuals in the building would attack anyone they encountered, cutting flesh to make soup. With the child in tow, Yin Shu had to be especially cautious to avoid crossing paths with those nefarious figures. After all, facing a group of armed maniacs, she could not guarantee her ability to subdue them. Meanwhile, in the surveillance footage, the tall and exquisitely featured female officer had also caught Luo Tian's attention. "In no way," Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it be that I have awakened the ability to summon events with mere words?" Just as I was discussing Officer Yin Shu, she appears right before me. What a serendipitous turn of events. He watched the footage of Yin Shu, holding the little girl's hand and cautiously surveying the corridor, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Now that she had entered the building, the only question on his mind was how to coax her into willingly presenting herself and cooperating with the leg restraints. Yin Shu could come in, but the little girl could be left out of this equation. He toyed with the smart leg restraints he had retrieved from his space, his eyes narrowed with intrigue. She was undoubtedly a perfect golden opportunity, not to mention, in comparison to Baiya and the others, Yin Shu's striking appearance and figure were equally captivating. Moreover, she was highly regarded within the police department, a goddess of both beauty and strength whom he undoubtedly wished to claim for himself. Furthermore, before the apocalypse, she had nearly inflicted harm upon him, making Luo Tian feel it was only fair to collect some interest from her. Speaking of which, gazing at the adorable little girl beside her, Luo Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could this possibly be her child? Yin Shu appeared to be no more than 23 or 24 years old. Had she already become a wife and mother? Could it be that my reputation as a scoundrel is indeed justified? Luo Tian thought, feeling quite conflicted. In reality, Cece was just a relative's child whom Yin Shu was responsible for watching over. But none of that mattered. What he valued was her formidable combat skills and professional knowledge of firearms. Everything else was mere triviality. Besides, having a child was not a deterrent. After all, from their brief interactions before the end of the world, Luo Tian understood that with Yin Shu's fiery temperament, ordinary means would never suffice to make her yield. She was the proud and aloof Officer Yin. How could she easily submit to a man? However, with a child involved, everything changed. Regardless of her inherent resilience, the necessity of caring for the child would inevitably increase her resource consumption, becoming her greatest vulnerability. Officer Yin, it seems it's time to settle our scores from before the apocalypse, Luo Tian remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. If he could force this cold beauty to lower her proud head and obediently heed his commands, it would undoubtedly grant him an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He tapped his fingers on the coffee table, contemplating how to approach her without seeming intrusive. On the 17th floor, in apartment 1701, Xiaolan gazed at the empty street below, murmuring, "Officer Yin. That must have been Officer Yin who just walked into the building. Indeed, I couldn't have mistaken her. A month ago, she helped me find my lost child in the shopping mall. Could it be that the authorities had begun their rescue efforts?" A glimmer of hope flickered across Xiaolan's weary face. However, her excitement was swiftly doused by a chilling realization. Wait, if there were a rescue, she wouldn't be the only one here. Outside, I can't see any other police officers. Xiaolan clutched her hair in anguish. The fleeting hope she had just felt shattered in an instant. Since the last time Baiya had delivered food, which had been snatched away by those ruffians, she hadn't had anything to eat for several days. Each day, she barely survived by melting snow for water, her strength waning to the point where she could hardly muster the energy to venture outside. However, relying solely on water could only sustain her for about a week at most. In the living room, an extinguished fire pit held a pot in which strips of a cut belt were simmering. Though leather is typically rich in collagen, the industrially manufactured leather was little more than waste material, yielding a bitter, inedible broth that even caused stomach cramps upon consumption. Recalling the sight she had just witnessed, Xiaolan's grip tightened on her clothing. Officer, Yin was clearly carrying a bulging backpack. There must be food inside. I need to devise a plan. I must get my hands on some food. Xiaolan clenched her teeth, her eyes gleaming with determination. She had been pushed to the brink and could afford no further hesitation. To survive, she had no choice but to target the beautiful officer who had once helped her. Chapter 60. A hasty retreat. Yin Shu was currently guiding Ecc by the hand as they traversed the stairwell. The extreme cold made her shiver uncontrollably, leaving her nearly devoid of energy to continue climbing. With a swift motion, Yin Shu lifted the child into her arms, pressing onward to the upper floors. Ha! Killing feels so damn good. With one swing of my axe, Su Cheng fell like a chicken. Exactly. Who cares about morality or laws? The world feels like the apocalypse anyway. The authorities are paralyzed. There's no rescue coming. Move faster. Let us dig up more snow. Tonight, we'll boil water and cook some meat. A cacophony of noise echoed down the corridor, interspersed with the jarring sounds of axes colliding with the steps. A sense of foreboding washed over Yin Shu as her delicate eyes narrowed. In an instant, she realized that it was likely the group of murderers descending from above. She intended to cover Ecc's mouth with her hand. But it was too late. Yin's sister, the stairs, Ecc managed to utter a few words before her mouth was firmly covered, her large, watery eyes wide with confusion at Yin Shu's sudden action. The surveillance footage revealed that the thugs had hastened down the stairs, presumably drawn by the children's voices. This is precisely why I have an aversion to children, Luo Tian muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Yin Shu could have taken the opportunity to hide with Ecc in the corridor of the current floor before the nefarious group discovered them. However, if they were to make a sound and attract attention, evasion would be impossible. Deng Tu and his cohorts were already deranged, having committed heinous acts of murder and cannibalism. The residents of the building had taken to sneaking out to gather snow and boil water, as if they were thieves, fearful of encountering the criminals outside. Now, with Yin Shu, the valiant policewoman, confronting these ruffians, there was no guarantee of her safety. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, his concern not for the children, but for Yin Shu's well-being. After all, she was his designated enforcer. It is estimated that we can only persist for a maximum of 3 days. It's all right, Sister Yin, said Cc. I am not hungry. I can go without food today. Upon hearing her aunt being scolded by Yin Shu, Cc couldn't help but speak up for her. Seeing this, Yin Shu chose to remain silent. Her brows knitting together. Ic was still young and did not comprehend the gravity of the situation they found themselves in. This was a matter of survival for the three of them. They had to devise a solution. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Yin Shu, as if all her strength had drained away, causing her to collapse against the back of the sofa. Xiao Shu, what's wrong? Are you all right? Yimingrong exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Sic was on the verge of tears as both rushed to help her. Allowing Yin Shu to rest against the sofa. I'm fine. Just a bit hypoglycemic. Yin Shu replied, holding her forehead, her cheeks pale as she waved her hand dismissively to reassure them. After more than half a month without sufficient protein and glucose intake, carrying Cc through several meters of thick snow had overwhelmed her body. Thud. Yin Shu rummaged through her backpack, pulling out a piece of candy, then seized a decorative item from the coffee table and smashed it down. Carefully, she opened the packaging and pinched a small piece of the candy, placing it in her mouth. Though seemingly inconspicuous, a single piece of candy could provide far more energy than certain snacks. Just one would suffice to sustain an adult's activity for several hours. However, its significant drawback was the lack of satiety. After consuming a small piece of candy, Yin Shu's complexion improved slightly, and the dizziness that had plagued her mind began to dissipate considerably. Alas, every time I come here, nothing good ever happens. Leaning back on the sofa, Yin Shu stared blankly at the ceiling. A month ago, she had visited this building with a colleague to interview witnesses of a bank robbery. On that day, she had worn her uniform skirt, and in her haste, had thrown on a rather sheer top, only to be taken advantage of by a man named Luo Tian. The memory caused her to clench her teeth in frustration. She had no idea how much he had seen, but every time she recalled the incident, she wished she could gouge out his eyes. Now, She found herself tricked by Imangrong, facing not only the threat posed by the murderous gang led by Deng Tu in the building, but also the looming food crisis that could not last more than 3 days. Sighing once more, her chest rose and fell with an audible heaviness. Though she was a police officer, she was not adept at resolving such vexing predicaments. Actually, within this building, there is a resident hoarding a considerable amount of food. Their home is not only warm, but they are even enjoying roasted meat daily. Imangrong hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth to speak. Before you set out, he even posted a bounty in the owner-s group. Whoever can eliminate Deng Tu or his minions can claim a whole roasted chicken from him. With that, Imangrong took out her phone, opened the group chat, and displayed the image sent by Luo Tian. Upon seeing the golden, crispy roasted chicken, ECC's eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but drool, exclaiming, "Sister Yen, CC is hungry. I want to eat roasted chicken." Roasted chicken? So large. Yen Shu was equally taken aback. She was acutely aware of how dire their situation was. The blizzard outside had buried everything, severing their connection to the outside world. After half a month had passed, how could this family still be enjoying roasted meat daily and offering such a hefty roasted chicken as a bounty without a hint of concern? Just how much food did they have stockpiled? Chapter 62. The bounty I will take. A chicken this large could last the 3 of them a week if rationed. Yen Shu's brow arched, her mind racing with possibilities. After all, remaining idle at home would lead to a dead end. It was better to take a risk. Eye in her eyes, although Deng Tu and his gang posed a significant threat. She felt confident in her ability to deal with them. After all, she had slain more than a few desperate drug dealers herself. Yen Shu's gaze shifted to the sender of the message. 2.5 years of practice. Luo Tian. Xiaohei. No, Luo Tian. Yen Shu's eyes widened in displeasure as her teeth clenched. Seeing her furious expression, Imangrong asked in surprise, "Xiao Shu, do you know Luo Tian? Are you close?" Her tone held a hint of anticipation. Given Yen Shu's beauty and the numerous admirers she had, if Luo Tian were one of them, would they still need to worry about food? "I'm not close." Yen Shu shook her head, irritated. "He's just a shameless scoundrel." Achoo! At that moment, Luo Tian, who was learning piano with Baiya, suddenly sneezed. "Weird, who is that idiot cursing me?" Luo Tian, with his left arm around Baiya's waist, began to fidget with his right hand. Wrap up, Xiojin-sama. Baiya bit her lip as she played the Steinway piano, the notes coming out increasingly out of tune for reasons unbeknownst to her. "Play properly. Repeat the finger technique instructions for me." Luo Tian replied, feigning seriousness. "What finger technique?" "I'm talking about playing the piano." Baiya bit her lip. "Why bother with a bounty? I'll just go to his house and take the chicken directly. Considering it interest for the last time he took advantage of me." Yen Shu's eyes gleamed with cold light. She had suffered greatly last time. Now, merely taking some food would be a considerable act of mercy. Upon hearing this, Imangrong immediately panicked. "Hey, Xiao Shu, please don't act impulsively." She grasped Yen Shu's shoulders, explaining anxiously, "Haven't I told you? Luo Tian is offering a bounty on Deng Tu and his gang. However, he has already repelled them several times before." Yen Shu raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Mungrong, don't deceive me. I've investigated. Luo Tian is just an ordinary person, not a martial arts expert. If he hasn't been beaten to death by them, how could he possibly scare off so many?" Even she herself, when faced with a gang of ruthless thugs wielding knives, couldn't guarantee she wouldn't get hurt while trying to drive them away. It's true. Imangrong, seeing her disbelief, hurriedly clarified that we don't know what methods Luo Tian used. But Deng Tu's gang genuinely stopped bothering him afterward. Moreover, I've heard that Luo Tian's security door is incredibly sturdy. It can't be smashed open even with a hammer. Yen Shu replied, visibly displeased. "Fine. So, if we want food, we'll have to comply with Luo Tian's wishes. After all, Deng Tu and his gang are guilty of murder and could be executed without a second thought. Trading their lives for food doesn't weigh heavily on my conscience at all." However, the sheer number of enemies made her reluctant to act recklessly. It would be best to eliminate them one by one. Yet, she couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. Irritated, Yen Shu thought to herself that her undergarments had been laid bare to them, and now she had to help them deal with their enemies. It felt like a severe loss. She had never imagined that she would one day succumb to the whims of food. Such humiliation. "You know the situation is dire, Xiao Shu. We have no choice but to compromise." Imangrong sighed in relief at Yen Shu's concession. She was well aware that if Yen Shu charged in recklessly, her fate would likely mirror that of Deng Tu's minions. Yin Shu was quite skilled, and if she ambushed a few of the thugs going down to dig snow and heat water in the stairwell, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. If they could secure a few large chicken legs, the three of them would at least not have to worry about food for a short while. After all, societal order had already collapsed, rendering the concept of law laughable. Though their methods might be somewhat unscrupulous, their primary objective was survival. Moreover, the large roasted chicken and chicken legs offered by Luo Tian were substantial. Unlike some unscrupulous merchants who shortchanged customers, the chicken leg weighing several pounds could last them several days if rationed. All right then. Yin Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes and crossed her arms. Mengrong, could you please contact him and let him know I've accepted the bounty? Tell him not to go back on his word. Don't worry, Xiao Shu. Mengrong smiled. The animosity between them has reached the point where they want to kill each other. Besides, with Luo Tian hoarding so much roasted meat, there's no way he'd go back on his word for just a few chicken legs. However, it seemed that you would have to add him as a friend personally. Mengrong's expression turned troubled. I don't want to talk to him, Mengrong. You handle it. Yin Shu replied sourly. Well, my reputation has been blacklisted by him, so I can't add him as a friend. The last time I tried to borrow some food, he refused and deleted me from his friends list. Mengrong spoke hesitantly, revealing that during the last time Luo Tian shared a picture of roasted lamb legs in the group, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Just like the other residents, not only did Mengrong send a friend request to Luo Tian, but she also shamefully took a picture of herself, contemplating a trade for some roasted meat. After all, Luo Tian had already won over Li Ro, who was a married woman, with her husband long deceased. Mengrong considered herself a married woman too. Perhaps Luo Tian had a taste for that. To her dismay, Luo Tian merely complimented her on her good maintenance before promptly blocking and deleting her. This incident was too embarrassing, admitting it would tarnish her reputation as Yin Shu's elder. Thus, Mengrong resorted to a small white lie to downplay the situation. As I expected, Luo Tian is not only lecherous, but also selfish, Yin Shu scoffed. However, she was oblivious to how Luo Tian had been killed by the neighbors in a previous life. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Ding. Yin Shu retrieved her phone and proactively sent a friend request. She then elegantly crossed her long, slender legs, reclining on the sofa as she awaited a response. This is the first time I've taken the initiative to add a male friend, she mused. Chapter 63. Li Ro's jealousy outside. Snowflakes danced in the air, while the fireplace within crackled with a fierce blaze. Master, you have a new friend request, the butler announced. Luo Tian typically paid little attention to his phone, so the butler always informed him of any new messages promptly. A new friend. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Curious about who had the time to add him, Baya instinctively stood up, took the phone, and opened the screen to present the friend request to him. Who is it? I don't recognize them. Luo Tian glanced at the anime avatar of the girl requesting to add him and could not help but scoff. Without a second thought, he rejected the request. Hee, I almost forgot. This is what? The umpteenth friend request? Baya chuckled, covering her mouth. Bored, Luo Tian yawned, waving his hand dismissively as he motioned for Baya to set the phone aside. Ever since he revealed his wealth in the group, he had been inundated with friend requests. Among them were not only married women and unmarried girls, but also men masquerading as women seeking food. Thus, he had chosen to ignore these friend requests. However, the very request he had just dismissed sparked an idea in him. If only I knew Yin Shu's WeChat, it would be beneficial to understand her situation and tailor my plans accordingly to draw her in. Luo Tian pondered. In this harsh, frigid apocalypse, he believed no one could resist the allure of the near-infinite resources within his space. As long as there was a need, escape would be impossible, unbeknownst to Luo Tian. The anime avatar he had just rejected was none other than the formidable officer, Yin Shu herself. When she sent the friend request, she had given it little thought, not even including a note. She was completely unaware that Luo Tian's WeChat was close to being overrun with requests, leading him to generally decline any unfamiliar requests. What do you all fancy for lunch today? Li Ro gently inquired as she tied an apron around her slender waist. Approaching noon, she, as the dedicated chef of Luo Tian's household, was ready to begin preparing lunch for the three of them. I learned 2 new dishes from the butler. How about trying one for lunch? Li Ro suggested with a playful smile. Chicken with asparagus and sauce or red wine braised beef? Which one would you prefer? With Luo Tian's space stocked with an abundance of supplies, she felt confident exploring different recipes without the fear of lacking essential ingredients. I want the chicken with asparagus, Bai Ya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That it's not that the beef isn't delicious, but I've had it quite a bit lately, and I'm feeling a bit tired of it. I want to switch it up with some chicken. Were her thoughts to be known by the other residents, they would undoubtedly be envious, after nearly a month of subsisting on nutritionally deficient snacks. The mere fact that she had delectable beef yet was picky would certainly provoke jealousy. If you're not going to eat it, let us have it. We're not picky. We'll take the braised beef. Luo Tian smirked, refusing to grant Bai Ya her wish. How can this be? Bai Ya pouted her lips, her pretty face adorned with an expression of utter dismay. Seeing that Luo Tian remained unmoved, she helplessly gazed at him with her big, watery eyes. After a lengthy pause, Luo Tian finally smiled and said, "Then we shall have the braised beef." "Yay, Sister Li Ro, I'll help you," Bai Ya exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in triumph. Giggling as she bounced towards the kitchen to assist with lunch preparations, her golden hair danced in the air, showcasing her vibrant, youthful beauty. "Then you can help by washing the vegetables," Li Ro chuckled. Opening the fridge, revealing a tantalizing sight of plump chicken legs filling an entire shelf. Under Li Ro's skilled hands, it wasn't long before a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. "Wow, it smells incredible. Just the scent makes my appetite soar," Luo Tian remarked, taking a deep breath. With Li Ro around, he found himself disinclined to indulge in the dishes he had previously ordered from restaurants. With various cuisines from around the world now at his disposal, he savored the luxury of choice. Receiving praise from Luo Tian made Li Ro momentarily pause, a sweet smile gracing her lips. In the interim, Luo Tian did not remain idle. He had the butler pull up the surveillance footage from the entire building to monitor the movements of others. On the 12th floor, room 1204. Yin Shu had yet to emerge since entering. Luo Tian merely cast a glance her way before shifting his gaze elsewhere, knowing that the butler would alert him when she next appeared. Chapter 64. Yin Shu's friend request. As Luo Tian observed the surveillance from the 18th floor, he suddenly noticed that the door to the Deng family's residence was ajar. Deng, too, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Are you all brainless? How could so many of you be frightened off by a single woman? No matter how capable she is, she's just one person, and in poor condition, no less, with a child in tow. Are you all spineless?" One of his subordinates, head bowed, replied, "Boss, I don't think we need to take the risk of killing Officer Yin. What if we lose more brothers in the process?" Deng Tu scolded angrily. "Fool, use your pathetic brain and consider her identity. She is a police officer, do you understand? Compared to us murderers, which side do you think the residents will listen to? If that female officer unites the other residents, we want to have a place to stand." His subordinates suddenly realized, "Boss, you're brilliant. How did we not think of that?" "Useless, if you could think of it. Do you think I would still be the boss here?" Deng Tu retorted furiously. He then shifted his tone. "But that's not even what worries me the most. What I fear is if that female officer gets involved with that scoundrel Luo Tian. If that happens, we will truly be in a world of trouble. One had resources while the other had power. If they joined forces, their first order of business would undoubtedly be to eliminate us." Deng Tu's eyes glinted with menace. It must be said that despite having lost a leg, Deng Tu was no slouch when it came to strategy. He understood that Luo Tian would stop at nothing to eradicate them. After all, he was also devising a plan to break down that damned iron door at Luo Tian's residence. Deng Tu could not allow Luo Tian to discover the existence of the female officer. If Luo Tian finds out, he will surely do what he did before with Bai Ya and take that female officer into his home. After all, she is not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also highly skilled. Faced with the ample resources offered by Luo Tian, if the female officer is lacking in food, she likely would not refuse. If that were the case, Luo Tian's power would increase significantly, and even if Deng Tu did manage to break down the security door and intrude, he would likely be met with a counterattack. This was a scenario Deng Tu could not tolerate. What he did not know was that Luo Tian had already seen Yin Shu's arrival through the surveillance cameras and was fully aware of everything he had just said. "Search for her. Search thoroughly. We must find her while she is vulnerable and eliminate her." His subordinates gritted their teeth in response. "Yes, boss. We'll find her right away." Watching his subordinates rush out, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk. "Well, Deng Tu, your reactions are quite swift at this moment." Yin Shu was in a precarious state. If she were to be ambushed by the enemy, she might indeed suffer serious injuries. "Humph, I will send you all to your demise in the past." Numerous offspring of the elite scrambled fiercely for the opportunity to befriend her, yet she never granted them a chance. Ah, this. Yi Mingrong also displayed a hint of sorrow, then comforted her. Perhaps you did not articulate your intentions clearly, leading Luo Tian to perceive you as just another resident. Why not clarify your message and apply once more? Given that Yi Mingrong had previously added Luo Tian as a friend, she understood that many individuals, like herself, were eager to obtain sustenance from him, incessantly attempting to add him, ultimately causing him to grow weary. Yin Shu's friend request was likely declined for this very reason. All right, I shall try again, Yin Shu said, taking a deep breath to compose herself before clicking the friend request button once more. Note: I am here to collect chicken legs, concise and aloof. Yin Shu had often communicated with others on WeChat using phrases like oh, and okay, rarely sending lengthy messages. Therefore, she believed her message was quite clear. Luo Tian would certainly understand her meaning. Unfortunately, the previous dozens of residents, in their fervent attempts to add Luo Tian as a friend, had exhausted this phrase that I am here for steak, XX. Just provide me with food, and I don't care how you treat me. My price is quite low. I will offer services for just a piece of grilled meat. I want barbecued meat. I implore you to spare me a little. Upon seeing the succinct note, Luo Tian could not help but scoff. Who the hell are you to come here, just for chicken legs? Previously, it was steak. Now it's chicken legs? Spare me. Without a second thought, Luo Tian blocked her. He had considered that she might be after the bounty, but the other male residents had lacked the courage. How could a woman with an anime girl avatar possibly be competent? Your application has been declined. In no way. I am going to take that scoundrel down, Yin Shu exclaimed furiously. She could hardly believe she had been rejected again. This was simply too much. Yin Shu even began to wonder if Luo Tian was aware that it was she who had sent the friend request, and was thus intentionally making things difficult for her. Calm down. Your note was too hasty, and Luo Tian surely did not grasp your meaning. Yi Mingrong glanced at her note, and hastily pushed her back onto the sofa, her cheeks betraying a slight blush. This note format seemed all too familiar. It resembled the one she had used last time at home when she sought steak from Luo Tian. Yi Mingrong thought, feeling a bit embarrassed, and no wonder she was declined. Xiao Shu, you must include your name and police identification, Yi Mingrong explained hurriedly. Fine, I will try once more. Yin Shu forced herself to regain her composure, patiently filling in her identity and the purpose of adding him in the note. This time, it should work, right? Yin Shu clicked the friend request button again, under Yi Mingrong's expectant gaze, only to have a bold message pop up instantly. You have been blocked. In that moment, the hopeful Yi Mingrong was left utterly dumbfounded. Her account had been blocked by Luo Tian, and now Yin Shu's account had met the same fate. How were they to contact Luo Tian now? Ding. At that moment, Yin Shu suddenly received a message. Suppressing her anger, she opened it to find that the sender was Xia Lan, a mother she had assisted a month ago. Officer Yin, I think I just saw you at our building. Is there an official rescue coming? Sorry, it's not. Yin Shu replied that I am here to find an elder who resides here. Yi Mingrong's eyes suddenly brightened. It seemed they could ask Xia Lan for help. Chapter 65. The disappearance of Xia Lan prompted by Yi Mingrong. Yin Shu quickly realized, Xia Lan, I am actually looking to claim the bounty posted by Luo Tian, but there has been a minor hiccup. Yin Shu succinctly explained the situation to her. So, could you assist me in contacting Luo Tian? I will ensure that you receive appropriate compensation afterward. The mother, Xia Lan, responded readily. No problem, Officer Yin. You helped me find my child before. I will certainly help you with this small favor. Unexpectedly, Yin Shu dared to pursue Luo Tian's bounty. On the other end of the phone, Xia Lan was astonished. However, she was troubled about how to make contact, and this presented her with an excellent opportunity to act. Xia Lan knew she could not reach Luo Tian, considering her WeChat had also been blocked. However, her primary goal was the food in Yin Shu's possession, so whether she could contact Luo Tian was of little consequence. People were on the verge of starvation, and she could not afford to be picky. Xia Lan, I had a minor conflict with Luo Tian previously, so please be cautious when you reach out to him. Yin Shu was unaware that Xia Lan had her sights set on the food, but instead cautioned her. Please inform him that I can help deal with Deng Tu and his crew, but he must advance me some food first. Otherwise, given my current poor condition, I may not be able to manage it. Seeing this, Xia Lan's heart sank. Officer Yin, what do you mean by that? Do you have no food at all? Not exactly, Yin Shu replied tersely. Dealing with the police is such a hassle. Xia Lan clenched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth. Normally, at this time, shouldn't you be telling me how much food you have left? After some thought, Xiaolan decided to keep the situation under control. Officer Yin, I will contact Luo Tian right away. Please wait for me. Room 1204 Xiaolan seemed a bit off. She appeared overly concerned about how much food I possessed. Yanshu narrowed her beautiful eyes, sensing a hint of something unusual. However, from her previous encounter with Xiaolan a month ago, she had a very favorable impression of her and did not dwell on it. Xiaolan's character seemed decent. Perhaps she was simply overthinking it. Yimingrong was also somewhat familiar with Xiaolan and smiled. As far as I know, Baya helped Xiaolan before moving into Luo Tian's room, with her as the intermediary. It was likely they could reach Luo Tian. After all, having someone close to him whispering in his ear, Baya? Yanshu paused, surprised. You mean the famous star Baya? She moved into Luo Tian's place. Yimingrong smacked her forehead, laughing. Look at me, forgetting you didn't know about this. I was just as shocked. The renowned Baya lives in the same building as us. However, she was nearly caught by Deng Tu and his gang. But fortunately, Luo Tian saved her. Yanshu could not help but purse her lips. Saved? I think not. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all that it goes without saying what treatment a captivating star like Baya would receive living in a big man's residence. It seemed she had been overthinking things. After understanding the backstory, Yanshu set aside her lingering doubts about Xiaolan. Before long, Xiaolan replied, Officer Yin, I contacted Baya, and she said she has already spoken to Luo Tian. To enhance her credibility, Xiaolan cleverly mentioned Baya. After all, Deng Tu had not disclosed her betrayal that I asked that so. Thank you for your help. What was Luo Tian's response? Yanshu inquired, her brow relaxing a bit. Well, Luo Tian said he is not lacking in chicken legs, that if you take the job, he can advance you 4 chicken legs. Xiaolan typed expressionlessly in the chat box. This was in line with Luo Tian's character. 4. Upon seeing Xiaolan's response, both Yanshu and Yimingrong were left astonished. Originally, they thought it would be quite a feat for Luo Tian to advance even a single chicken leg, considering she was merely asking for an empty promise. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Tian trusted her this much. Could it be that I misjudged him? Yanshu bit her lip, her eyes filled with complexity. Xiao Shu, this is fantastic. 4 chicken legs. We need not worry about starving. You should eat one to regain your strength. We can save the rest. Yimingrong exclaimed with delight. Even Ecc beside them swallowed hard in anticipation. However, Luo Tian also requires you to provide some assurance. Xiaolan's message followed closely. He wants you to exchange it for 5 packs of instant noodles. 5 packs of instant noodles. Seeing this message, Yin Shu's brows furrowed. Xiao Shu, what does Luo Tian mean by this? His household clearly does not lack snacks like instant noodles. Yimingrong clenched her clothing nervously, asking, he probably wants to compel me to eliminate Deng Tu as soon as possible. After contemplating for a moment, Yanshu explained, this transaction did not disadvantage them. However, a problem arose. They currently had only 3 packs of instant noodles, not enough to meet the exchange requirement. Xiaolan, I only have 3 packs of instant noodles at the moment. Yanshu replied via text. Could you please reach out to Baya again and ask if Luo Tian might lower his demands? This time, Xiaolan displayed remarkable patience, responding after a while. Officer Yin, Luo Tian has agreed. Phew. As expected, Yanshu let out a small sigh of relief, instantly feeling more confident in her judgment. The notion of exchanging instant noodles was a ruse. The true intention was to intimidate her. However, the current circumstances were still quite favorable for them. At Xiaolan's insistence, Yanshu carefully made her way to the 17th floor, standing before room 1701 with the last 3 bags of instant noodles in hand. She placed the items at the door, knocked softly, and then departed. Xiaolan claimed that Luo Tian did not trust Yanshu, hence the need for her to deliver the food that it was a reasonable excuse, especially considering that Yanshu had nearly harmed Luo Tian before the apocalypse, a point that Xiaolan skillfully exploited. After Yanshu left, Xiaolan quickly opened the door and snatched the 3 bags of noodles. Clutching them tightly, she wept with joy, exclaiming, Little Bao, Mama has managed to get food. Officer Yin, I'm so sorry, Xiaolan murmured. Good people cannot survive in this world. After sending off the last of the instant noodles, the 3 sat together on the sofa, awaiting news from Xiaolan. Chicken leg. CC wants a big chicken leg, ECC exclaimed, drooling as she opened a picture in their group chat. Saying I'm not hungry is a lie, she added. Yet, a nagging feeling told Yanshu that things might not go smoothly. She gazed out the window at the white, desolate world, where snow continued to fall incessantly. The snowflakes, like goose feathers, danced and fluttered through the air. Instead of finding solace in this serene and beautiful scene, she felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in that I must be overthinking. Yanshu shook her head, unwilling to cast doubt on a single mother enduring hardships worse than others. Thus, the three continued to wait in silence. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Yanshu suddenly spoke. Sister Rong, how long has it been since I returned from Xiaolan's place? It's been 5 hours, Yimengrong replied, biting her lip. Yanshu fell silent, her heart sinking abruptly. Chapter 66. Please go die. Xiaoshu, what if Xiaolan hasn't responded for so long? Yimengrong hesitated. She believed Xiaolan wasn't the type to deceive them for food. Yet too much time had elapsed. Don't panic, Yanshu said, pulling out her phone and opening the chat interface to send an inquiry. Xiaolan, how are things on your end? After sending the message, Yanshu crossed her arms and began pacing the living room, moving from one end to the other, repeating the motion. Her inner turmoil was evident. 15 minutes passed, and still, there was no news from Xiaolan. At last, Yanshu could no longer remain seated. Sister Rong, you and CC stay here, but I'm going to check on Xiaolan. She instructed Yimengrong, moving to the coffee table to pick up a fruit knife typically used for peeling fruit. Securing it at her waist, she then tore open a candy wrapper and popped it into her mouth, needing to replenish her energy. Xiaoshu, it's too dangerous outside. What if you encounter Deng Tu and his gang of demons? You haven't eaten for days. It could be perilous. Yimengrong voiced her concerns. She had been anxious ever since Yanshu went to deliver food to Xiaolan, fearing that she might be discovered by Deng Tu and his crew. It's fine, Sister Rong, I can move more easily alone. A group of street thugs won't notice me. Yanshu reassured her, patting her shoulder. In a few hours, it will be dark, and we won't have any food left. So I must find out what's going on with Xiaolan. Her gaze turned icy as she pushed open the door and stepped outside. If she went hungry for another night, she might not have the strength to leave tomorrow, and that would be truly dire. With a soft thud, the security door closed behind her. BCC, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Annie, do you think Sister Yin will be all right? Don't worry. Your Sister Yin is a police officer. She's very capable. Yimengrong comforted her gently, holding her close. Meanwhile, Yanshu stealthily approached room 1701, pressing herself against the wall to avoid detection. 1 floor above was Deng Tu's residence, so she had to be exceptionally cautious, making no loud noises. Xiaolan? Yanshu gently knocked on the door, waiting for a response. However, 5 minutes passed, and despite her attempts to knock again, there was no sound from within. Is she not responding? Or is she at Luo Tian's place? Yanshu's expression hardened. She leaned towards the possibility that Xiaolan had been forcibly detained by Luo Tian. It seemed he had harbored resentment against her all along, never intending to provide her with food. Humph, Luo Tian, I knew it, Yanshu thought, touching the fruit knife at her waist, and decisively turned to leave. Inside the room, Xiaolan covered her son's mouth, and they both remained utterly silent. It wasn't until the commotion outside ceased that Xiaolan finally took a deep breath. A smile of relief spread across her face. She understood that as a police officer, Yanshu would never resort to smashing down her door. In her eyes, she was merely an innocent mother. With the deliberate guidance from their previous conversation, Yanshu would undoubtedly grow suspicious of Luo Tian. Officer Yan, if you force your way into Luo Tian's home, the outcome will likely be dire, Xiaolan murmured to herself, instinctively clutching her chest, realizing she felt no pangs of guilt. If Yanshu were to be killed by Luo Tian, she could then indulge in these instant noodles without a care. Xiaolan's fists clenched tighter. Officer Yan, I beg you, go die. In the living room, Luo Tian stared at the surveillance footage, feeling increasingly perplexed. How strange. This is too odd, he mused, taken aback to discover that Yanshu had just exited room 1204. After leaving her home, she had not gone elsewhere nor chosen to leave but had instead returned to Xiaolan's residence. Yet, despite her prolonged knocking, there was no response from inside. Watching the entire scene unfold on the monitor, Luo Tian knew that Xiaolan was hiding inside. Fooled again. Why do so many foolish women fall for Xiaolan's tricks? Luo Tian thought, unaware of the specifics of their conversation. However, he could surmise that they had likely struck a deal of sorts. Unfortunately, Xiaolan was nothing but a deceitful liar. Hearing this, Baiya, sitting nearby, couldn't help but feel ashamed, burying her delicate chin into her ample chest. She was the first one to fall for the ruse. At this moment, Yin Shu chose not to retrace her steps, but instead continued upward. Now, she had reached the 21st floor. I asked, this policewoman really coming for me? Luo Tian mused, tapping his fingers on the coffee table. Astonished, but this was rather sudden. Why would Yin Shu suddenly come to the 23rd floor to find him? Was she seeking revenge for the incident a month ago when he had seen her in her underwear? Or perhaps Yi Mengrong, who resided in room 1204, or Xiaolan had said something to her, prompting her to seek him out for food. After all, Luo Tian vaguely remembered that the lady from room 1204 and Xiaolan had sent him photos previously. However, after his escapade, he had not provided them with any food. Whatever, since you've come to me, I can't let this opportunity slip away. A smirk crept across Luo Tian's face, behind an impenetrable steel door. He felt no fear of her harming him. From the surveillance footage, Luo Tian observed Yin Shu's cold yet exquisite features as she moved with a graceful, slender waist. He produced an electronic wristband from his belongings. This is a perfect opportunity, he thought, gently caressing the chilly metallic surface of the wristband, his eyes narrowing. Once I put this on her, everything will be taken care of, no matter how skilled or volatile Yin Shu is. I won't have to worry. The wristband was capable of delivering a lethal electric shock, a serious matter indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tian felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the subject of Zhao Zhao's previous experiments had been his personal female secretary. Compared to an ordinary person, Yin Shu was a police combat champion, honed through intense training. As a reincarnated individual who had died once, Luo Tian had to be exceedingly cautious, considering every possible contingency. Baya, Li Ro, Luo Tian's gaze fell upon the two women nearby. What is it? Baya tilted her head in confusion, while Li Ro pursed her lips, unsure of what he was about to say. I might need to bring that female tyrant, Yin Shu. In here, Luo Tian said with a smile. You two remember to position yourselves in front of me. If she makes any sudden movements, like pulling out a knife from her chest or lower body, make sure to subdue her immediately. Upon hearing this, both women widened their eyes in disbelief. Baya? Li Ro? Chapter 67. Relatives have come, and they are rather irritable. I don't think this is quite appropriate. Luo Tian, you did mention before that the other party used to be a criminal police officer. Baya said weakly. She could manage to share a bed with Li Raonuan, but she truly excelled in no other aspects. You know that it's not advisable, yet you intentionally stand by the door. Are you perhaps planning to become the other party's hostage later? Luo Tian replied. Speechless, he certainly would not place his hopes on the two of them. If Yin Shu had not donned the wristband, he would absolutely not open the door to let the other party in. After all, the wristband was his greatest reliance, maintaining a safe distance, even if Yin Shu's physical prowess were exceptional. She could only hold out a few seconds longer than an average person. Luo Tian pondered. As long as he avoided being harmed by her sudden outburst, no other unforeseen circumstances would arise. Moreover, the security door frame was equipped with an internal security detection function. If the other party were carrying weapons, the butler would detect them the moment they stepped through the door, triggering an alarm. Oh, let's hide over there. Li Raonuan patted her chest and pulled Baya away from the doorway. The two women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Luo Tian was just joking. They were startled. How could he suddenly turn cold after just being so affectionate moments ago? At that moment, after instructing the two women, Yin Shu arrived in the corridor on the 23rd floor. No wonder Deng Tu and his group couldn't breach Luo Tian's home. The walls were lined with alloy panels. Yin Shu touched the interior of the wall where the plaster had been smashed off. Her brows knitting slightly. It seemed that Luo Tian was indeed a formidable character, having fortified his home so thoroughly. Approaching the door, Yin Shu's keen eyes quickly assessed that the sturdiness of this door was likely unimaginable. Bang, bang. She tentatively knocked on it, receiving a dull thud in return, nearly soundless. Its thickness must be at least 200 millimeters. It could rival the security doors in a bank vault. A sudden heaviness settled in Yin Shu's heart. This indicated that if she attempted to force her way in, as long as Luo Tian stayed inside and refused to open the door, there was no way she could get in. Having executed anti-terrorism missions, she was no stranger to such heavy alloy doors. Some criminals could not even breach them with pre-prepared C4 explosives during bank heists. Detective Yin, what are you sneaking around my front door for? A teasing voice suddenly rang out from behind the door. Huh? I merely touched the door. How did the other party discover me? Is there surveillance? Yin Shu quickly realized, frowning as she scanned the surroundings. But she saw no sign of cameras. Could it be a pinhole camera? Yin Shu scoffed. Who would install such things in a normal household? let alone reinforce the door and walls to such an extent. Luo Tian must have some unspeakable secrets hidden in his home. She couldn't help but strengthen her resolve to investigate. Perhaps Xiaolan was indeed being held captive by Luo Tian. I suspect you are unlawfully detaining someone's personal freedom. Please open the door immediately and cooperate with my investigation. Yin Shu stated coldly at the door. Suspicion? Ha ha ha, Detective Yin, do you think you can unlawfully invade a private residence based solely on your suspicions? Luo Tian scoffed. We haven't seen each other for at least a month. To come here and slap such a huge accusation on me seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Luo Tian clicked his tongue. Could it be that your investigation is a ruse, and you truly just wish to see me? Is it that our last encounter led you to fall head over heels for me, leaving you unable to forget? Suddenly teased. Yin Shu felt a blush of anger rise to her cheeks, and she slammed her fist against the security door. Luo Tian, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll rip your mouth apart. This was the first time someone had the audacity to tease her so openly. Ouch. I'm rather timid. Please don't scare me, Detective Yin. Luo Tian retorted playfully. You seem rather agitated. Have you come for a family visit? Just in time. I have plenty of octagonal space here. I can give you 2 bags for free. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu's eyes flared with anger. Luo Tian. You're dead meat. She clenched her fists, pounding several times on the security door, creating a noise comparable to that of Dang Tu and his men wielding hammers. Damn, what a monstrous being. Luo Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. Huff, huff. After venting her frustration, Yin Shu suddenly felt a twinge of regret. She had already been low on energy, and now she had wasted quite a bit. How had she let her emotions get the better of her, allowing the other party to provoke her so easily? It was still because Luo Tian was simply too infuriating. He had seen her in a compromising position last time and was now teasing her. Luo Tian, open the door immediately. I suspect Xiaolan is being held captive inside. Yin Shu clenched her fists, her tone icy. Open the door, no problem. Luo Tian readily agreed. He then slid a high-tech smart wristband through a small window in the security door. Is this sufficient? She said coldly, her voice devoid of emotion, as if reflecting the frigid temperature outside, which dipped to -70 degrees. Of course. Luo Tian smiled slightly, unlocking the 3 heavy locks and slowly opening the security door. Detective Yin, you are the 3rd guest to enter my home. Luo Tian stepped back to a distance of 7 meters from the door, crossing his arms. Chapter 68. So what? Yin Shu replied coldly, not quite grasping the other party's intentions. That it's so warm in here. As soon as Yin Shu entered, she was astonished. The room was incredibly warm, a stark contrast to the icy corridor outside. Warning. The target is carrying a weapon at their waist. Detection indicates a commonly used fruit knife. Threat level, moderate. At that moment, the butler suddenly issued a warning. The large screen in the living room displayed a 3-dimensional scan, and a clearly marked fruit knife at Yin Shu's waist stood out prominently. Oh no. Yin Shu's complexion changed. She hadn't anticipated that the knife she carried would be exposed the moment she entered. She hadn't even approached Luo Tian yet, and if he became wary, all her efforts would be in vain. She couldn't afford to sit idly. Yin Shu immediately drew the knife from her waist, now fully focused. Target exhibiting aggressive behavior. Threat level, high. Zila. The butler initiated its protocol. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already lost consciousness by now. Die. Yin Shu gritted her teeth, throwing the fruit knife. Master, tilt your body 90 to the left, the butler warned just before Yin Shu launched the fruit knife. However, Luo Tian ignored the butler's advice and instead produced a large shooting target from his spatial storage, placing it in front of himself. Bang. Thus, the fruit knife was successfully blocked. Congratulations, you hit the bullseye. Luo Tian poked his head out from behind the target, inspecting the knife that had struck the center, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, Yin Shu, whether from anger or shock, directly lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. Butler, is she truly unconscious? Luo Tian asked cautiously, not taking this lightly. Yes, master, the wristband indicates that Yin Shu poses no threat. Oh, that's good. Luo Tian waved his hand, and the heavy security door automatically closed. He then walked over to relock the 3 heavy locks and securely fastened the thick alloy bolt behind the door. Master, do not let your guard down. The target possesses exceptional physical abilities. The butler paused for a moment, perhaps calculating. Estimated recovery time is approximately 30 minutes. Upon hearing the butler's words, Luo Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. Gazing at the furrowed brows and the hint of pain in the exquisite features of the woman before him, He couldn't help but express his concern. Hey, why push yourself so hard? After all, the wristband's maximum current could only handle one shock. If overused, it would likely be unbearable for anyone. Clean her up quickly. Aim to do it within 25 minutes. Luo Tian stood up and instructed Li Raonuan and Baiyu beside him. Every goddess who stays here must be spotless, given how long the apocalypse had persisted. He figured Yin Shu had not had proper bathing conditions. Okay. The two women quickly ran over, lifting the unconscious Yin Shu and directly taking her into the bathroom. Hey, Sister Li Raonuan, Detective Yin is actually bandaged up, Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. Yet even so, she noticed that the other party's physique was comparable to her own. It was likely for convenience in movement. Don't say anything. Hurry and untie it. Li Raonuan also expressed her astonishment. However, she could understand why the other party had done so. After all, whether from prolonged work or extensive walking, she often felt her shoulders becoming sore and fatigued. At times, she would secretly place her chest on the table, letting it bear some of the pressure. Yin Shu must have shared similar grievances. Chapter 69, An Unbelievable Guess, uncertain how much time had passed. What is this? Yin Shu's eyes widened as she realized her predicament. How could Luo Tian's home be so warm? There was even a fireplace in the living room. After scanning the room in disbelief, she exclaimed in shock that it is worth noting that when she had previously been at home with EC, they had only 2 thick quilts, forcing them to huddle together each night, relying on their body heat for warmth. Even clad in heavy down jackets, they would still find their hands and feet freezing cold in the confines of their own space. But now, in the living room, not only did she feel no chill whatsoever, but she also found herself enveloped in warmth and comfort. Had she been in her own home or in Yamengrong's room, she would have likely succumbed to the biting cold by now. This clearly indicated that outside, a frigid world of -70 degrees reigned, while the temperature inside the room was likely a balmy 20 degrees or more. Astonishing. What was that? A fruit platter? Yin Shu was still reeling from the warmth of the room when her gaze was drawn to the large plate of fresh fruit on the coffee table. What did she see? Lychee, dragon fruit, pineapple, red bananas, black-skinned watermelon, ruby grapes. Where on earth had Luo Tian procured these? Yin Shu gasped in astonishment. In the past half-month of relentless blizzards, others struggled to find even a morsel of food. Nearly starving to death. Yet Luo Tian not only feasted on lavish meals, but he could also indulge in such fresh fruit, seemingly just plucked from the trees. Even with preservation methods, achieving such absurdity would be impossible. Little did Yin Shu know, Luo Tian's space disregarded all laws. Fresh food placed inside could be taken out 100 years later, appearing just as it had been when first stored. Luo Tian must possess some extraordinary secret. Yin Shu's agile mind began to whirl. She recalled the events leading up to her fainting that moment. She had thrown a fruit knife as if it were a dart. Had Luo Tian been struck? Although he wouldn't have died, he would certainly have lost his ability to move. Yet, curiously, he had conjured a large shooting target from thin air, shielding himself completely. The sudden appearance of such a large target was beyond the realm of magic. He had not concealed it behind the sofa or any other cover. Yin Shu furrowed her brow in contemplation, having participated in numerous baffling cases during her time on the criminal investigation team. She believed firmly in one principle: eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Luo Tian likely possessed some supernatural ability, akin to those depicted in films, conjuring these foods through means that defy scientific explanation. Yin Shu thought in shock. Now everything made sense. After all, outside raged a global blizzard, transforming the world into a frigid wasteland. Given such a cataclysmic event, what else could be deemed impossible? It must be said. Despite casting aside her sense of justice and duty, and neglecting to instinctively believe the vulnerable, such as the mother, Xiaolan, she still possessed remarkable intelligence, though she hadn't fully unraveled the truth of Luo Tian's infinite space. She had come alarmingly close to Do. Yin Jinghua, you're awake. Luo Tian emerged from the bedroom clad in a silk robe, a smile gracing his face. Due to her fatigue, Yin Shu could only awkwardly sit on the floor in a duck-like posture. This pose, typically associated with neon anime maidens, appeared unexpectedly endearing on the otherwise aloof police flower. Simultaneously, it showcased her flawlessly white legs. Noticing this, Yin Shu coolly remarked, "Now, can you release Xiaolan?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the direction of the bedroom. Huh, Xiaolan, Luo Tian scoffed. Why would I capture her? What value does she hold to warrant my bringing her here? Chapter 70. You have no right to set conditions. Stop dodging. Xiaolan is definitely in your bedroom. Yin Shu's brows knitted tightly. Before she could finish her sentence, the bedroom door swung open once more, revealing Li Rou and Baiya stepping out. Upon seeing Yin Shu staring wide-eyed at them, they exchanged faint smiles. Baiya? Yin Shu exclaimed in astonishment. Although she had previously heard of her from Yimengrong, witnessing her in person was still a tremendous shock. Officer Yin, I believe I heard you mention the name of that fraud, Xiaolan. Baiya said curiously. Fraud? Yin Shu's beautiful eyes widened as she seized upon the key information in Baiya's words. Indeed, I suspect you were deceived by her as well. Baiya had seen Yin Shu delivering food to Xiaolan on the surveillance footage. Consequently, having experienced similar betrayal, she recounted her own tale of kindness towards Xiaolan, only to be sold out to Deng Tu and nearly captured. What this? Yin Shu's mouth fell open in shock. This was not something Yimengrong had mentioned. If that were the case, everything Xiaolan had claimed about contacting Baiya and Luo Tian agreeing to pre-allocate food was entirely fabricated. Contact me, Baiya, feeling Yin Shu's intense gaze, shook her head and pulled out her phone. Officer Yin, take a look for yourself. My chat history with Xiaolan has been dormant for quite some time, and I've already blocked her on WeChat. Glancing over Baiya's chat history, Yin Shu quickly realized the truth. She had been duped by Xiaolan. That meant her earlier confrontation with Luo Tian. The blame lay entirely with her. Yin Shu felt a pang of shame. Her steadfast belief had always been to protect the innocent and deliver the harshest punishment to evil. Yet now, Luo Tian had done nothing wrong, and she had nearly taken his life without justification. Officer Yin, it's hard to believe you emerged from the criminal investigation team and still lack basic common sense. How could you be so easily led astray by a mere mother? Luo Tian said with a TSK. Could it be that all your nutrition has concentrated in one area? At his words, Yin Shu gritted her teeth and lowered her head, surprisingly refraining from rebuttal. Instead, she trembled slightly, her tone softening. Luo Tian, I admit I was wrong. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. In response to Yin Shu's apology, Luo Tian scoffed derisively. Officer Yin, listen to yourself. Does that even sound reasonable? If it weren't for my superior skills, what would happen in this extreme cold where resources are scarce if I were to be stabbed? He fixed his piercing gaze on Yin Shu's beautiful eyes, his voice growing increasingly frigid. Now you merely offer an apology, expecting me to forgive you so easily. In your dreams. Yin Shu gritted her teeth and replied, then I can help you deal with Deng Tu. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh? Officer Yin, it seems you still don't understand. In the midst of her astonishment, Luo Tian sneered. Deng Tu and his gang won't survive much longer. Moreover, you won't escape my grasp. Yin Shu's pupils constricted. She had never anticipated such a thought from him. Luo Tian, do you realize what you're saying? Once this snow disaster passes, you'll be facing court. Yin Shu insisted through clenched teeth. You might not live to see that day. Luo Tian crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Officer Yin, let me be frank. I am aware of the inside information regarding this snow disaster. That is precisely because I knew in advance that I could prepare so thoroughly. Even hiring a specialized security company to construct this iron fortress for me. He smirked, extending his hands into the air, where a bottle of red wine and a glass materialized from thin air. After pouring himself a glass, he casually waved his hand, causing the bottle to vanish before Yin Shu's eyes. Yin Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Although she had suspected Luo Tian possessed extraordinary abilities, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Summoning red wine from thin air and making it disappear at will. Such feats defied any scientific explanation. Do you wish to know how long this calamity will persist? Luo Tian took a delicate sip, speaking elegantly. Yin Shu bit her lip, remaining silent, yet her gaze remained fixed on Luo Tian's face. After this display, she had nearly convinced herself. Forever, his words were light. Yet they sent a shudder through Yin Shu's delicate frame. Forever, her heart raced. Could it be? This relentless snow disaster would continue indefinitely? Yin Shu stood frozen. The blizzard had only descended for half a month, and temperatures had plummeted to a terrifying -70 degrees. Each day, countless lives were lost to the cold and starvation, and official agencies had become paralyzed. If the snowfall never ceased, would humanity itself perish in this unprecedented extreme cold? As Yin Shu succumbed to her thoughts, Deng Tu's subordinates had already scoured every corridor in search of her whereabouts. Boss, We haven't found a trace of that woman Yin Shu. Neither have we. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Deng Tu cursed furiously. Useless, a bunch of good-for-nothings. If Yin Shu and Luo Tian were to join forces, he would be the first to be held accountable. Deng Tu possesses a clear understanding of the fighting capabilities of his gang of subordinates. He knows they cannot possibly contend with the formidable policewoman Yin Shu if she were to obtain Luo Tian's crossbow. Coupled with her exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, she could easily slay them from the shadows. This cannot stand. She must be located and eliminated, Deng Tu asserted vehemently. His arch-nemesis has already allied with the troublesome Luo Tian. He cannot afford to add another formidable opponent like Yin Shu to the mix. Outside, the temperature plummets to -70 degrees, and the snow accumulates to 5 meters in depth. Apart from occupying this building and scavenging sufficient supplies, they have no other recourse. Luo Tian and Yin Shu represent their greatest threat. Boss, at that moment, an excited subordinate rushed up the stairs. I just caught someone who claimed that while he was out digging snow, he saw a remarkably attractive woman making her way up. Where is she? Bring her to me, Deng Tu exclaimed, elated, as he pounded the armrest of his wheelchair. Lu Daming. Is it? Come here, the boss is calling for you. Confess everything. One of his subordinates dragged a middle-aged resident, tightly bundled against the cold, before Deng Tu, cursing under his breath. Hey, brother Tu, did you call for me? Lu Daming, roughly pulled over, dared not show anger, instead bowing and scraping as he spoke. There was no way around it. With 7 or 8 subordinates wielding machetes and hammers glaring at him, no one dared to breathe heavily. You saw that policewoman, didn't you? When did you see her? Deng Tu's cold gaze bore into him. Lu Daming felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Brother Tu, I did see her. It was about half an hour ago, maybe an hour. I snuck out. Oh no, when I went out to dig snow. I saw a stunning woman heading up. Lu Daming, maintaining a lowly demeanor, chuckled nervously. He had stood at the staircase's landing for at least 20 minutes, too frightened to encounter Deng Tu's gang, only to fortuitously spot Yin Shu ascending. Very well, which floor did she go to? Deng Tu nodded, pressing for more information. It seems she headed to the top floor, Lu Daming replied, furrowing his brow in thought. He had been captivated by Yin Shu's beauty, stealing glances at her retreating figure. Damn it, that policewoman has gone to Luo Tian's place. Deng Tu slammed the armrest in frustration, causing everyone to hold their breath in fear. Indeed, the very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Although the residents of this building were not all acquainted, if one were to randomly stop anyone and inquire who had the most food, they would undoubtedly point to Luo Tian's residence on the 23rd floor. Supplies, supplies, it's all about supplies. Clenching his fists, Deng Tu's eyes blazed with fervor, his yearning for resources intensifying. In this frigid, snow-laden environment, food is akin to munitions during wartime, an absolute currency of survival. There is an ancient proverb that goes, build high walls, store grain widely, and delay the rise to power. If it weren't for the roasted corpses that had provided his gang with sustenance, and the recent heist of Su Cheng's stockpile of cold weather supplies, some might have already turned against him. Brother Tu, I'm done. Can I go now? Lu Daming cautiously inquired. Go? Sure. But first, assist me with one more task, and then I'll let you leave. Deng Tu grinned. And in the face of Lu Daming's terrified and puzzled expression, he was forcefully escorted by the gang to the top floor, the 23rd floor. Luo Tian, can you hear me? This is Lu Daming from the 15th floor. We've crossed paths in the elevator before. Lu Daming called out, trembling at the entrance. He glanced nervously behind him. The subordinates stood at the corner, threateningly raising their hammers to urge him to continue shouting. The policewoman who ran into your home has attracted the wrath of Brother Tu's men. Please, release her immediately. Don't let the conflict escalate and disturb the peace of this building. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Lu Daming, who the hell is that? He looked incredulously at the trembling figure on the monitor. Through other cameras, he observed the gang lurking around the corner. Master, this is the surveillance footage from 5 minutes ago of Deng Tu and his crew. The butler reported, promptly replaying the recording. The convenience of having an intelligent butler cannot be overstated. Well, Officer Yin, it seems you have quite the allure, Luo Tian remarked with a smile as he glanced at Yin Shu. You've barely arrived and already drawn the attention of a crowd. Humph. Yin Shu remained silent, turning her head away with a cold huff. Deep down, she was puzzled as to why Deng Tu's gang had targeted her. Could it be revenge for a month-old grievance? Lu Daming's incessant shouting outside only intensified as he realized Luo Tian was ignoring him, causing him to grow frantic. Luo Tian, can we talk? I'm all alone. I won't harm you. Lu Daming pleaded. Officer, please, I beg you to save me. You've drawn their ire. You cannot let me bear the consequences alone. As a police officer, how can you stand idly by while an innocent citizen faces death because of you? Please, save me. His voice trembled with emotion as he cried out, while 7 or 8 subordinates remained quietly poised with weapons nearby. The moment the door opened, Lu Daming would undoubtedly become their shield and hostage. This was precisely Deng Tu's plan, to use the lives of other residents to lure the justice-driven Yin Shu out. After all, following the brutal beating his subordinates received from Yin Shu a month prior, he had conducted a thorough investigation into her background. She not only had powerful connections, but her strong sense of justice would not allow her to witness the innocent in peril, especially if it stemmed from her actions. The ideal scenario would be to ambush her when she was at her most vulnerable. However, Deng Tu had overlooked one crucial detail. At that moment, Yin Shu was already Luo Tian's captive. Furthermore, Luo Tian had not only restrained her, but had also conveyed the disheartening news that the extreme cold and desolation would persist indefinitely. Tell me, Officer Yin, Luo Tian said teasingly, is there not a deep-seated sense of responsibility compelling you to rush out and offer yourself as a sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Yin Shu turned her head away in silence. Had this been before, she would have charged out with unwavering resolve to save Lu Daming without a second thought. However, the lessons learned from the incident with Xia Lan weighed heavily on her. In this fractured society, where law and morality had disintegrated, acting solely on righteous impulses to save someone without considering the consequences could lead to a dire fate. After all, this is an extreme cold apocalypse. And the blizzard shows no signs of abating. Human hearts grow increasingly treacherous. Outside, Lu Daming continued his tearful lament, exuding an air of determination as if to say that if he was not released, he would shout all day long, causing incessant noise. After all, Luo Tian would not harm him. He would merely hide in his home. As he shouted, he thought to himself that offending Luo Tian was far better than incurring Deng Tu's wrath. For crossing Deng Tu could truly lead to death. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Luo Tian. What a nuisance. Luo Tian found Lu Daming's constant droning akin to that of a fly, buzzing incessantly. He could easily activate the noise-canceling feature to drown out the clamor outside. Yet he chose not to. Irritated, Luo Tian approached the door and opened the shooting port, releasing an arrow. With a soft thud, Lu Daming fell, a look of disbelief on his face as he succumbed to the ground. What just happened? Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how he had met his demise. The gang members hiding around the corner stood frozen in shock. Damn. It turns out Luo Tian is not only ruthless toward them, but even more so toward his neighbors. They had never heard of such a merciless individual residing in the building. Chapter 72. The plundering of Aunt Wang's home boss. Trouble. Lu Daming has been shot dead by Luo Tian. The subordinates gasped for breath as they reported to Deng Tu. Even bringing Lu Daming's corpse along. After all, it was over 100 pounds of meat, not to be wasted. Dead. Deng Tu gazed at the bloodied hole in Lu Daming's forehead, astonished that he had not anticipated Luo Tian would strike so decisively. The plan to exploit others for the policewoman's sympathy had now been thwarted. Damn it. Thank goodness the first time I approached Luo Tian, he shot my thigh. Deng Tu couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Had Luo Tian aimed for his head back then, he would now be 6 feet under. What shall we do, boss? They are hiding in their shell-like abode, and if we charge at them, we would only be met with cold arrows. We are utterly powerless against them, the younger brothers lamented, their brows furrowed in worry. After witnessing so many of their comrades fall to Luo Tian's hand, they now dare not seek trouble, fearing they might become the next feast on the table. Let them hide. I shall wait to see when they dare to emerge, Deng Tu stated coldly. Since Yin Shu has already entered Luo Tian's residence, they have no choice but to wait for the other party to come out. With no other alternatives available. However, Deng Tu now felt that they had more pressing matters to attend to. While keeping an eye on that police officer Yin Shu, they needed to swiftly gather sufficient supplies, so they would have more leverage to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Deng Tu knew full well that when Yin Shu next ventured out, it would be a fight to the death. In this building, only one of them and Luo Tian could survive. Let us dispose of this fellow's corpse, and then procure some supplies. Eating meat every day has made me want to vomit. Deng Tu spat, his words laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, the younger brothers were filled with delight, exclaiming, "The boss is truly wise. Compared to pork, chicken, and beef, the taste of human flesh is indeed unbearable. Not only does it carry a sour flavor, but its texture pales in comparison to other meats, especially when consuming the flesh of one's own brothers. The more they ate, the more they wanted to retch. If there were a better option, they would never want to resort to this. Instant noodles, ham, bread, canned goods, who knows how long it has been since they last enjoyed such delicacies. Just the thought makes their mouths water." The younger brothers eagerly contemplated where these provisions might come from. Naturally, they intended to seize them from other residents. In their eyes, those weak and defenseless inhabitants were simply bountiful granaries. "Boss, whose house shall we rob?" "Just say the word, and we will empty it out." One younger brother pounded his chest confidently. "Whose house shall we rob?" Deng Tu smirked, responding, "We shall target whoever has the most supplies. Luo Tian's residence is undoubtedly the richest in resources. But they cannot breach it, nor do they dare to attempt it again. As for the others, it seems Wang Dama's house is a splendid choice." Deng Tu slapped his wheelchair, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Ha ha ha. How could I forget that old hag Wang Dama? She has tricked many out of their food." A week prior, Wang Dama, under the guise of an official, collected food from many residents, claiming it would be distributed evenly. However, it did not take long for everyone to realize that Wang Dama had deceived them, but one must admit, Wang Dama was exceptionally fortunate. Just as she had drawn everyone's ire, the renowned celebrity Bai suddenly appeared, diverting all attention away from her, thus granting Wang Dama a chance to survive in secrecy. But now, she is about to face dire consequences. Bang! Bang! "Ah, what are you doing, breaking into private homes? Is there no law left?" Wang Dama screamed in terror as she beheld the ruffians, armed with knives and hammers, barging in. At that moment, she was clutching a large bag of chocolates. Meanwhile, her son Wang Fu sat indulging in steaming instant noodles. Grease smeared across his mouth. "Damn it, lady, your household fare is quite decent. Better than what I eat." One younger brother scoffed. Instant noodles are a luxury in these times. Previously, they could only sip a few spoonfuls of hot soup once Deng Tu was satiated. Yet Wang Dama's household was feasting freely. How could this not incite envy? What the hell? This old hag has cheated a lot of people. The room was piled high with food, with 3 large boxes of instant noodles. There were even several bags of ham. Damn it, and what's this? Wang's Eye sour Q candies. What is this? Your family runs a supermarket. The younger brothers who stormed into the bedroom were instantly dumbfounded by the mountain of food on the floor. Such an abundance of supplies could sustain a person for several months. What does this indicate? That old hag Wang Dama surely has swindled countless residents of their life-saving resources. Take everything, not leaving her a single sour Q candy. One younger brother, furious, smashed a hammer onto the coffee table, sending instant noodles flying, splattering Wang Fu. Yet he dared not utter a word, trembling in fear as he sat on the sofa. He was merely a lowly thug, hardly comparable to Deng Tu's seasoned henchman, who had committed murder. Moreover, he could not even be considered a man now. Stop it. Everyone, cease this at once. Wang Dama lamented, witnessing her painstakingly acquired supplies being carted away by the exuberant younger brothers. Her heart bleeding with anguish. "I have the authorities behind me. Do you dare?" she shrieked, rushing forward, attempting to snatch back her goods. "Get lost, you old hag." A younger brother cursed, raising a baseball bat and swinging it at her head. Bang! Wang Dama's eyes rolled back as she collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Damn, if it weren't for this old hag being too tough and tasting foul, I would have dragged her back to freeze. The younger brother wielding the bat disdainfully spat on the ground, eyeing the terrified Wang Fu on the sofa. He raised the bat, sneering. "What are you looking at? Want to fight? No, 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 it's all her fault. How dare she offend you? Well done indeed." In the face of death, Wang Fu shamelessly praised his assailant, completely indifferent to the fate of Wang Dama, who lay unconscious on the floor. "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. What a bore. Is this fellow truly the old hag's son? Such a useless waste. One swing from me, and he doesn't even dare to utter a sound." The younger brothers, witnessing his weakness, erupted in laughter. However, as there was still plenty of food left, they could not be bothered with Wang Fu, marching into the bedroom to carry off all the provisions Wang Dama had deceitfully acquired, even stripping the wooden furniture from the living room. This makes for excellent firewood. After the younger brothers left, laughing heartily, "Unana, pale-faced, trembled as she emerged from the bathroom, gazing at the damaged door and the unconscious Wang Dama. Her face etched with terror. Upon hearing the commotion, she had hidden in the bathroom, too frightened to come out. You shameless wretch. Always hiding, only to emerge after the food has been stolen. Wang Fu, upon seeing her, erupted with rage, unleashing his fury upon her. Why, you Nana retorted through gritted teeth. What does it have to do with me? Your own mother is being attacked, and you were just applauding. How dare you blame me? The food was stolen, so what? You're the one who eats instant noodles every day. I'm left with only stale biscuits. Damn it, you shameless wench. Ah, Wang Fu, you bastard. In an instant, Wang Dama lay on the cold floor, while her beloved son clashed with his wife. Due to the ruckus caused by the younger brothers, news of Wang Dama's home being ransacked spread swiftly through the group. Ha ha ha, splendid work. Let Wang Dama, who used the guise of authority to deceive us of our food, reap what she has sown. What a relief. I can barely afford to eat, while she hoards the food she conned from us. Hiding at home enjoying herself, let us see what Wang Dama can eat now. She can drink the northwestern wind. The homeowners erupted in jubilation, although the food taken by Ding Tu's younger brothers would not be shared with them. Knowing that the deceitful Wang Dama faced her comeuppance brought them immense satisfaction. They may suffer greatly, but they take pleasure in seeing someone else fare even worse. Chapter 73. A kiss, and you shall eat. After a night filled with the howling winds of snow, Yin Shu, accompanied by the warmth of the crackling fireplace, slowly awakened, her eyelashes fluttering. As it already reached 8 in the morning, she thought to raise her hand to rub her eyes. I slept in the living room all night and felt not a hint of cold. Yin Shu glanced at the woolen blanket beneath her and was quite astonished. This indicated that the room's temperature had remained above 20 degrees throughout the night. It seems that Luo Tian has yet to awaken. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows were tightly drawn, rendering the living room dim and hazy, with only the large screen on the wall emitting a faint glow. Good morning, Officer Yin Shu. Seeing the greeting displayed on the screen, Yin Shu couldn't help but be taken aback. This steward has been running all this while. If that is the case, any attempt to sneak around when no one is watching would be in vain, as an alarm would surely sound. Yawning, Li Ro emerged from the bedroom, stretching. Good morning, Mrs. Li, the steward greeted. Simultaneously, the blackout curtains covering the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly opened, flooding the living room with light. Although outside, the snow continued to fall in a gray haze. Good morning, Officer Yin, Li Ro cheerfully greeted. How did you sleep last night? Hearing this, Yin Shu couldn't help but press her lips together, forcing a smile. It was all right. The living room exudes warmth, rendering it exceedingly comfortable, far superior to the cold abode she previously inhabited with ECC or Yiming Rong. Not only is it cozy and inviting, but leaning against the window also affords her the delightful spectacle of falling snow. A flicker of thought arises within her, contemplating that perhaps remaining here wouldn't be so bad after all. However, it is rather noisy. Yin Shu recalls the events of the previous night, her teeth gritting in frustration. Last night, she had already succumbed to fatigue and was on the verge of slumber when she was abruptly awakened by Bai Ya. How infuriating. Luo Tian is truly a scoundrel. Yin Shu grumbles to herself, thinking that if this were ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a tyrannical ruler. Well then, Li Ro says with a gentle smile. Before retreating to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In no time, a tantalizing aroma wafts from the kitchen, irresistible to Yin Shu, who has gone an entire day and night without a warm meal for the past 2 weeks. The temptation is overwhelming. How fragrant. Yin Shu's throat involuntarily swallows. Though she is reluctant to admit it, she must concede that she is ravenous, terribly so. So hungry that she could devour all the delectable offerings from the kitchen. With a broad view, Yin Shu, even while seated on the balcony, can easily observe the happenings in the dining area. Li Ro begins to serve dishes. Steamed perch, seafood soup, honey-glazed pork ribs. Each dish is so enticing that others would likely fight tooth and nail for it. There's even a dessert of molten lava cake. Good heavens, Yin Shu is taken aback. Could these truly be the culinary delights available in such a frigid, post-apocalyptic world? This is extravagance beyond compare. You've worked hard. Li Ro, Luo Tian praises with a smile, emerging from the bedroom clad in silk pajamas, with Bai Ya rubbing her sleepy eyes behind him. Come on, let us eat while it's hot, Li Ro encourages warmly, her lovely face adorned with a satisfied smile. What bothers Yin Shu is that from the moment Luo Tian stepped out to the dining table, he didn't even spare her a glance, as if she were invisible. The perch is exquisitely fragrant and the meat tender. Wow, this soup is delightful. The ribs are surprisingly light and oh so fragrant. Bayo exclaims in sheer delight, lauding Li Ro's culinary skills as she devours her meal. Meanwhile, Li Ro hardly touches her own food, instead serving fish to Luo Tian. The enticing aroma and Bayo's ecstatic compliments cause Yin Shu to swallow hard, struggling to resist the urge to gaze in that direction. And she feels a bit lightheaded from hunger. A low growl of protest from her stomach silences the room. No. Yin Shu, mortified, nearly faints from embarrassment. Why must her belly betray her like this? If only there were a crack in the floor. She would unhesitatingly crawl into it. Tisese, Officer Yin, you seem quite tempted, Luo Tan remarks, a smirk on his lips as he approaches her with a small plate of tender perch. He crouches down. Placing the fish before her. I'll give you another chance. If you kiss me, this plate of fish is yours. How about that? Quite a deal, isn't it? Faced with the mouth-watering dish, Yinshu suppresses her appetite and retorts defiantly. Humph, kiss you first, dream on. As a proud and aloof police officer, she would rather starve than bow to anyone for a morsel of food. Fine, suit yourself. Luo Tian responds nonchalantly, rising to toss both the plate and its contents into the nearby trash can. He then dusts off his hands and returns to the table to resume his meal. Scoundrel! How could he waste food like that? Yen Shu clenches her teeth, astonished by his audacious act. Don't throw it away. Give it to me. She never anticipated that simply declaring she wouldn't eat would prompt Luo Tian to discard the precious, delicious fish as if it were refuse. It was as though he found the plate abhorrent. Little did he know, had he offered that plate to the other residents, it might have been enough to convince them to trade their wives for a taste. Chapter 74. Opportunity knocks once master. The group chat erupted last night, all discussing Aunt Wang's house being robbed. Baye suddenly recalls with a chuckle. While the homeowners reveled and gossiped last night, she had already prepared for bed. Hence, she paid little attention. This morning, she was taken aback to see a flustered Aunt Wang wailing in the group, demanding that Deng Tu and his crew return the supplies, or she would contact the authorities to send the police after them. Naturally, the others recognized her as deranged, mercilessly mocking her in response. If you truly had such power, why didn't you have the authorities deliver supplies earlier? Who would believe you now? Aunt Wang's resilience rivals that of a cockroach. Despite receiving a beating, she remains unscathed. Luo Tian chuckles at the absurdity of it all. Afterward, he naturally went to consult with the butler, reviewing the footage of his underlings moving food through the corridor. He even overheard them boast about knocking Aunt Wang down with a single blow. Who would have thought Aunt Wang would be so frightened that Wang Fu wouldn't dare move an inch? Indeed, Li Ro remarks softly, there's a significant gap between the local ruffians and genuine mafia. The meal concludes amidst merriment. Master, Ding Tu, and his crew have begun their next operation. The butler timely alerts Luo Tian as he lounges on the sofa. Ding Tu seems particularly agitated, brazenly smashing doors and seizing supplies. He watches the surveillance footage of Dong Yin being kicked aside by thugs while they haul away boxes of snacks. Dong Yin's household has stockpiled quite a bit. Given that her family owns a supermarket, a fact previously discussed among the homeowners. Hence, she has now become a target for Deng Tu and his gang, in the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. Wielding hammers to break down security doors consumes a tremendous amount of energy, so Deng Tu's crew must specifically target those with ample resources. Otherwise, if they exhaust themselves only to end up with a few packs of instant noodles, it would be a significant loss. Through their robberies, Deng Tu's group has amassed a substantial amount of supplies, with Aunt Wang and Dong Yin contributing the most. One tricked numerous households into relinquishing their food reserves, while the other hoarded a wealth of snacks from her supermarket, much to the delight of the thugs. However, lacking the ability to defend themselves, they can only resign to being a storehouse, unwittingly benefiting Deng Tu's gang. In the homeowners group, the news spreads rapidly, and the other residents huddle in their homes, trembling in fear, praying not to attract the attention of these vicious thugs. Faced with such menacing ruffians, they harbor not a shred of resistance. After robbing Dong Yin's house, the thugs finally settled down, returning to the 18th floor and seemingly indulging in the spoils of their plunder. Luo Tian, naturally, does not pursue them further, continuing to enjoy Li Ro's delicious meals and Baye's 5-star maid service. Leaving Yin Shu on the balcony, time swiftly passes, and today marks the 3rd day since Yin Shu's arrival. Although she has laid eyes on countless delectable dishes over the past 2 days, she has yet to savor a single bite. Surviving solely on the glucose from Luo Tian's supplies. In the kitchen, Li Ro begins to bring out plate after plate of mouth-watering cuisine. Master, it's time to dine. Baiya smiles as she approaches, standing beside him. Yes, I know, Luo Tian replies, taking his seat at the dining table. Today's meal is just as delectable as ever, truly befitting of his esteemed chef. Chapter 75. Provocation. On the fourth day, Luo Tian casually suggests, Officer Yan, why don't we make a trade? To this, Yan Shu coldly scoffs, a trade? I don't believe there's anything worth trading between us. Over the past few days, her dissatisfaction with Luo Tian has grown significantly, so she promptly rejects his proposal. Don't be so hasty to judge. Listen first, Luo Tian retorts with a smirk, proceeding to outline his plan. Are you serious? Yan Shu narrows her beautiful eyes, skeptical, while she isn't particularly concerned about other matters. The prospect of Luo Tian providing ample food for CC and the others piques her interest. However, it requires a small sacrifice on her part. In recent days, Deng Tu has plundered several households, each time sharing the pitiful aftermath in the homeowners group while boasting, this is all Luo Tian's fault. As long as he remains hidden, I will continue to break into a household each day. This has led the terrified homeowners to place all the blame squarely on his shoulders, like fickle reeds. They begin to berate Luo Tian in the group chat, incessantly tagging him to come out and take responsibility for his mistakes, lest they be dragged down with him. Luo Tian, you cowardly turtle. If you don't come out, we'll loot your neighbors' homes. Without food, they'll surely starve, right? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, come out. Luo Tian, come out. Luo Tian, come out. Deng Tu laughed maniacally as he berated others in the chat, while a throng of residents followed behind, incessantly tagging him. Despite their numbers, they lacked the courage to unite against the few who brazenly infringed upon their property, instead placing all the blame on Luo Tian, naively hoping that by forcing him out, Deng Tu would relent. Little did they know, in the absence of Luo Tian, their fate would be far more dire, reducing them to mere lambs awaiting slaughter at Deng Tu's whim. Let them frolic for a while, Luo Tian mused, observing the messages in the group chat, his face betraying no sign of emotion. This provocation was too clumsy. He would never fall for their tricks. The more frenzied Deng Tu became, the more it revealed the turmoil within him. At that moment, Luo Tian and Yan Shu were in the living room. For now, you shall wear this, Luo Tian said, producing a set of polar expedition cold-resistant gear he had scavenged from the dock. This attire, developed by the latest advancements from the beautiful country, was not only form-fitting and convenient for movement but could also withstand temperatures plummeting to 70 degrees below zero. Providing exceptional protection. It was perfectly suited for Yan Shu, the elite enforcer who needed to venture outside. He also laid out an array of weapons he had gathered from the shipping containers: daggers, cleavers, batons, tactical knives, and entrenching tools, among others. Choose whichever weapon you excel at, Luo Tian smiled, adding, I have converted the adjacent room into a gym, and you may freely use all the equipment within. You can also discuss your meal preferences with Li Ro. However, I have but one request, he said coolly. Restore yourself to peak condition in the shortest time possible. Chapter 76. Assault on Deng Tu's residence after 2 days of recovery training and ample protein intake. Yan Shu was now able to effortlessly lift over 100 pounds in weights. After all, although her nutrition had been limited over the past fortnight, she had completely starved, thus her recovery was swift. If you're ready, I will open the door, Luo Tian stated, clad in his pajamas and crossing his arms. Behind him, Li Ro and Baiya stood obediently, while Yan Shu, dressed in her cold-resistant gear, moved her body to check her equipment. To ensure ease of movement, she had also pre-wrapped bandages to avoid hindering her forthcoming actions. Yes, I'm ready, she replied, securing a dagger in her waist holster with a nod. Now was the time for her to showcase her worth. With a click, the heavy security door slowly creaked open after 3 layers of password and fingerprint locks. A biting cold wind rushed in, causing Baiya and Li Ro, dressed in light clothing, to instinctively retreat a few steps. Having stayed in the safe house for so long, they had nearly forgotten just how frigid the outside temperature was. Go for it, Officer Yan. You can do it. The 2 girls cheered, raising their fists in encouragement. Baiya, particularly animated, had stars in her eyes, convinced that Yan Shu embodied a spirit reminiscent of a hero facing peril. I will, Yan Shu replied with a smile. During their brief interactions over the past 2 days, she had formed a very positive impression of the 2 girls, who bore no ill intentions today. As soon as Yin Shu stepped outside, the security door closed behind her. "Brr, it's so damn cold." Luo Tian rubbed his arms, realizing he was only wearing pajamas. If he lingered too long, he might catch a cold. "Luo Tian, don't you have anything to say to me?" Yin Shu sighed softly, standing outside the door. With only the final step remaining, she felt as though she had been thoroughly taken advantage of by Luo Tian, leading her to harbor thoughts of being his woman. After all, the brief days spent in the safe house had been unforgettable. Hot showers, a room with a fireplace, unlimited electricity for appliances, meals with both meat and vegetables, and a plethora of fruits available at all times. This lavish lifestyle felt akin to paradise amidst the bleakness of the extreme cold apocalypse. Who else, besides Luo Tian's household, could live so extravagantly? Transitioning from simplicity to opulence is easy, but from opulence to simplicity is a challenge. Yin Shu now profoundly understood this truth. Initially, she had thought that upon regaining her freedom, she would be ecstatic, perhaps even reluctant to return. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. Just the thought of the comfortable life within the safe house made her. Standing in the icy corridor, yearned to eliminate Deng Tu and his ilk so she could return immediately. She even feared that Luo Tian might refuse to let her back in. The mere act of offering her body in exchange for such a heavenly existence would undoubtedly attract countless women vying for his attention. In this frigid apocalypse, it seemed that only by aligning herself with a man like Luo Tian, who possessed abundant resources, could one hope to live comfortably. With her resolve solidified, Yin Shu touched the blade at her waist and strode towards the staircase. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, seated on the sofa, couldn't help but smile as he observed the surveillance feed. "Let me see if your abilities warrant the considerable effort I've expended in your training." Lacking complete trust in Yin Shu, he refrained from providing her with a firearm from his space. After all, she had once been capable of enduring electric shocks while throwing knives, even in a weakened state. Now that she had returned to her peak, if she wielded a gun and harbored rebellious thoughts, he feared he might have to start anew. "Housekeeper, connect to Yin Shu's Bluetooth," he instructed coolly. "Understood, master," the housekeeper replied, and the large screen soon displayed a real-time, high-definition image. Yin Shu wore a Bluetooth headset, a device that paired with her cold-resistant gear, boasting panoramic camera capabilities and long-range communication. With a small power bank attached, it could maintain extended usage, representing one of the latest technological advancements. In the footage, Yin Shu moved swiftly and soon arrived at the entrance of Deng Tu's residence on the 18th floor. Just standing at the door, she could hear the booming DJ music and the raucous sounds of shouting and drinking emanating from within. Over the past 2 days, Deng Tu and his lackeys had pillaged numerous homes, gathering heaps of food and finding copious amounts of beer and liquor. Naturally, they were now reveling in their spoils. Given the immense pressure faced by individuals in this extreme cold apocalypse, an opportunity to celebrate was a rare and welcome relief. Amidst the pounding beats of the Bluetooth speaker, Yin Shu, armed with a universal key and a touch of lock-picking finesse, effortlessly unlocked Deng Tu's security door. "What a strong scent of alcohol," she noted, her brows furrowing as she steeled herself. Though she felt confident, she knew that underestimating her opponents was a grave mistake in any mission. "What the hell? A woman just walked in," exclaimed one of Deng Tu's thugs in the living room, suddenly spotting the uninvited guest. The others, seated around the coffee table sampling liquor, turned in shock. "Wait, it's that police officer Yin Shu." The 4 thugs exclaimed in disbelief. They had never anticipated that she would dare to invade their home so brazenly. Moreover, how had she managed to open the door so quietly? "Look, she's all alone. Let us take her down together." One thug, emboldened by alcohol, charged at her with an empty bottle, seemingly having forgotten the lessons of the pre-apocalypse world. Yin Shu remained unfazed by the reckless thug, easily dodging his attack with a sidestep and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. He felt a sharp pain followed by the unmistakable sound of cracking ribs as he was sent crashing into the coffee table, shattering glasses and scattering food everywhere. Gulping, the remaining thugs exchanged terrified glances as they dragged their unconscious comrade away from the wreckage. "What the hell? Grab a weapon. She is unarmed. Let us kill her together." One thug shouted in panic, fueled by adrenaline and alcohol, seizing a cleaver from the wall and charging at Yin Shu, followed closely by another thug brandishing a knife. "Humph, mere child's play," Yin Shu scoffed. Unfazed as the cleaver swung towards her, she drew a dagger from her waist, effortlessly blocking the attack. The clash produced a spark in the air. In a swift motion, she drew a second dagger with her left hand and unleashed a dazzling strike. With a sickening sound, The thug clutched his neck, blood spurting forth as he knelt in terror. Ah! In the rear, the younger brother, witnessing the scene, could not help but let out a terrified scream, desperately attempting to muster a semblance of courage. However, he was still effortlessly dispatched with a swift slash of a dagger across his throat. The hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining half of the ceiling a deep crimson. "Demon, devil!" exclaimed the remaining henchman. Paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, leaving a wet patch in his trousers. Turning on his heel, he attempted to flee. Yin Shu lunged forward, pressing her weight against him, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Bang! The young man was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the bedroom door, which burst open upon impact, before he tumbled onto a table laden with liquor and food, obliterating the spread in a chaotic mess. Seated around were 3 loyal subordinates alongside the wheelchair-bound Deng Tu, their expressions frozen in bewilderment, utterly confused as to why this uninvited guest had appeared in their midst. "Damn it, you little brat. You can't play fair. Ambushing us," one of the henchmen exclaimed, rising to turn off the music, his voice a mix of astonishment and fury as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his companions. Suddenly, a flying dagger zipped through the air, piercing his eye socket and penetrating his brain. "Charge! Let us kill this woman." Deng Tu, seated in his wheelchair, slammed his fists against the armrests, bellowing at the other 2 henchmen who stood frozen in place. "If we don't act now, we'll all be done for when she comes at us. Let us take her down." The 2 henchmen exchanged fierce glances, gritting their teeth as they charged at her. One of them, observing Yin Shu unarmed, drew a sharp blade from his waist and lunged at her with ferocity. Crack! Yet, to his dismay, Yin Shu seized his arm, twisting it with a swift motion that shattered his wrist. As he let out a heart-wrenching scream, the stark white of his bones was exposed to the air. Following this, Yin Shu snatched the dagger from his grasp and swiftly carved through his carotid artery, sending him straight to the depths of hell. Die! In a flash, the last henchman rushed at her, his aim directed at her chest, claws outstretched, seeking death. Yin Shu shouted in fury, retreating just in time to evade his grasp. With a powerful stomp of her long, elegant leg, she pivoted instantly and delivered a spinning kick to the young man, sending him crashing into the wall, unconscious. At that moment, only Deng Tu remained, his expression one of sheer terror. Seated in his wheelchair, "Damn it, this woman is incredibly formidable, a true harbinger of death," he thought, swallowing hard, feeling as though he were submerged in an icy abyss. The Grim Reaper, wielding a scythe, seemed to smile at him. "Initiate the video call." A calm voice resonated through the earpiece. Yin Shu halted her movements, retrieving her phone to initiate a WeChat video, positioning it before her. "Boss Deng, it's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance," she greeted, her tone deceptively amiable. In the video, Luo Tian reclined with a casual demeanor, a smile gracing his features. Before his adversary met his demise, he had no qualms about delivering another blow to the heart. "Luo Tian." Deng Tu seethed, his gaze fixated on the handsome visage on the screen, his teeth grinding in hatred. "It's this scoundrel who has reduced me from a glorious real estate tycoon to this pitiful state." His clenched fists dug into his palms, nails piercing flesh. "Do you have any final requests?" Deng Tu sneered, though he was certain they would go unfulfilled. Luo Tian burst into laughter. No wonder villains always spout nonsense before eliminating the protagonist. "Now I truly understand. Taunting a dying opponent is immensely gratifying." "Huh. Who would have thought Deng Tu, would fall to such a young upstart?" He chuckled, his spirit visibly waning, with numerous henchmen lying dead or gravely injured. Even the least wounded among them were battered to the point of expelling blood, their lives hanging by a thread. He had no trump cards left. "I underestimated you. To have won over the illustrious officer Yin Shu," Deng Tu remarked with a bitter smile. His adversary had executed a flawless ambush during their revelry, annihilating his subordinates before he could even react. Truly a masterful tactic. "Won over?" Luo Tian scoffed, too disinterested to elaborate. At that moment, Deng Tu was a shadow of his former self. "Ha! The youth are indeed formidable." Deng Tu suddenly erupted in laughter, acknowledging Luo Tian's remarkable skills. "Kill him," Luo Tian commanded, seemingly losing interest in further banter. Puffed, a flicker of cold steel flashed. Deng Tu sat there, dazed, as a dagger embedded itself deep into his eye socket, his body gradually sliding from the wheelchair. Thus, Deng Tu and his band of nefarious villains met their end. Clang! Just then, a sound reverberated through the living room. Yanshu narrowed her beautiful eyes, striding forward to discover a man clad in a bloodied white coat, glasses perched on his nose, gazing at her in terror. Spare me, spare me. The bespectacled man fell to his knees, pleading desperately. I am Deng Tu's personal physician, a graduate of the top medical school in Qingshui City, and if you let me go, I can provide you with any medical services you require. He began to prostrate himself, fully aware that his life hinged on the value he could offer to Luo Tian on the screen. Oh, is that so? Luo Tian inquired, feigning interest, raising an eyebrow. Yes, yes. The doctor's face lit up with hope. Sir Luo, you must understand the current environment. Resources are scarce. You lack for nothing in food and drink, but what you truly need is a skilled doctor. With me around, should you fall ill, I can work wonders for you. However, Luo Tian's expression darkened. Are you cursing me? Kill him. And no. I puffed. The bespectacled doctor clutched his gushing neck, slowly collapsing to the ground. As he gazed up into Yen Shu's cold, narrowed eyes, his mind went blank. He could not fathom why she would reject him. Clearly, in such a scenario, a doctor's importance was akin to that of food. If I were to seek someone, it would be a captivating female doctor. Luo Tian sneered as he terminated the video call. He observed the footage of the fallen doctor on the ground, smirking. Who would choose you, a greasy man, as a private physician? What if you secretly drugged me? Chapter 78. A long-awaited reunion. The scent of blood was overwhelmingly potent. Yen Shu's keen nose detected a rich, iron-like odor, mingled with a faint hint of something foul. Following the scent, she furrowed her brows and made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering, she was taken aback. There, on the cutting board, lay a femur stripped of its flesh. Beside it, simmering in a pot, was a vibrant red concoction, frozen in the extreme cold. Everywhere she looked, severed hands and feet were strewn about, and even the floor was littered with fingers. Opening the refrigerator revealed not only frozen remnants of limbs, but also 8 or 9 decapitated heads. Their eyes rolled back. This must be the doctor's handiwork, Yanshu thought, her expression grim as she covered her nose with her hand. Not to mention, the precision with which the flesh had been excised from the bones was remarkable. Most individuals would lack the familiarity with human anatomy to achieve such meticulousness.